So it all started in 2023 when I decided to make my channel. I went fully thinking about Godot engine, and I went from 0 subscribers to now 1,500 subscribers and more to come, thanks to all of you and the community that helped me. I even find a way to publish my games, even though I didn't really make any money out of it, but I'm really grateful for all the support. So I will be working on this RPG game. I will upload the final game on itch.com. So guys, I'm counting on your massive support on this big project. I spent a lot of time trying to make this tutorial as clear as possible. So I really expected massive support from all of you. And thank you again for all the subscribers and all those people who watch, comment, and like and share the video. So let's now dive into all of this. For my project, I'll be using Godot 4.6, which is the latest version you can find on the market. We can check it out on the website. So I'll be assuming you already know how to use Godot. So after opening Godot, you're gonna click on Create, and in the project, we're gonna type Tiny Sword Goblin Slayer. After that, you can browse on which folder you want to save the game. So for me, I'm gonna create a new folder. I'm gonna name it Tiny Sword Goblin Slayer. Okay, now select current folder and that press Now this is the Godot interface when you open it. So we're gonna go to project settings. I'm going to the texture and change it to neon. Close this and start creating. So on Node, we're gonna create level, create a new folder to save our level in. So we're gonna name that folder labels. Now let me import the asset. All the assets have been imported. Now let's go to terrain. In tileset, I'm gonna go on level, right click and add a texture rect node. Let's rename it C, and we're gonna drag and drop the water background image on it. Let's resize it, enable the grid, and we can try to save it to the screen size. Disable the grid. Now see selected. I'm gonna change the ordering to something lower. The Z index -10. Right click on level and let's add a Tilemap layer. Let's rename that Tilemap layer ground 1. I'm just gonna press Ctrl Z, duplicate up to 5, add another cloud node to level, and let's reparent all the selected nodes to a new node in the 2D. I'm gonna rename that as it's just for grouping. So now I'm gonna rename form and rocks, and last one I'm gonna name it as net. Alright, so for ground 1 I'm gonna create a new tile set, and as I'm assuming all of you are already in advance in Godot, I'm not gonna tell you how to do all the parts. I'm assuming you already know how to create a tile set and how to set it up. So now let's first design our ground level 1. So using my paint tool, I'm just gonna draw whatever design I want. Just for this video, I'm gonna show you a little bit of how I'm doing my design right now. Now let's speed up things a little bit, and we're gonna create the other process for ground 2. The reason why I'm using different types of Tilemap layer is because in the new Godot, there is no way to use one node for different layers, so you have to duplicate that node to make different types of level ground. So from itch.io, I downloaded this free asset pack, which for tile map and tile sets, it's a 64 by 64, which is very easy to use and to set up for drawing the ground. I'm just gonna show you how the levels in the tiles using the different levels of ground. Now, as you can see, I'm gonna set it up. I'm gonna show you also how to add a water effect underneath the ground and add other decorations around. So as you can see, they removed the bridge in the new version, but we can use this kind of stairs or whatever. I can launch the game, and you can see it's perfectly uh, set up. Now let's add some point. You're gonna click on new tile set, and you're gonna keep the tile set as it is. Click on tile set. We're gonna come and drag and drop the water form here. As you can see, this photo form is a 192 by 192. In my first ever tutorial on this game in 2024, I think I showed people how to create a Tilemap animation, which you can see in this video. You can slow it down or pause the video if it's fast for you, and you can try to replicate this Tilemap animation. So basically, it's using the features of the Tilemap animation, the Tilemap layer, sorry, with the animations, which is easy to set up in your game instead of creating different nodes. This creates a very useful way of animating parts of the tile map. Let me speed up things, and don't forget to put it on -5 on the Z index, so it has to be underneath the ground to create that water wave effect. Let's set some here, and while I'm at it, so we'd like to thank a lot people who have subscribed and those who have purchased the game that I've made so far. Now let's also create rocks. So for rocks, I'm gonna go to decoration, and you can see we have bushes. I'm gonna add them later. We have rocks. These rocks are for the ground. We are looking for rocks in water. So I'm gonna use this in the same setup as I did for the font. So no need to change anything here. We're just gonna go to tile sets, drag and drop all of them one by one, and perfect. So now let's make the same animations as we did for the other tile map layer. It's a very easy process to create a tile map animation. Just make sure that you know the size of the image. If it's in 192 by 192, some of them are 128 by 128, and after that all you need to do is just add frame or add elements. So for this last one, as you can see, there is an error in the picture. I don't know what happened. I tried to resize it and it doesn't work, so I'm just going to keep it and leave it like that. Now let's select the pen tool, then we can drag and select different types of rocks to add on water. Perfect. As you can see, it's already playing there. So now for plants, I'm gonna go to the bushes. We have 4 different types of images. Let's add the tile set. So we'll go through the same process as we did for the rocks. It's to create animation through the map layer, which is a very interesting texture. Alright, it's 128 by 128. After creating that, we can just create different speed and add different frames to each of the images that we've made. So for me, the speed I chose is 7, and most of the frames are around 12, 10 frames per animation. Now let's put them on top of the ground to create that effect of a forest, but forest like bushes. So these are just bushes. And set them as once. So right now I'm just gonna put them randomly, but that's it. Alright, now all of them are selected. I'm gonna add child node to the tile. I need to add a collision. So I'm not gonna add directly a collision. I'm gonna add a tile map layer, which I'm gonna use as a collider. So create a new tile set, and we're gonna add a physical layer to that tile map. As you can see, I added a physics layer to that tile map. Now, let's jump ahead with a new scene. So we're gonna create a character body scene. So we're gonna name that character body as Spawn. Press Ctrl S, save, create a new folder. In that folder, we're gonna name it Unit, and in the Unit folder, we're gonna create a new folder named Spawn. Now click on Create. Now let's set up our Spawn character. So click on Spawn, add a child node. We're gonna add an animated sprite 2D. We're gonna rename it as Anim. Add another child node. We're gonna add a collision shape 2D, which collides with which usually all the shape and the collision of the character. Add another child node. We're gonna add a sprite 2D. Click add another child node. We're gonna add an area for the detection. Add to that area a child node. Collision shape 2D. We're gonna press on area and press Ctrl D to duplicate. Rename the first area as detector zone, and second one we're gonna rename it as hitbox. Perfect. Now let's go back to our pawn, add another child node. We're gonna add a progress bar for live showing, add another child node. We're gonna add a button, add another child node. We're gonna add a label. Let's rename the label as a selector or select indicator. Add a child node again to that pawn. We're gonna add a marker 2D. Add another child node. We're gonna add a camera 2D. Right click again, add another child node. We're gonna add a timer. So let's come to the timer and rename it as user time. User timer. Perfect. Add a child node. We're gonna add a control node. So I'm gonna use these control nodes to add a set of buttons. My control nodes is going to be used to select the tool of our pawn. So I'm gonna add a couple of buttons. I'm gonna add 5 of them right now. Add another child node to pawn. We're gonna add a node 2D just for grouping and rename this node 2D as sound effects. Add a child node. So for sound in Godot, I'm gonna use a audio stream player. Click on the audio stream player, and we're gonna just press on that and Control V and duplicate a couple of them. All right. Now back to Anim. Let's click on new sprite frame. Assuming that you already know how to set an animation using an animated sprite 2D node. So I combine for this game or my project, I combine two different type of assets. I'm gonna leave the link down in the description. I use two different type of assets. I use the new one that Pixel Frog released for Tiny Spot, and the first one to find the set of goblins. As you can see, in the first set there were goblins, and then in the second one it created a new pack of enemies, which is a little bit expensive for me since I do not have any source of income. I just prefer to go with the game made out of prepaid assets. So let's create this animation. For most of my units or my character player, I'll be using the new set of assets. I'll be using the new characters. As for the pawn and other characters that you'll see throughout the video. But for the old ones of the enemies, I'll be using the goblins and the goblin towers from the old assets. I can also use a combination of both for the UI, pictures, and all other effects later on. So now I won't be telling you how to make all of this. I'm assuming you already know how to set up a character like this. So you know how to set an area 2D, how to set collision shape. If you don't, you can just mute my voice and try to watch how it's clearly done. So I'm gonna set the hitbox as well. Now in my special design, I'm gonna make a progress bar, just like in most of my previous tutorials on this RPG game. I made it I made the same, but with a little bit of improvement when it comes to coding and the logic behind the game. And after setting up the progress bar, we're gonna go to the button. Make sure the button fits the character image perfectly, not really perfectly, but just make sure it covers the whole surface. I'm going to use this button to activate the pound when I want to move it around and deactivate it when I want. So after selecting the indicator, I'm going to just add a dot, go to the theme override, then in font size, I'm going to make it to maybe 80 or 180, depending on what your preference is. So for me, I'm going to go on with the dot on top of the image. Now you can see the texture is a little bit pixelated. I'm gonna go to the nearest, and now let's go to color, and I'm gonna set it as dark. Let's add a font layer. Now let's go to the constant. We're gonna change the outline color and outline size. Let's align it on the green line. See the y-axis. This looks better. So let's now use the color picker. Let's zoom out first. I'm gonna use the color picker to change the selection of picker. I'm gonna select this gray color, and for the outline it's gonna be color dark. And definitely for the outside, and as you can see, this looks perfect. So I'm gonna press Ctrl L to lock that node. Let's move forward. So for the marker 2D, I'm gonna just lock it, and the camera lock it as well. We use the time, nothing will change. So when it comes to the control panel, I'm gonna come to the first button and rename it hammer, which is my first tool. The second one will be a pickaxe, an axe, and let's add knife. Then of course we need to use our character without any tools, so I'm going to add the end. Now I'm going to disable the grid, go back to anim. Let now add animations corresponding to the tools we've made so far. So again, I'm not going to get into the details. I'm just going to create types of animation according to the asset that has been provided with. So for each animation, each set of animations, you have different types of animations frame to add. So let's say for idle, when it's sending idle with armor, pickaxe, next, knife, or barehanded. And for run animation as well. And now for interact, I prefer to call it use animation. I'll show you how I made my use animation. You can see for armor animation is holding an armor. Then for other animation, it will be similar, just holding the armor, holding the knife, holding X or the pickaxe accordingly. The same when running, and when interacting, the animation change a little bit since the sprite frames are different and the animation speed also are different. So let me make this very quickly. There is this other new tool in Godot which is really interesting to me, is the auto slice. Remember when I started Godot in 2023, didn't use it, or I never really seen it. Godot 4.2 or 1, if I'm not mistaken, didn't use to see it. So now after creating the idle animation, I made my set of run animations. As you can see, this is perfect. Now for run animation, it's the same principle. You just select and name it perfectly. I used to write down the name of my animation for later when I'm coding, because it can be very confusing later on when you pick the wrong name of the animation in the code, which mostly lead to errors after creating runners animation. This is perfect to me. Perfect so far. And if you visit Pixel Frog, Tiny Sword, assets collection, you will see it already left instructions. For most of these animations, use a 10 millisecond frame, which make it smoother, but some of the time for me I try to keep the Aldo animation on 7 to make it a little bit. So now for use animation or interact is when the pawn is now using those tools. As for the pickaxe, see, I'm gonna use axe, and for use pickaxe, I'm gonna select the interact PNG image, click on auto slice, and you can see now it's using the pickaxe, it's using X. Now let's add knife and create. So many of you will realize that I didn't use some of this animation, like when it's carrying the resources like wood or whatsoever. I prefer to keep it simple for my game, and instead of using all these sets of animations of collecting the wood and running back to the house, I prefer my pawn to directly walk and collect it directly when it's staying on the ground. Now all these set of animations are done. We're gonna go to select, and we're gonna add font to a 6. Let's realign it down here. Now back to anim. Let me go back to anim. So we have made the progress bar. Now let's customize this progress bar. So for the background of the progress bar, I'm gonna first click on this small box flat. Now it's gray and transparent, so I'm gonna make it dark and semi-transparent. So I'm gonna give the alpha value of 100. Now let's create some borders to that container. So for left, I'm gonna have a set 5, and for all the remaining as well. So for the border, I'm gonna pick a darker color, and I think the corner radius I'm gonna set it to 5. Corner radius around a little bit the corner of the image. So let's just come here and unlock all these nodes. I'm gonna move up that select label and resize this one a little bit like this. And it's gonna make it a little bit big. So I'm gonna reduce the border width to 2. Perfect. Now that it's reduced, let's size it there and close this one. Now let's go to fill. The fill actually shows what you can fill it by your color you want. The color you want, I'm gonna pick the gray color using the tool picker. So let's set up the value. You can see the fill is the one showing the actual value of the progress bar. So we're gonna almost make the same setup as we did for the background of the progress bar. So for the border width, we're gonna go with the 2 and make it transparent. So we're gonna pick alpha value to 0. So now come to corner radius, we're gonna set 5 as well. 5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. Perfect. We can increase also the corner details up to 20. As you can see, we have this looking progress bar. And now let's move to start box flat. We're gonna increase also the details around the corner radius. So I'm gonna increase it 4 for the border width of the background. No, I'm gonna adjust it since I want my progress bar to be tiny. I don't want something too big. So let's select it down here and set it. Now for the color pick, I'm gonna come and color pick this one and close this one. Let's now work on our control panel. So clicking shift on the first to the last button, I'm gonna drag and drop it on the side. So let's go to the control. I'm gonna add a child node. Let's add a Tilemap layer and rename it style. In the style set, we're gonna come and set the settings of the tile size to 64 by 64. Let's go to our tile set texture. We're gonna pick something in UI. In your UI, we're gonna pick the regular paper. Let's use now our node style, and we're gonna reduce this opacity to 10. So which means I set the alpha value of this to 100. Let's use this paint tool to create this small box, small looking box. Now select the first one, and we're gonna import icons. So for the hammer, we're gonna go back. Let's go back to resources, and we're gonna go to the tool. As you can see, we're gonna come and drop it on the tool. You can directly drop the image of each tool on top of the button node, and perfect. Now for the ends, I don't have an end icon, so what I'm gonna do is just select something that's really useful to me. I'm gonna just go to the icons, and I'm gonna pick this icon, but I think the cancel button is confusing because I did use it later on. So instead, I might go with button, or maybe this one. No, but I'm gonna go with the small ends. As you can see, this looks better. So let's go to the visibility. I'm gonna change the modulation to something red like this. So let's select all of these using shift. We're gonna go change their style or their size. So I want it to be flat. I don't want my button to have background, so it's gonna be a free background. So what I'm gonna do is come here and press alpha value 0. Now if you close it, you can do a save as and click OK. Now every time you want to, let's save it. Okay. So every time I'll come skipping one column, I'm just gonna go quickly load. This is not what I intended to do. So let's just go these ones, and we're gonna try them out later. Now let's resize this a little bit. It's too small. Perfect. As you can already see, the idea shaping behind my palm design, I want it to have a toolbox. When you press a key on the keyboard, you can make it visible, open it and close it, select the tool you want, and according to the tool you select, your animation will change and the action that your pawn will perform will be different. So for my game, I'm gonna use pawn as my player. I'm gonna control it manually, but make sure also the buttons do not overlay on each other. They do not overlap. Now it's perfect because they do not overlap. Because if they overlap, it's going to not going to work. Now, when this is done, I'm just press Ctrl S and save. Let's go back to pawn, and we're gonna click and add the script. So I'm gonna go first delete all of this. Now let us dive further. So let's define some. We're gonna define some enums. So I need to create a player state. I prefer to create my player state using an array, or in this case, I'm gonna use a name. So first of all, let's create a num, and first one we're gonna create is containing tools. So we're gonna add 10 armor pickaxe, right? And now the state machine, which is gonna contain enemy, gonna contain idle, run, use, and dead. After that, I'm gonna declare some exported variables, and in these exported variables is variables that I can modify to the inspector when I'm placing my character onto the game. So I'm just gonna come and duplicate export bar. I'm gonna export the speed, which means I can modify the speed directly from my inspector after my character is made. I'm gonna modify also the variable maximum life, the knockback force. I want to create that effect of knockbacking when the pound is attacked. So I'm gonna create a variable called knockback force. The use direction, the duration of the use is for the tool that I'm using. So I'm gonna limit it to half a second. Then the tool cooldown, which imply the time between each press button, or in this case, the time that I have to take between each press. What am I talking? So now let's create another export variable. We're gonna call it attack. The attack effect scene. So for this case, I'm gonna create a preloaded or a packed scene, attack effect scene, which is a packed scene, and I'm gonna do the same for export variable. Um, I need a repair. I'm just gonna come and copy this line and modify first line. I need a attack repair scene. Now let us copy this one and we're gonna just first here. We're gonna rename this one as scope scene. So this preloaded or packed scene are used for me to instantiate when the character, let's say for attack effect when he attack, for it repair effect when he's playing the repair animation, and the score when he dies. So now let's define the input constant for the input manual keyboard for the character. So the input right, I'm just gonna come and copy all of these, and now for input right, move underscore right, come and copy this line, come and paste it here, move right, and that's complicated. Move right. Now let us modify each by one. So move left, move down, and move up. I can delete that line. Now it's useful. So input left, input down, and input up. Right. Now let's jump into the next stage. So here I'm gonna drag and drop my node references. I'm gonna show you how it's done, but I'm pretty sure you already know how to add those node references. So we're gonna come from here in the scene node. You're gonna select these nodes that you want. So I'm gonna select this, and also all of these. Let's just say all use. I'm gonna come drag and drop them here. So when you drag before you drop, you press control. Now see I have all of this, so I'm gonna change my control by toolbox panel. I'm gonna just put it toolbox panel. Now here I'm gonna declare reference for the sound effects. I prefer to organize my scripts, especially for you guys, since you need more clarity. So let's first rename this audio stream players. I'm gonna name the first one Hammer Audio, the second one Night, and Gax Audio, and Audio. So for this audio effect, I will leave you the link in the description from where I found most of this free audio for my game, or I can actually leave the audio folder directly in the asset pack as well. So let's add this click audio, depth audio, H audio, and delete the last one. So we're gonna come and select all of this, drag, and before we drop, we press control. Once declared, just come down here and create a state variables. Now it gets a little bit complicated from here. That's why this is a tutorial for advanced in Godot. So let's create a variable. We're gonna call it variable state, and is equal to state idle, and I wouldn't really. All right, state. So just gonna come here and copy that state, come down here and try to see what it still shows me. Error. Maybe spacing. I don't know. So let's just skip it. So let's create a variable. We're gonna call it current tool, which is equal to tool is equal to tool dot n. So let's just state equal to state dot idle. Still not working. And still not working. So I'm just come back to state, copy again, and try to see what's state dot idle. Still not get it. So let's just rename this variable. It might be the one creating the fusion. So now state dot idle. Perfect. Now I've created two variables, current state and current tool, which would be tracking which state I am in right now or which tool I'm using at the moment. Let's create another variable. We're going to call it active, which by default is equal to false. Since the pound one is not selected, it's going to be equal to false. Same for busy, which is equal to false if it's not already moving. And let's also add a variable action log and equaling and variable is guarding equal to false. So for these booleans and this variable for checking the state of the player, I got active busy action log is guarding and can use to action log for the animations. I'm using action log to log the animation when, let's say, it's chopping a tree or it's collecting minerals or resources anyway. So it can be moved or changed from what it's kind of like saying it's busy and it's actually not. Let's add a variable. We're gonna call it variable like int knockback velocity, which a vector to equal to 0 and plus input direction. Now let's add some inventory. So in var collected, I'm gonna add 3 types of resources that I'm providing in the game. But in your game, if you have the assets, right asset, you can create as much as you want. But I think for pick up asset and I got here, I can only connect wood, gold, stones, and the meat. But for yours, if you combine, like I did for me, the two pick up assets, you can find mushrooms, pumpkins, whatever you want. So let's come down here and we're gonna create a UI system. Let's create a variable which track if the UI is visible. So UI visible is equal to false, and UI hide delay. Now, what I want for this section is for my pound progress bar to hide and only shows when it's, let's say, attacked or life is regenerated. So I'm going to create a system of timing. Every time it's attacked, the toolbar will show. Then once it's not attacked, it goes to hide. Now let's dive into function ready. So in ready, we are going to write global player, I'm going to put it as a comment for I haven't made my global script from which I'm going to track most of the count. Progress bar will be visible is equal to gold. Alright. Now, if you move down here a little bit, you're gonna come to toolbox panel dot z index is equal to 7. I need my toolbox to be on top of the count so that it doesn't have to be hidden behind anything. And we're gonna change the scale of the character to 0.7 by 0.7, and the life should be equal to max life in the function rate. The progress bar max value is equal to max life, and the progress bar value is equal to that. So max value to max life, but the actual value to life. Now the toolbox panel dot hide, gonna hide the toolbox, and user time dot wait time is equal to duration. So these things can be very pretty confusing, but don't worry, I'll leave the code I'll leave the link for the code and all the assets in the description. But they won't be for free for sure. I need some funding since I've been working hard. So now let's go for user time.stand timeout. I'm gonna connect a function. So to connect the function, we're gonna go to the signals and connect that signal. Now you can see we have connected the user time node signal directly to the script. Now inside the ready function again, let's connect the detector zone signal. So if the detector zone does not equal to null, the detector zone the area entered does connect on array on resources, and we're gonna come back later to that one. So you can look like this. Now in this new line, we're gonna create a pickup system or pickup functions for collecting the resources. So we're gonna create a variable. We're gonna call it. Let's create a function pickup source, and inside that pickup source, we're gonna go resource node so that resource var resource type is equal to resource node dot resource type. Pretty confusing at the moment, but if you now go down to if resource type in collected and open our array, we're gonna check for the resource type and we can hence collect it, which means our detector zone can interact with many areas or bodies, but once it detects that the area is the type of resource it's going to collect it, that's what basically this function is doing. So if the resource node has method collected or collect, so here now in this new condition, if the node, let's say the goldstone, interact directly with the pound, we're gonna call a function in that goldstone script called collect, which means it's going to add to our global script a certain value to the gold, and after that it's going to get to the. That's why we use function Q3. Now down here, let's come for the auto pick function. So for this function, what we do is the moment I just step in, even if my pawn is just moving along a certain path and walk onto a resource, it's going to directly collect it without pressing any button or whatever. So first of all, we have to check if it's a resource. If area here as that method collects an area that as method or as property. The source type. What we're gonna do is if not area dot collected, this line is very helpful because if you do not put this line, it's going to send you back to an error. You cannot collect something that's already been deleted. Let's say I'm collecting something, then my area detects that thing the moment it's being deleted. It's going to create a conflict in the script, so this line is very important. So once the area is not collected, we collect it. What also really matters is I want to create a certain way of collecting directly a resource when the tool is compatible. Let's say I'm holding my pickaxe, then I walk to a gold stone, I can directly collect it. If I'm holding a knife, then I come across meat, I can collect it. Same for the wood when I'm holding a axe. So now this new line is checking if the resources and their types are corresponding. So let's come and copy this line over here and up there. Just come here, down a bit. Pickaxe and wood, and we close down the function. Here we combine that and okay. Perfect. Now that all the items are perfectly aligned, let's now add a to it. So pick up sources.array. Let's minimize this too down here. Let's create input UI function. Now down here, I'm going to use a function built in Godot, which is called input event. So in this, I'm going to check for input keys which are pressed. So first of all, I'm going to check if my character is not active or is dead. We're going to just skip the function by return. If it's not dead or whatsoever, now we're going to run this code, command, go to the toolbox with input key. So if input, if event dot is pressed action pressed, the action pressed is tools. Whatever I done, and tool dot panel visible is equal to true. It's toggles in a weird way. So if it was visible, it's become invisible. If it's invisible, it's become visible. And what we're gonna do now is get q4 dot set set input as handle. Now, if the event so I can come here and copy this line. If event is action pressed, use, we gonna use current to function. I haven't made a function, but we'll make it later. So now I'm gonna press add toolbox if visible. I'm gonna make them as comment and press pass. So for now, we're just gonna stay like this. Let's make it as comment. So now let's go to project. In project settings, in input map, I'm going to create some input tools. So for tool, I'm gonna add the key T, and for the use I'm gonna add a space, and let's close that. Now reduce this size. We're gonna go down here and let's now create a function which is going to hide the toolbox. So the function we called here was hide toolbox if visible, which is just gonna come and copy here now, and the brackets, that the way of calling a function. All right, now if toolbox panel that is visible, toolbox panel dot hide. Right. Down here, let go of the physics process now. And the func physics process delta, if is active, is equal to true. I'm gonna pass. So I'm gonna put in comments active that the player, this position will be equal to global position. So this line is for my camera that I'm going to use in my level. I need to make through the global player script, make the character which is active, I'm gonna make it as the main character so that the camera can follow it around. Now let's go with if is active and not busy, and the key right is pressed or the key left is pressed. So key right, and come here and come on, key left and key right, semicolon, come here and for E we're gonna say key down or key up. Don't forget uppercase for all of them. Now the semicolon. Let's go for the function now. I toolbox visible. So the previous block, when I'm pressing any of my keys for moving the character around, I want my toolbox to hide automatically. That's what the last block doing. Now let's come to handle combat unit hide. So I'm going to create a block which I use for the timer when I press a button, or this one is for the UI. I'll start with first the timer for the UI. So basically when I'm not attacked or I'm not being healed, the UI, the progress bar that I made to my pawn has to be hidden. So I'm going to use a property which is called a twin property. We create a twin, and hence we can modulate that twin, which means we can change the color. We can use some properties like modulate alpha. You can change the scale or whatever you can think of. So for now I'm just going to change the modulate alpha for 0 and in a time of 0.0 second. Okay, now let's go to this next line of code. If the current state is equal to dead, we have to exit this loop, or we are going to exit the physics process. Now let's go also to the knockback system. So if knockback velocity land is greater than 1, velocity dot knockback velocity is equal to knockback velocity move toward vector 2 dot 0 into delta into 900 to move inside. So this block is going to be called when there is a knockback velocity or the character is being knocked back or is being attacked. Right now if the character is active and not busy, I'm gonna handle movement. Let's use as a command for now and press pause. Else we're just gonna do velocity is equal to vector to 0. If not busy, and current state is equal to state.idle. Perfect. So far this video might be long for you, but I believe that every step is very useful to you. And I come to YouTube, I never really came across such kind of video where everything is explained. So I guess I'm the first one to explain it in this detailed manner so that everyone can create or can use this as a template to create an RPG game using this type of assets. So now let's go to the movement logic. So let's create a function which is going to be called handle movement. And just to make sure that the handle movement function is being called in that condition, in that loop. So let's go, if action log or is coding velocity is equal to velocity vector 2.0. Now the current state should be equal to state.idle. Move down and press return. Let's create a variable. We're gonna call it input vector. It should be equal to vector 2.0. Don't forget the 0 in the vector 2.0 is always in uppercase. Now if input is key press, if the key press is key dot right, input vector dot x. So I'm creating a function for which the direction when the arrow keys are pressed, whether it's right, down, left, right, is going to save the direction. I'm going to use the direction to move the character according to which key is pressed. So for right and left, of course, velocity, the input vector x is equal to +1 or -1. And when it comes to up and down, we use the y-axis. So x-axis and y-axis. Perfect. Now, if input, make sure the indentation level is okay. If input vector is equal to vector 2.0, in this case, velocity is equal to vector 2.0, and the states will be equal to state, current state will be equal to state dot current state dot idle. So now we put return, move a little bit down here, and last input direction will be equal to the new input from the keys, the arrow keys, normalized. Now velocity will be equal to input direction multiplied by speed, and the current state is equal to run. Now in this new line, I'm going to create function to flip the sprites according to the input direction. Let's make it as a comment since the function hasn't been made. Now we come here top, and I can leave a little comment for later if something goes wrong. You should keep your code structured like mine. I keep it very simple, and I write usually on top of each block what the block is meant for. So now let's create functions or function to use the tool. So remember, I made an input key in my project settings for usage of the tool. So I add the spacebar as my input key for the tool use. So let's create another function. A function is called use toolbox. Now we're gonna go back to where it was hidden as a comment and uncomment it. So we're gonna come down here, and in the new, we're gonna say if busy or current tool or current state, sorry, is equal to dead or not active or not cannot use tool. So basically, when all these conditions are not reenacted, we're just gonna exit the function, or we're just gonna skip whatever lines come after that that check. That we're gonna start the tool and action based on the current tool. So we're gonna use a very useful thing. It's called match. So we're gonna match the current tool according to the name that you made. So now repeat tool. Repeat tool is a function I haven't made, but I want to create a function also called repeat tool, which basically, if I press my space button or use tool button, what it's going to do is going to repeat on a certain amount the animation and spawn the exact attack effect, repair effect, depending on the tool you're using. So as you can see, the tool.picksax, and then we repeat tool action. We pick the name of the tool and the name of the resource, and now let's come to this. And for each tool used, I'm gonna put the name of the resource and the amount of time for which to repeat the action. So for the hammer is 3 times, for the pickaxe is 4 times, for the axe is 4 times, and for the knife it's gonna be 1 time only. I need just to use it 1 time. And oh, sorry, I think I made a small mistake there. So for the tool, and tool, and the repeat time is 1 as well. I'm gonna change for the knife. I'm gonna put it to 2. So now this function, I'm gonna make it down the block here, but before that, let's make sure that everything is correctly structured. So in the function repeat tool action, inside the parentheses, the brackets, whatever you call them, inside the parentheses, we need to declare the tool, which is the tool, and the collect type, which is the resources that we are making. So it's a string, it's the name of the resource, the tool name, which is also a string, and the times of repeating the tool, which is an integer. So now we come to busy is equal to true when these tools are being played. Busy is equal to true, can use tool is equal to false, the current set to be equal to use, and the current tool is equal to the tool. So let's make sure this is well structured. Good. Local parameter tool is completed. Could not find the type string in the current scope. So we name it tool. Let's zoom out a little bit. So the set. Oh, so what is? Oh yeah. So basically, is I renamed the string. If you put it the first s in the word string, if it's in small, if it's in lowercase, it's going to send an error message. So now down here, we're gonna create a loop. We're gonna create a loop which is going to replay the animation according to the number of times we want to repeat our tool effect. So same for the spawn effect, it's gonna be same in this loop. So to call it to create a loop in Godot, we use the for loop. So for which I'm gonna say for I in range of number of times. Let's say for the tool hammer is 3 times, so this block is going to repeat itself 3 times before ending or breaking the loop. Now, if collect type is not and detector is not, so we're gonna do collect nearby resources and press collect type. Don't worry about the red lines or the error that's showing up. So it's because I'm writing functions that I haven't made yet. And in case you're wondering where I got most of my codes, I usually work with ChatGPT. I give him a prompt and a well-structured idea of what I want, then ChatGPT gives me the code. And you can see even though I'm taking them from ChatGPT, you need a well understanding of coding for you to actually make this kind of games. So as much as people say AI is kind of bad or it's bad to rely on AI, it's kind of helpful for me since I never really had coding classes. It's just out of passion, and I started coding and creating games just like this. So now we already made this loop and all these blocks. So now let's create a function to spawn the effects. So I'm gonna come here and say spawn tool effects. We're gonna come and copy that. Now let's call the function. So inside the function, if the current tool is equal to tool.hammer, I'm gonna pass, and in comment, I'm just gonna say pass and pass again. So here I'm gonna say spawn underscore repair effect if the tool is hammer, of course. Now let's come and copy this and do the same down here. But inside the tool spawn tool effect, there are two ways about it, because only for the tool hammer we are spawning it, the repair effect, and for the other tools like knife and whatsoever we're spawning an attack effect. So now let's update the animation function. So we're gonna start with the first one in order. So collect nearby resources. We have copied the collected nearby resources. So resource type inside brackets, it's a string. If detector zone is equal to null, we gonna return, which means now following code, of course. But by now you already know, or some of you already have the basics of programming. Even some of you may have more knowledge about coding than I. So the overlapping body dot detector zone is, if we're checking for overlapping areas, because my resources type are not bodies type, but they are kind of areas. I'm going to make my resources as area 2D, not body. So now if area has method collect and area has property resource type, we're gonna do area pick resources dot area, and turn in the end. And pick up func so func pick nearby items. If detector zone is null, it's gonna return as you can see, we haven't called this function anywhere. I didn't call this function anywhere yet. Alright, let's just come and copy all of this and pass it down here. Nothing to correct up to here, maybe this line. If not area dot collected the resource type equal to area dot resource type. If the resource type isn't collected, which collected is an array, so we're gonna pick resources, we're gonna pick that resource area. Now flip the anim, which means we are flipping the animation or the character. You remember the animated sprite to the node. We're gonna flip it according to the direction which we're facing. I'm gonna come in and comment that function. So to flip it, I'm using the direction, which direction is a type of vector tool. So to flip an anim node, we just use the function anim dot flip h, which is flipping horizontally, multiplied by the direction is equal to direction dot x less than 0. Let's create some space here. We will make tool selection and activation. Let's create a function, set tool and activate. Set the tool according to tool we have tool made. Perfect. Now inside the function, we're gonna say if busy, we return if not, or if active, we're gonna set current tool, but no, we're using this tool, so forget capital T in the beginning of the words, and what you've declared, just to make sure the function is being called anywhere. So now let's create a function called setActive. But now I'm pretty sure you understand what I'm going through. So I want to create a system in which I have a building, let's say house, which spawn pounds. Then if I click on one of the pounds, it became active. Then I can manually control it using my key arrow on the keyboard. And if I press on another one, the previous one gets inactive. Kind of see the idea though. All right, so now let's go for the hitbox and the damage. We're gonna go to these nodes. We're just gonna connect the area entered. If area entered, what we do is we can check if area is inside the group. So if area is in group explore, in this case, because my goblin, most of the goblins have a goblin, I'm gonna make a goblin which throws dynamite, which I'm gonna go TNT. I'm gonna make another one which spawn flames, or fireballs, or whatsoever, and a goblin which kind of explodes when it comes in contact with the enemy or the player in this case. So most of those areas or whatever they're gonna spawn, I'm gonna make them in a group called explode. Now, once you have made the heat area signal and so come inside the block, let's create a spawn attack effect. So in this case, we have two types of spawn effect. So you have spawn attack effect, which spawn effect, and spawn repair effect. So the spawn attack effect is for the tools used for attack, like the axe, the pickaxe, and the knife. And for the tool hammer, we are using the repair. Since I'm gonna use my hammer to repair damaged buildings, I'm gonna show it later on. Now inside the spawn effects, spawn attack effects, all we do is we create a variable which is gonna instantiate the attack effect scene that we have declared when we started this code. And now what we're adding in this block is just barely the position at which I want to spawn my attack effect, the scale at which I want to add that attack effect, and something important to add is get parent or child effects so that we can visually see it materialize. Now let's add this really important part of the code. So we're going to match the current tool. So let's match the size of our attack effect according to the tool you're using. So if the tool is armor, fx gonna come here and just copy that. Fx.scale is equal to 0 0 for virtual hammer audio play. It's the best place also to put the hammer audio play. So now you see for my hammer audio, I couldn't find an audio which could actually be used as a repeated audio. The audio I use is a little bit long, so what I need to do is create a timer for which I'm gonna stop the audio after 0.6 milliseconds because the audio is a little bit long. Only for the tool hammer. Now down here and down there. We're gonna rename this tool knife, and instead of hammer audio, we're gonna play knife audio, X audio. Now come down here, the big X audio. And the tool end. So let's just remove that last line there. Seems to be perfect to me. I'm just gonna come and copy all of this. Now let's go down here. We're gonna change the name of the function into repair effect. So instead of attack effect, here is here we spawn repair attack effect. Just gonna minimize this. We'll come back to it later. Correct what's wrong or what's not working. So damage and feedback. This involve more of the life when getting damage or something. So let's create a function we're just gonna call func take damage, and inside the brackets gonna make the amount, and from pose is used to detect from which direction or from what position the damage is coming from. Let's say it's a CNC, if it's on top of the player, if it's behind it, left, right, up or down, so that we can apply a perfect knockback. So what we do is call function show combat UI. So when I'm attacked, I show the UI, and life minus equal amount to reduce the amount. And inside this comment line I'm writing right now is a way for me to create a function for the camera shake. So if global player, I haven't made the autoloads yet. So if global player dot camera shake function is valid, we're gonna call a function called camera shake, which means when I'm playing the knockback effect being attacked, the camera is gonna shake a little bit. Let's leave it in comment like this. We'll come back to it later. So progress bar dot value is equal to life. Just make sure of that. And now let's come back. Knockback velocity, which is called global position minus from position multiply dot normalize multiply into the knockback force. And we're gonna add a small thing, which is a small function I made, which is red flash. So if life is less or equal than 0, we're gonna call a function called die. So most of these functions I haven't really made them, that you see in red. So let's quickly make them. So red flash, what you're gonna do is anim.modulate is equal to color red. I'm gonna do await get tree. We're gonna create a timer. So I'm not creating something really complex, so what I'm going to do is just change the modulation of the animated sprite 2D into red for 0.12 millisecond. And after that we go back to normal. Nothing really complex and nothing really harsh to make. And now let's create the def function. So let's first, before making function, create a signal. So the signal, I'm gonna use it to signal to my autoload script. So basically, what is an autoload script? You see, in Godot, we can't actually call a function or variable from one script to another script because there is no apparent link between those two scripts. So I'm using a triangle method in which the main script is at the top of the triangle and the other two scripts are at the bottom, which means the autoload script acts as the bridge between those two. So I'm going to use the signal to call it in the autoload, and hence I can triangulate all my function and values using the autoload. I'm pretty sure I was a little bit clear about that, so let's just not take time on to that. So after making in the function die, as you can see, if the current state is equal to dead, we're going to return and we're going to emit the signal that the character is dead. Then we're going to change some few variables to default. So the current state should be equal to dead. The active, if to check if the pawn is active, it's going to be to false. And if it's busy, it can be busy if you are dead. So busy is equal to true as well. Now, if not audio, we're going to play the audio death and we're going to spawn the score. And when we call the spawn score, await fade out and we're going to queue free. Now let's add the function spawn score. Var school is equal to school scene dot instantiate. I love the instantiate. Right, now school dot global position is equal to global position. Do I need to change the scale? So not now, maybe so get parent dot add child and add school, and below school dot scale is equal to vector 2 and take something like 0.5, 0.5. That create function fade out. So what a pain. Fade out. So in fade out, just need my character to fade out, not just disappear suddenly like that. So when it's dead, we're gonna create a variable twin is equal to create twin. I love the twin property. It's very useful. Twin dot twin property anim. We're gonna modulate alpha value to 0 for 0.6 millisecond. We await until the twin dot finished, which means it's going to await for all this property to run, and once the twin is finished, as you can see, we haven't made the function for update animation handler. So basically, I have many sets of animation. As you can see, we have made idle when it's idle for each tool, idle for the hands, run and use. So now we need to create a function to kind of manipulate all those variables and all those animation. Yeah, so we create first a variable called suffix, and we're going to use again the match method for which we're going to say match current tool. So you can see instead of creating line by line and function by function, if by if or 4x4, ChatGPT gave me actually a good way to call this function is using a suffix. So instead of checking each animation name in completely, we're going to check the current tool and try to match the current tool with the specific words in the animation name. You're going to see down here. So if the current state is equal to state.use, if suffix is equal to anim play idle. It's a bit complex to understand. Maybe I'll come back and explain it in details in one of my videos later on. So you can see I'm gonna use the suffix plus you see, so in my var that I made suffix, it's a string type but it's empty. So if my tool is hammer, the suffix should be hammer. If the tool is pickaxe, you can see the tool will be pickaxe. So we're gonna match the beginning of the word, which means if the current state is equal to state use and the suffix which is hammer or whatsoever, and the beginning of the word is idles, which means idle plus hammer, we match our animation in that way. This is kind of conventional way. This is a better way to make it very honest. Often it's complex, but it's very useful, I guess. So I don't have a dead animation, so I'm just gonna keep my animation to that. So make sure idle. For this one, I'm gonna use let's reduce this. Let's go down here. Now let's actually use the buttons to select the tools. See, these buttons are here. Now let's collect their signals. Button pressed. And finally, right. Let's start with on armor pressed, set toolbox active and the tool.name equal to hammer. Here, down here, we're gonna say hide toolbox if visible and global dot found tool. So see, for my game, I will have many I need of autoloads. So I created one called global, another one called global player. We can create for targets, we can create for as much as we need. For my game, I'll create maybe 4 or 5 of them. Don't worry, I'll try to explain as much as I can to you how I made them. So all you need to do is now copy the block of code under the hammer on press and just change matching the name of whatever you are making. So on hand press, you just come here and it will become to hand. And in global bar. Don't forget to add also equip audio.play for each block when you press them. Let's hide them or minimize them. Let's go for another code. We're gonna activate and deactivate system. So for the func activate, I'm gonna say activate this spawn. If global.player active player and global player dot active player is not equal to self if global player is active player dot as method deactivates, I guess. Deactivate global player dot is active player deactive global player dot active. So active is going to be true, and global player active player will be to global position. So set process to go to true. Box panel show. We're gonna update selection indicator. I haven't made a function yet though. So func deactivate. So in the deactivate function, active is equal to false, set process false, and toolbox panel dot hide as well, and updates. Just gonna come and copy update selection indicator, and selection indicator is equal to visible is equal to active. Now let's create a function update selection indicator. So to update the selection indicator, you remember the label that you made a small dot on top of the character to show if it's active or inactive. The function is going just to control if it's visible or not. It's more for just visual approval than actually a matter of function, or it's kind of helpful to the character to move around. No, just used to show if the pawn is active or not. Now let's use the detectors on signal. So on detect area entered, if area dot is in group el, we can show combat UI. The function I haven't made it as well, and life is equal to max life. So I'm gonna use this el group to spawn some areas or effects so that I can heal my characters when their HP is low, using a character called a monk. Button signal. Now on the button that you made after you connected the press signal, this button is used when you click on the character that you see on the screen. When you click on it using the mouse, of course, when you click on it, it's activated. When you click it again on it, it is activated. So it's a trigger which goes on off like a switch. So when the button is pressed, global player set active the pawn, and click audio is played also. After connecting the user time, I'm gonna come down here. So inside on user time timeout, you're gonna say busy is equal to false and can use tool is equal to true. The current state should be equal to idle, and we're gonna update our animation as well. Now here, let's create functions for healing detection or healing detector. So func get half percentage. So basically these functions are going to be called through the monk to check if our character need healing or not, depending on the percentage. For me, I think I'm gonna go with maybe below 50% the character can be healed. If it's beyond 50%, I'm gonna get healed. So func get percentage by calculating a percentage of the life. So func get health inside the get elf function, we're gonna go return life and get max health. So basically, when you let's say for my function get elf, when I say get elf and we return left, wherever I'm calling that function get elf, the result of that call is going to be that life. Since life is a variable, it has a value. For in our case, life is a float value, which means life might be 20 point something or something like that. I'm not sure about that, but just gonna return that value. Now, after creating the get max value and get elf, we're gonna create a function that you've been calling so far above the show UI combat. So UI visible is equal to true and UI time is equal to 0. So remember, the show UI combat is not just supposed to appear and disappear. So I created small effect on which if I get attacked, it shows and stay there for a few milliseconds before disappearing. So for you, you're gonna use a progress bar that modulates the alpha value. Always modulate the alpha value. Now, below here, I'm gonna create a function which call activate from global. Make sure this function is purple and gold. And as you can see, definitely something is off about this. Alright, now you can see the global player function. Yeah, we're gonna just set process true and toolbox panel dot show and select indicator visible is equal to true. Global player dot activate player position. So for this function is when a character is, let's say one of my, I have 5 pounds on the script. I'm just gonna automatically change the pound to whoever is still alive. So now let's create a global script. In the you already see how I made that one. So we're just gonna go to the setting globals and now we've made it. Let's come and click here. Now in the global. So guys, I just realized if I have to explain line by line of whatever I'm doing right now, it's gonna take like years of creating this game. So from now on, I'm just gonna make sure I explain what is essential and not every single line of code. So we're just gonna make explanation for the pounds and what for the future characters. I'm just make sure that you get all the scripts in the description and well detailed, so there won't be any confusion. If you have any question, just leave it in the comments, then I'll make sure to always respond as I always do through my comment section, or you can directly contact me using my email address. I'll always be available for you guys. So from here now, I'll just be explaining what's essential in the script. So as you can see, my global script basically what I want to do with is to create a system of waves a system of waves of savings, and also to manage most of the resources. I'll be using this to save all the essential part of my code inside here. So I'm just gonna speed this up, and I will explain later to you what's important, what's working or what's not working. I'll make sure you understand everything perfectly. So now go to project. In project settings, we're gonna create another global script. I'm gonna call it global player, add and create. Now you do double click on that. I'm just gonna quickly code this. So in my global player, I'm using the global player autoload script to control most of my pawns and the monk character that I'll make later. Here, basically, what's happened is function for the cameras, which pawn to attribute the camera, which pawn is alive, which pawn is active, which pawn is dead. It's basically a manager script, which will be managing all the pawn and monk alive on this on the level. I can say nothing too big, nothing too serious about this. I'll make sure that the script is clearly detailed so that when you try to make it on your own, won't be any complication. Now click on this small cross. We're gonna add something. Add a node to the, let's rename it as skull, and we're gonna change the type. I'm gonna add a type of animated sprite to the. Now let's save this in a new script we're gonna call material effect. In the new material effect, we're gonna create a new folder called skull. Now let's come to skull, then we're gonna basically add an animation to that skull animation. You can find the animation in the old folders of the asset pack. Select and add the animation. I'm doing this a little bit quick because this should be known to everyone already. Let's attach a script to that. So basically here, what I do is the script, the animation, once the skull is spawned, it's just gonna play the animation, and once the animation is done, it's going to fade away and be deleted. Nothing special about that. Launch the game, and there is an error in the global script. Don't worry, this won't happen to you because by the time I upload all the scripts, you'll already have fixed script, so do not worry too much about this. Just focus on the designing part. So let's go down here in school. I'm gonna rename it as attack effect. So basically the problem I faced with my pawn script is I was calling attack effects instantiation, but I don't have an attack scene created yet. So I'm just gonna come here and create that attack scene. And for the attack scene, the area I'm using an area 2D under the animated sprite 2D as a child. So the main node or the parent node is the animated sprite 2D. The child node is in an area which is a child of a collision shape 2D. This should be known also, which is really basic. So now that attack effect area should be added in the group attack effect. We're gonna attach a script to the attack effect. Then before that, let's first use I'm gonna use these images for my attack, but I won't make them visible. They will be invisible because they are not really made by Tinius or by Pixel Frog for the Tinius World. I just created on my own. So now back to the pawn script. I'm gonna change the packet scene with the preloads. Preload and packet scene are almost similar, but I prefer preload because for me it's more precise. I can just type preload and come and put the path of the scene that I created. So far I made the school scene and the attack effect scene. I'm just gonna come and drag and drop the right scene. So duplicate the attack effects folder. Inside the duplicated attack effect folder, I'm just gonna come and rename repair effect scene and its script as well. Repair effects, gonna open it, and all I need to do is just change the name and change the group as well. Is not part of the attack effect but the repair effects, make it global. Now back to repair, gonna change the animation as well. So I'm gonna use the heal effect animation in the monk, auto slice, and it's a little bit one to 11 actually 11. All right, now down here we're gonna change the visibility to 100, and I can modulate it also to 50 and change the color to almost a blue color. Right, now back to the script. I'm just gonna come and drag and drop the script of the repair effect here and delete all of these. I'm gonna quickly make this script. So for the repair effect, is almost like the attack effect. You just once it's spawn, if you delay it a second, then you delete it. Perfect. Just come here and drag and drop it here. Right, so the error is here. As I told you, you won't really find all these errors in your final scripts. I'll correct and make sure all of them are running properly. Perfect, no errors anymore. Now let's come here. We're just gonna open the unit folder and drag and drop the Pioneer, launch the game. And now the error comes from the global script. I'm just gonna comment, put this comment on most of these, because for now they're just creating errors which are really not necessary. Now I can move my character pawn everywhere. Let's move him around. Let's close this. Let's go to project. In project settings, I'm going to go to window and select the mode stretch as canvas layer. Don't blame me for going too fast, because this tutorial is a huge project. It's very big because it took me almost 2 months just to plan and edit and make all of this. So we're gonna come here and comment most of these things. So now my that animation is working. And go back and launch the game again. Select the tool. I can select different tools. I can move around. So stretch to fit. All right. Now you see it's a little bit too close. So I'm gonna come here, change the position smoothing of the camera to 2, and I'm gonna change the zoom also to 0.7 to zoom out a little bit. Now I can perfectly see everything. I can select the tools, and I'm gonna select this tool. Now when I press space to use the tool, there is an error coming apparently to global position. Marker is correct, so the error must be coming from it's actually typing error instead of writing position. I wrote position, so make sure that all right. Now I can use the tool. I don't know why, but pickaxe tool is not working. Still not working. And let's press the pickaxe. As you can see, for the pickaxe is working. Right. Let's minimize this. I'm a go stop script and save. Now you can see this as the folder of my audio. I'll leave the link in the description as well. Now back to our level, I'm gonna launch the game. It's a little bit slow. Let's try our tools. If I move him around, when I press space, you can see him is using the tool. When I press pickaxe, you can also see this is perfect. And now if I select the tool knife, see, he's using it perfectly. Same for pickaxe. When I press T, the toolbar also appears. Alright, let's close this and minimize this. Almost perfect, but I need the visibility to be a little bit transparent. I just feel like it's a little bit small, and let's just zoom it. I think right now it's okay. I leave the semi-transparent effect like that. When I press T, my toolbox appeared. When I press T or move around, the toolbox hide automatically. Let's close this. Go back to the pawn and hide this control node. Now, for these audio presets, I'm gonna add them later. And let's go first before we leave. I'm gonna change something about the collider. I haven't made collision, that's why my character can walk on those different ground levels like it's walking on paper. So I'm just gonna drag a random image inside the tile set. And I'm gonna come to paint. In select a property, I'm gonna paint the physics layer. So make sure this blue square polygon fill the whole image, or at least the part you're gonna use to create the collision on your level. Now it's corrected. Let's go to Tilemap. I'm gonna use the rectangular shape and select just one small square. I'm gonna come and design. You can also do it in your game. I'm just gonna come here and try to add the collision where I want my players and other characters to collide. Then launch the game. Now you see I cannot pass through this collision, which is perfect. Let's close this now. The issue, we do not want it to be visible, so what you're gonna do is attach a script to our Tilemap layer. Click on create, and inside this script we are going to, what am I doing? Come here and delete all of this. In the process mode, we're going to modulate the alpha value to 0 and press ignore. Right, now if I launch a game, you see it's invisible. It's kind of like I'm being blocked on the island. I cannot walk through what is a physics layer. Let's close this. Now back to the inspector. If you do not want it to disturb, you can just press on hide. Let's minimize this and let's zoom a little bit in. Let's close all of these. Let's also organize this. I'm gonna create a folder which I'm gonna call tiles. I need organization if I'm going to upload all of this to you guys, so I need everything to be properly in a proper folder to avoid confusion. So the collider script for the tile set that I created is going to be tiles. Now let's also change the color of this folder. I'm gonna pick it to orange, and this audio I'm gonna set it to green, level to teal. Alright, so this is perfect. Back to my level, I'm gonna come here and rename it level stage. Perfect. Press and zoom. Now we got our audio and we got this audio stream. What am I gonna do? I'm just gonna select the audio that I prefer, and you see it's kind of tricky, so you have to make sure that you can directly drag and drop it on the node, but it's too tricky, so I'm just gonna open on the inspector and drag and drop it there. Same for knife. I have many audios that I set, but I'm not using all of them, but I'm just gonna make sure you get all of them. I'm not gonna delete those I'm not using. You might have different test in audio, because for the knife I have at least 3 or 4 audios of the knife swing, for the pickaxe, and we're gonna just add all of these one by one. Though you can't hear them, but I didn't enable actually the microphone to record the audio when they're playing. But in Godot, when you'll be creating your own game following my footstep, you are going to be able to play your audio when you are trying to find the one that you prefer. And I can drop. For those who are wondering where I get my audio and my effects, I usually download them directly from a website which is really known to most indie game developers. The website name is Open Game Arts. I will leave the link in the description. And for those who use Android phones, you can download an app called Paybacks, I guess. I'm not really sure, but I'll just also leave the link in the description just in case. Now, right now, I'm just gonna try to play the audio, find what is fitted for me, and also reduce the speed, the volume, and the pitch scale. When I found the one that pleases me, I'm just gonna keep that one. So I can play with the volume. Do not want other things to be high pitch and right. Once it's actually man death audio. The hit audio, I'm gonna take this one, young man being hurt, and drag and drop it there. 2 minutes 10, and we play. I can actually set it to -15. Right, now if I launch a game, I know it can hear anything, but for me, I can actually hear it. So actually, audio tools are playing, which is really pleasant. Right, close that thing, and we are going to the hammer, and I'm gonna change the pitch scale. I need it to be a little bit fast, so I'm gonna set it to 2. Perfect. Launch a game, and I think it's okay. Now let's close this. And the pound. Make sure in 2D. Control save. Let's come to the pound, and we're gonna rename it pound_black. So Pixel Frog has made an asset pack where most of the characters have 4 or 5 colors, if I'm not mistaken. It's black, blue, red, yellow, and purple. So it's actually 5. So what you do is just come and duplicate the purple black scene that you have made and rename it. And inside that, what you need to do is just change the animation. By changing the animation, I'll just open them. As you can see, I don't know what happened to my Godot 4.6, but some of the time this kind of glitch actually happened. I can open a scene, then some of them interpolate like that. So as you can see now, I made my pound yellow. All you need to do is go to animated sprite 2D in anim. I'm gonna change the animation there. You can see in anim, I came and changed all this animation one by one. I did it for all red, purple, blue, and the black. I didn't change anything since it was red. Yes, just make sure it's playing the same animation. Idle. Once done, I'm gonna come to the group. So now let's create couples of group that I'm gonna use throughout the game. So make sure when you're creating them to actually see the found in the right group. So block building, I'm just gonna do this quickly, and you will be back to this next stage of the game. Now, after making all of those groups, you can come and click on pound blue. So in pound blue, we're gonna make sure that it's in the group block building, pound and player, pound, player and block building. Same for the red one. Block building, pound and player, save, yellow. Make sure block, pound and player. And come and close this. And even the last one. Now I can come here, drag and drop this scene on my level scene, couples of them. Make sure they're naturally colliding with the collider Tilemap, otherwise you can actually move them. Now that they're set, you can see I can select this one and move it around, but you can see the button is showing, which is really awkward. Perfect, I can move that one down here. Select the knife for that one, the pickaxe for this one, and the blue one I'm gonna give it the pickaxe, the axe, sorry, and this one I'm gonna give it the armor. As you can see, it's actually working. Huh? This is pretty fine. Just need to correct the button thing, which is really weird to see. I'm gonna come here and select from 2 to 4 and delete them. I'm gonna come to the buildings, make sure they're in the group ground style map. I cannot do a multi-selection, so one by one I have to add them to the group ground style map. Ground tile map for that one as well, and ground number 5 as well. So when it comes to collider is in the block building, so as you can see, it gotta be in block building group. And we can save. Let's create a new folder. We're gonna call it monk. So to create our monk, we just go to pound, press Ctrl D to duplicate, rename the script monk, and move it to the monk folder. We're gonna go to the pound black and press Ctrl D to duplicate, and we're gonna rename it monk black. And press OK and get the monk in the new monk folder. Now let us, where is it? Alright, here, drag and drop it here. Open the monk folder and make sure the script is set on the monk and is not a pawn, it's just a player. So now let's rename monk the character to denote as monk. All we're gonna come and do is now change animation. Right after creating the monk, we can delete this sprite 2D. These ones remain same. Same for button, the selection, and indicator, the camera. Keep the user time, but I don't need the control panel since the monk does not require it. And when it comes to sound effects, from hammer to equip with delete, we're gonna keep the click, death, and hit audio. Now let's go to anim. We do not need most of these animations. We cannot do it. Just gonna delete the whole anim actually and create a new one. Add a new child node, animated by 2D, come and drag and drop it in node number 1 and rename this anim. It saved me a lot of trouble instead of creating or deleting one by one those animations. Now after adding the sprite frame, we're going to set it on 10. Now in black units, select the monk. We're going to go with idle animation first, select all, and you see we got a monk. This animation is funny. Idle animation adds 2 more animations. We need the run animation. I'm actually concerned about the way this animation was made. It's kind of like running like a princess. Run animation. After that, the heal animation. It's kind of like an incantation level too. Click on heal PNG and auto slice, but auto slice is not perfect, so now you have to count them. They are 12. Alright. Now see incantation for the heal animation. That one is not looped, so unloop it. We're gonna come here and create a new scene called a new scene of type area 2D and call it heal effect. In heal effect, add a child node. We're gonna add a collision shape 3D and an animated sprite 2D. So rename the animated sprite 2D as anim. We're gonna save that in the monk folder. Let's zoom in. Once you zoom in, I'ma look for the heal animation up not here. The black unit, now black monk. Alright, you select all, and now we got alright, zoom out a bit, add to 10 and disable the loop. So it gonna come like one time and play this. Add a collision shape to it. We're gonna add a circle. I'm gonna make it a little bit big and hide it. We're gonna unlock whatever made it. Now let's add script. I'm gonna do it a little bit later. So once you get the script, then make sure anim is open. I'm gonna just press on anim, animation finish signal, drag and drop the anim on top here. I'm gonna come here and create a new function called the ready function. Make sure the z index is equal to 5. Now save, and when anim finish, we're gonna call the q3. Q3 is for deleting nodes, and make sure in ready function the anim actually plays in animation. Back to the monk. We're gonna go for the script. I'm gonna do it really fast, but make sure also you get the script in the folders. So before I move on, for the inspector mode, especially in 2D mode, when you press J, you enable the move modes, and when you press Q, you enable the select modes. But for the move modes, that's what gives me the ability to move the camera around instead of moving the nodes. And when I press the Q for select mode, I can move the actual nodes. It's really quick and very helpful. So now back to the monk. In the monk script, it's not really different from the pawn script, just a few modifications to change. Now got a monk, we can run the game, and you see I can move him around, and it still is that small rectangle of activation button. I don't really like it, but as you can see, I'm pressing space to use the heal effect, and it's too small. So back to monk. In the heal effect, I'm gonna make sure that autoplay is enabled and animation is playing, and add heal effect area to heal group. Now in my monk script, as you can see, the skill at which is being spawned is too small, so I'm just gonna make it 1, 1. If I run the game again, press space, you can see the healing effect is coming perfectly. Back to heal, I'm gonna change the speed to 7. No, just make it fast. So I'm gonna keep it to 10. Perfect. Close this. Now, same for monk, I'm gonna press Ctrl D to duplicate. Now I need to create a monk: blue, red, yellow, and purple. So I'm just gonna come and delete the animation frame. Come and duplicate the. Let's first modify the button. So I want a flat button. I do not want that rectangle to appear, so I'm gonna go with new style box flat. Set the alpha value to 0 and the border color to 0 alpha as well. I'm gonna come here and press save as and make sure it's saved into my monk folder, and I'm gonna limit it as activation buttons saved. Once it's saved, I'm just gonna come here and set quick load, and right now I can use this preset flat button with that empty thing for all my nodes. I'm just gonna go wherever I use the button and press quick load, and this will appear. I didn't want to make it stylish, especially since it's a tutorial, but for my final game, if you purchase it, you'll see that when you click on the pawn, it's gonna have a different effect instead of just clicking on it and that button does not make any effects. So now after duplicating all of this, I'm gonna open them and make the animations. Got my monk working properly. Perfect, close it. Now I made let me the monk real quick. Monk blue. Got the purple one, red, and the yellow. Let's close this real quick. Right, close this and close that. Let's go to my pawn and open it. Just gonna be a long way of modification. So let's start with the blue one. I'm gonna come and copy from the monk button. In monk black button, I'm gonna come and copy delete my own monk button and paste this one here, since this one is already modified, which means doesn't have this small rectangle showing during the game. Move it where it should be. I prefer my things to be really organized. Delete the previous button and paste the new one. Now let's go to this button and get rid of it and paste the new one. Move it in the middle and press save. I'm gonna close all of this. Come and drag and drop the red one. When I click on it, I mean, nothing is opening. Yeah, this is also what happened when two bodies collide. I'm gonna fix it later, but this is really awkward. Get rid of that one and start the game. Does not work. So let's open this and try to see what's wrong. Yellow did not open. Right, it's on. So right, it's the signal. When I deleted the old button to replace it with the one I copied from the monk, I did not make sure that the new button signal was connected. I think that was silly. Same for the blue one. Even this one, let's click on press. Now back to 2D. You can come and I'm gonna take the purple monk, put him on the screen. I'll launch the game. I'll click on this one. I can use this one and move him around. It's working perfectly. Now, if I on the monk, I can move the monk around. Right. Like close this. And back to the pawn monk. I'm gonna come to the detector area entered and make sure that the hill name is written correctly. Close this. Back to max life. I'm gonna reduce the max life to 50 and launch the game. Now let's move my pawn a little bit there, and now if I press space to heal the player, it's not showing his UI. Definitely something wrong with the UI function. Let's see what's troubling here. What is actually happening is what happened. We can come to the pawn and copy this explore, make sure it's written perfectly. So watch this opening and button press. The button presses exactly, everything is written as it should be. So on detector area on body 100, the EL is in the body here. It's correct. Let's come here and I'm gonna enlarge a little bit. So let me make it bigger, something like this, and What else? I think I'm just gonna lock it and let run the game again. Still not working. Don't know what to say actually. Just gonna come and close this. I'll fix it later. And let's delete these two and close here and there. That creates a new folder and we're gonna call it night. Come and press on smalls. Gonna click add another type of nodes. We're gonna add a character body to the. Let's rename the character body to the as night and add an animated sprite to the as child node. Add another animation. Add another collision shape. And now add another child node. We're gonna call that child node as area 2D collision shape. Press Ctrl D to duplicate that. Add another child node to the night. We're gonna add a progress bar and duplicate the progress bar. We're gonna come and add another child node. We're gonna add a marker 2D. Add another child node. We're gonna add a button to activate and deactivate him. Add a child node. We're gonna add a label and add another child node. We're gonna add let's say a camera 2D. Add another child node to the night. We need to add a navigation agent 2D. Add another child node. We're gonna add something called shapecast 2D. Add another child node to the night. Just gonna go with the node and rename this as sound FX. With the sound effects, we're gonna add child node audio stream player. Duplicate that up to 5 and I'm gonna reduce it. So let's set the shapecast 2D. We're gonna rename it as a predict cast. I'll make the first predict cast. I'm going to select the shape to circle and collide with bodies and areas. I want you to collide with both actually. I'm gonna press Ctrl save and save it in the night scene that we have made earlier. Now let's go to the label. I'm gonna rename it as select indicator. We're gonna come to the second progress bar and rename it as shield bar. Progress bar will remain progress bar. Let's go to the second area. We're gonna name it hitbox. First area, we're gonna call it detector zone. Now down here, we're gonna go with the first sound effects. I'm gonna call it click audio. I'm gonna come and copy that last thing there. So dev audio. Now we got it audio, sword, and the shelf. Once of them settle, I'm gonna press G to move around using the. Also, let's rename animated sprite to this anim and the collision shape as shape. So start with this one. I'm gonna add a sprite frame. In sprite frames, we're gonna add animation idle. Make sure the animation is looped and auto start to 10. We're gonna come here and select warrior. We're gonna go with idle animation, auto slice, select all and add frame. Now got our character playing this font animation. Let's first start with the shape. I'm gonna change the color shape to something dark like this. Make sure Q is pressed. So okay, I'm gonna keep the shape to a circle. I do not want something big, just gonna keep to a small thing like that. So for the detector zone, in detector zone, I'm gonna go with something green and let's go for predict cast. I'm gonna hide it first because it's kind of troubling me. I'm gonna set it to something like that and disable the grid. Right, now hide the Asian shape of the detect zone. For the hitbox, I'm gonna go with the reds and select a circle. Shape is capsule, a capsule. So right, putting the shape pretty perfectly. Now let's reduce this to once made. We're gonna use the same processes we did for the pound to create this selector button. You already know how to make it, so we're gonna use the principle of outline and inner line. So outline is gonna be to 10 and the font size to 60, as you see. Now let's zoom out and move it atop. We're gonna come to monk. Let's open the monk block. We're gonna just come and copy the button, the select indicator, and the progress bar. Let's select these three. I'm gonna come and copy them. Come to my pound. So I'm gonna delete this one, delete that one, and this one. Instead of making them from scratch, just gonna come and pass them here. Now move them here. As you see, we already have them. Now let's unlock them and modify them. Let's select grid, move it this one on the top. Oh my goodness. Let's lock this one and now move it here in the center of this line. Drop it a little bit down here, somewhere around, let's say somewhere around here. Lock it. So for the button, lock it as well. So far so good. I'll go with the shields. So for the shields, I'm gonna hide show percentage and we'll go for color. For the shield color, I'm gonna go with a green, a very bright green. So we're supposed to use it here. How silly of me. So new style box flat. I'm gonna select the background as black but semi-transparent with the alpha value of 10. The border to this must be one of the best moments when you're creating a game. I think the designing part is better because coding is fun, but sometimes pisses me off when the code is not running as I want it to work. But when you're designing, you actually see the result there and there immediately. No need for you to wait for something. So now that I made, we can push it up and you can see it's okay. So for the fill, we're gonna select as well new style box flat and pick a color light green. Perfect. So make sure you're on shield bar and we're gonna increase the value to 50%. Let's design that now. So we're gonna select the border width to 2. For all of them, what is opening? So the border color is gonna be to 0, the alpha value. So now you see. Now let's use the same tactic that I used for the other one. So I'm gonna radius off the top left 5 and the top bottom 5, which create this kind of cool effect. I love this effect, to be honest. Now let's go to transform and make sure that it has proper values. So I'm gonna select it to 5. This is perfect for me. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make the same effect as I did for my shield bar to my progress bar. So let's come to corner radius. I'm gonna set the top right to 0 and the bottom is to 5 though. Right. See the effect? Perfect. Now to its background, you're gonna do the same effect for the corner radius. This looks more cool and fun. But don't worry, in my final game is gonna be way more better than this, because this is kinda, I can say it's kinda like that shady thing, pixelate. I don't really like that. Just disable the grid. Now that it's made, let's go with the camera. So the camera, we'll just come and copy the camera from the monk and set the same preset for the camera. So for the predict cast, my predict cast I'm gonna set to 15 and the maximum radius to 40, right? And make sure I've selected the first 5 collision marks, and I'm disabling the area. I don't want it to collide with areas anymore, only with bodies. Let's close that monk thing, and now in my knight, I'm gonna set it in group block building and player and a warrior as well. Now I can disable this. I do not really need the warrior group. So once it's done, I'm a couple and I'm gonna let's go first with anim. Let's add some couples of animation. So we have the warrior run. Set it to 10, right? Got him running. Is it perfect? Yeah, Pixel 4 is really talented when it comes to these things. So you have 2 types of animations. You have attack 1, which is a string from the top to the bottom. I'm gonna set it to 12. And attack 2, which goes from bottom to top. I like that swing, that is. That increased to 12 millisecond FPS. So I'm saying millisecond is FPS. Right. Idle. Now let's go with the audios now. So click audio, we're gonna go down here and look for my click audio, which is a single mouse click, and set it there. Deaf audio, we're gonna go for man death scream, set it there, and pitch scale to 0.5 and the volume to -10. Can you hear it? I can. Right. In it, we're gonna create the young man being hurt. I don't know why I picked this one though. It sounds awful, but I'm just gonna keep it. I don't see any warrior crying or a knight screaming when in battle, especially facing goblins. Right. Now pitch scale to 10, to 3, sorry, and volume to -5. Shields, I got a really good shield impact somewhere here. Shield impact, right. Perfect. And the volume to -5. Pitch scale to 2, make it quicker. It's kind of like controlling the speed. Once it's done, let's close this. Let's zoom in now. Let's go for this script. Let's delete all of this and start the magic. So guys, for the knight, I'm not controlling manually, so you can't activate it as the pawn and the monk. For this one, it's a click to go. When you click on the monk, you activate it and use it manually, but for the knight, when you click on it and move the mouse to a certain position, the knight is going to that position, and if the knight detects an enemy on that position or around that position, it's going to move toward the enemy to attack it. It has a guard system, which means when the life is beneath 50%, it can activate the guarding or the shielding effect. It has a pack system, which means I can select multiples of them using a selection box, or I can manually singly select one by one to move it to a certain position. So it's a click to go, you click on the pawn, you click on the knight, you activate it, and once you click to another position, it's going to move toward that position, which is really good, I think, and pretty fine. I just materialized the idea that I had in mind. I wanted to control a character pawn character, and for the attack and the defensive units, I wanted them to act automatically. It's kind of like AI bots are moving on their own, which is really pretty cool, I think. So let's just finish this coding, then we're gonna come back and I'll show you how it actually works. Now launch the game. If I click on my pawn, my knight, it activates, but disactivate, but you see the movement is really awkward. It kind of like it's bouncing. The camera is a little bit shaky as well. So I'm gonna come to the camera 2D. We're gonna go to camera and enable position smoothing. Now back to it. Launch game again. The camera is not moving anymore. Weird, but the character still doesn't move as it should. Might be due to maybe the predict cast is too, the max result is too big. Let's launch the game again. It's still moving like a glitch, literally glitching. I don't know why though. Let's close this and maybe it's due to the spacing. So I'm just gonna come here and enlarge a little bit the region here. So let's do the same for the collider. We're gonna come here, and when you're using the right click, you delete what you already draw with using the Tilemap layer. I'm pretty sure everyone knows that. So right click and I'm gonna redesign those plants and whatsoever also in background now. Just the final result after redesigning. Launch the game. One move awkwardly, still move back. Move it down here. Launch the game. Yep. It is catastrophic. Let's close that. So let's see what exactly is going on. It's because I didn't save a navigation layer for none of these ground levels. So make sure they're on 5, and each one of them should have this navigation layer. I'm talking about the ground, not all the Tilemap layers. So we're gonna make for each one of them. Once all of them has it, I'm gonna come to tileset in paint. We're gonna paint the property navigation layer to this. You see navigation here. So I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. blue, you see this blue square polygon, you should put them on the region where you want your character to walk. So the stairs as well, but not on the rocks, as you can see. I'm gonna make it for these 2 to 5 ground as well. Once done, close that. Now, if I launch my game, if I press on my pound, you see, but issue is now is kind of flipping like a crazy madman after reaching his position. Let's see what's going on with the script. So by deduction, I think it might be due to his might be due to distance to its target exactly, or the stop distance actually. The stop distance must be equal to 10, because if he has to stop at the exact mouse position, that's what's making him glitch like that. So the stop position is a little bit 10 pixel away from the mouse position, which is perfect. Now you see it moves around. This is perfect. The movement is clearly perfect. Let's rename it as I'm gonna just duplicate the first one and rename the first one as black underscore knights underscore black and knights blue. As we did for the pawn and the monk, we need the black, the blue, the red, purple, and the yellow. We're gonna come here, delete these animations. Not really the animation, but the frames. Once done, once deleted, I'm gonna reduce. Now, let's come here and duplicate this night blue to night red. Night yellow. And night purple. Right, this is so I actually implemented the animations behind the scene. Now let me show you what I made behind the scene. I made this night, I just changed the animation, which is perfect. Now let's close this. Perfect. I'm gonna come and drag and drop all these nights here. Now run the game. It's a little bit slow. My laptop is really old. Not really old, but it's kind of slow. Really slow, which makes it very complicated for me to create games using Godot. Especially for large project like this, it's kind of dragging sometimes. It's just awful. So this is perfect. This is perfectly what I intended, but what I want to create also is a selection box in which I can draw a huge rectangle on top of this uh, of all these characters and move them at once. So I'm gonna make it. Let's close all of these. Add a child node. Add a node to the type. Let's call it selection box. And to my selection box, I'm gonna add a child node, a camera 2D. Onto that camera 2D, I'm gonna add position smoothing and make it the speed to 3 and the zoom to 0.7 or 0.6. Better. Now let's reduce this. Let's add a script to that selection box. I'm gonna open and click on create. Perfect. Now I'm gonna create a variable that I'm gonna call var dragging is equal to false, and var drag is equal to vector2.0. So again, here I am trying to explain every line bit of code. So for the selection box, I'm going to use this line of codes to basically generate a rectangle in built-in script. I'm going to generate a rectangle to use as a selector for my knight. I'm going to add warriors. I'm going to add other types of character that I want to select in group, not single click. I can enable the single click for each character, but I want to select most of them using my rectangle shape, which are really useful and very helpful. Can be very handy for my game, especially the gameplay that I'm planning to make, which would be very cool to make. So for this one, I'm just gonna do it very quickly and softly so that you can basically understand. I'm gonna let the video play. I won't really speed it up, but I want you to just look at it very carefully because it's a very sensitive point and very crucial point of this tutorial. So make sure you really understand everything, even though I'm not really explaining, I'm just showing you how to make all of this. Now run the game. As you can see, my selection box is working. I can select and move him around. So let's go back to 2D. I'm gonna come to the knight and duplicate the knight. Let's move him here, there, there, there. Perfect. So run the game. Now I use my selection box. As you can see, I can select all of them, and I can also manually select one by one to move or two by two. Kinda easier this way. This is perfect. Absolutely perfect. Close this. So we're gonna come and delete this. Now let's come to units, add a new folder. We're gonna add Lancer for the Lancer, or whatever it's called. I'm pretty sure I don't know how it's called. So we're just gonna come and duplicate the knight script and duplicate the knight scene. So Lancer black.tscn. We're gonna move this to in the Lancer folder that we just created. Let's close this and we're gonna go down here and move the Lancer script up there, rename this character body to the Lancer. Now let's go first to the nodes and check. No need to change this, neither this. So scroll down. For some of these we need to change. So the Lancer does not use a sword. We're gonna just duplicate the sword and rename it as spear. Spear audio 1 and spear audio 2. Rename this as spear audio 2. Right, and perfect. Let's center this and zoom in. Now let's change the animation. So for idle animation, I'll come here and delete this. We're gonna go back a little bit in black units. We're gonna go to Lancer, whatever you want to call it, and select all. Guard animation. For the guard animation, I won't really use the directional guard, so I'm just gonna set it default when the Lancer is guarding defense right. I'm gonna use just one PNG. It's gonna take a lot of time, but in my final game, I'm gonna see how I'm gonna make it. And I wanted to say for those who want actually tutorial in detail, so they can get into my Patreon, the membership, the paid membership Patreon. I'm gonna create a tutorial for them where I can put everything in detail, then where I can send them the final project asset, the project game. I'm gonna send it to them, those who membership to my Patreon. Oh, I'm just gonna put it on sale. Actually, I need some funds. I need a new laptop, so I need to gain some money. I'm already into saving, but not enough for me to actually buy something which can run better Godot. So once you're on Lancer, after modifying all this, we have the perfect groups. Now let's add an animation. We're gonna rename this animation as, we're gonna copy it. Now you see for the Lancer, unlike the warrior, we have animation according to the direction it's facing. So for the attack animation is using the attack down. As you can see, so we're gonna copy and name this animation attack down. Let's add another animation. We're gonna attack down right. I could call it down right or downside or whatever. So I'm gonna attack down to the side. Simple as that. For this other animation, I'm gonna come here and Lancer attack upright or upside. Very confusing when you say attack upside. Alright, so attack up, space side. Come here and attack up. Select all, attack up. Come on. Attack up. Simple as that. Duplicate again. We need at least 2. So for animation 5, we're gonna rename it attack side. As you can see, this one is bad. Attack side. Perfect. And for attack down, I'll move it a little bit up here. This is mutilating. Perfect. Right. Delete that animation, so we're gonna stay like this. Let's make sure all animations are playing. Perfect. As I said, French, parfait. Now let's go to Lancer. We're gonna modify the script. So not much things to change from the night script that I copied or duplicated. Just few things to change, like animation, audio, and whatsoever. You're gonna see it's gonna be really long. I need to change for my Lancer. This is perfect. So playing animation for the Lancer, the animation plays according to the direction of its target or the enemy. In this case, it's the goblin. So using the detector area, I'm gonna detect on what position my target is or what direction I was going. My last direction or the last direction of the Lancer, and we're gonna play the animation accordingly. Simple and easy as that. So nothing much to change, to be honest. Nothing really complex to change also here. Save, close, and back to level 2D. Come and drop the Lancer here and run the game. And I can move him just as I could for the knight. Basically, it's a knight. Just his attacking system has changed. I'm gonna duplicate and try to control a couple of them. Right. Save and run the game. Move there, and selection box, move them there. Go there. Oh, perfect. You can move them as a group, follow each other, but it's kind of fighting just to get into that position. Right. Let's close that. I'm gonna come and remove all of them. So we're gonna go with the same exercises we did before. We're just gonna create the blue, the red, purple, and the yellow. I'm gonna do it really quick. Right. I made the yellow, the red, the blue, the purple, and we got the black. I'm sorry, funny. So now that it's made, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it Archery. Let's go with the Archery. So we're just going to come to the Archery. Basically, most of my characters are just copy of each other, just few of their functions change, but the most complex of one of them is the Archery, actually, because you need to calculate the target position, you need to calculate the trajectory and whatsoever. Don't worry, I'm gonna provide you the code, so nothing to worry about, unless if you and me trying to make all of this. So drag the script there, rename it as Archery. Let's go with the animation first. Doop, doop. We're gonna change the marker to the name as shoot point. Right, def, and change the sword audio as shoot arrow, shoot arrow, whatever. I'm gonna just say shoot. Come to anim, and we're gonna delete any attack 1 and attack 2. We're gonna delete guard animation. We're gonna delete run animation. Remove all of these, and let's set the Archery animation. It's on. So we get the Archery idle, which is slice out of frame. Perfect. Set it to 7. It's the best mode. So let's add our shoot. This is kind of cutie. It's cute actually. Perfect. Add the run. So I'm gonna create two type of Archery. The Archery which I can move as I did for the knight, the lancer, and the other ones. And I'm gonna create another Archery which I'm gonna use as a defense unit. So it is just almost the same procedure as I did for most of my script. Just gonna copy and modify a few things. As for the Archery, it needs arrow, need predict time, shoot time, just few things modified. Not much different between this one and the knight and the lancer. So let me do this really quick and we'll catch up later on. After saving, go back to 2D. We're gonna change the audio file. So let's open audio folder. We need the shoot or arrow being shot audio. Where is it? I'm pretty sure I downloaded it. I got it somewhere here. Alright, shooting arrow audio. Perfect. You can hear anything. I know. I'm gonna set to 0. And the pitch get to 2. Right. Save, and now back to close this thing. So let me add something first. I'm gonna create a Narrator 2D. Let's rename it arrow, and add a child node to the arrow. I'm gonna add a animated by 2D for visual. Adding a child node, I'm gonna call it collision shape 2D for detection. Animated by 2D rename is anim, and I'm gonna add an animation. Come here, I'm gonna select this arrow. What am I doing? One by concept. So instead of opening the grid, we're gonna select directly the PNG image. Change the collision shape to a rectangular shape, but I'm not gonna fill the arrowhead, so I'm just gonna fill the wooden part with the rectangle. Perfect. Right. We're gonna save it into Archery and save. Let's go back to our name. What is opening a name? Let's rename this as SP. Short points, start point, whatever you want to call it. Now let's add a stock animation. So in faction, Knight Troops, Archery, Arrow. Got these two. Dude, what is this? So arrow shoots. I'm gonna come and select this and auto slice. I'm gonna shoot this and delete that one. So I prefer the old design. Old design is far better than this new one. This one is a little bit cartoonish, so I'm gonna change it and use the old design. I'm gonna use this one and set the animation frame to 0. Roads, perfect. Let's even change the collision shape. So let's start by moving up a little bit the animated sprite 2D to align a little bit to close it. Now we're gonna just change a little bit here, lock it, hide it. Let's add it to the group arrow and add a script to it. So real quick again, I'm gonna come here and create my script, which you'll find in the description. Actually gonna buy it. I'm pretty sure people are gonna buy it. I'm not getting it for free. I'm sorry guys, but I need money. So now down here, I'm gonna add all needed for the arrow and the character. Right, let's catch up later. Come here and reduce this one, zoom in a little bit. I'm gonna duplicate it up to 5 and move them there. Run the game. Now if I select one of them, I'm gonna select all of them and scatter the way. Move this one up. Yeah, I'm gonna come for this one and try to, let me send it here. So as you can see, this arrow is messing up with me. It is really the archer, sorry, is messing up with me. I'm gonna close this. I'm gonna just come and delete this right. Close this, and we're gonna close that as well. You already know the drill. Should know the drill by now. We need 4 different color: blue, red, purple. You might be wondering though why I'm creating. It's because in my final game, what I want to do is when you start the game, from the main menu, you select which color you want for your characters. Let's say you select a red pawn, which means your building gonna be red, your characters are gonna be red, and everything gonna be red. So depending on the color you select at the beginning, everything's gonna be impacted. Which means when you have a house, the house is gonna be red, and the red house is going to spawn red characters when it's blue, and you see, it's kind of see the drill though, right? So let me make these ones real quick. Once opened and once made, we got black one, blue one, purple one, red one, and the yellow. Right. Makami, and it close all of them and save and close that one. Right, let's add a folder to our main folder called unit building. So I'll make a unit build folder. I'm gonna change its color to orange as well. So now I'm gonna go click on the small cross, add a new scene. We're gonna add a static body scene and let's rename it as tower. Now let's set the tower in our unit building folder, but right click, create a new folder. We're gonna call that folder tower and click on save. Add a child node to our static body. We're gonna add an animated sprite 2D, add a collision shape 2D, I need a marker 2D, add a child node again. We're gonna add an area 2D. To that area 2D, we're gonna add a child node. We need a collision shape 2D. I'm gonna come here and duplicate it 3 times, 4 times actually. Once it's done, I'm gonna add another child node to the tower. We need a node 2D. I like grouping my sound, so I'm just gonna group it under a node 2D called sound effect. I'm gonna add audio stream as child node to that sound effect and duplicate it 4 times as well. So let's go back to our animated sprite 2D. We're gonna rename it as anim, add sprite frames. We're gonna add couples of animation. So the first animation gonna be construct. It's gonna be auto start and 10 FPS. Add another animation. We're gonna add an animation called idle, and the other one will be destroyed. So for idle animation, I'm going to my file and let's look for the buildings. Go back in unit, not unit, in not here as well. So it's in buildings. So in black buildings, I'm gonna go select my tar PNG. And for destroyed, I'm gonna use a combination of the old pack, because in the new pack there is no destroyed animation. So I'm gonna go in the old pack. I'm gonna go to tower and select the the destroyed. And let's just scale this. All right. Now we have construct, destroy, and we're gonna disable the loop animation. Let's go and select construct. Now back to idle animation, we're gonna go to the collision shape, and I'm gonna come here and rename that collision shape as shape. Let's zoom in and try to center this. Let's add a shape to that. I'm gonna add a capsule shape and try to fit collision like this. Right? You see the blue thing that's the part of the building that's going to collide with whatever character will come pumping into the building maybe. So let's rename the first area as tower, add shape to it. And when you're working with area 2D, it's maybe better for you to choose different colors for the areas, maybe for later when you are editing these areas. It makes it simple not to confuse on which area you're working. So let's rename the second one as explode detector. So I'm gonna create couples of areas. I've made 4 of them. So I need an area to detect the explosion. I need an area to detect the placement. So this one we're gonna call it repair detector. you might think it's better maybe to use one area to detect all these, but for me it's kind of confusing me in the code line of code to use only one of them, and I want them to have different size. So for the explode detector, it's a little bit bigger than the repair detector. And for placement checker also it's different. For the placement checker, I use it when I'm gonna create a system of building a new unit building, which means when I drag and drop, I'm gonna drag and drop. Let's change first this. Let's use a circle. So I'm gonna create a system on which I click on an icon, then I can drag and drop a building. It's kind of like a building system in an RTS. Let's reduce this. Now I'll come to sound. First, I'm gonna create a destroyed audio. No, I'm gonna just name it destroy FX. Construct FX and the placement, place FX, place drop. So we got destroy, construct, place, and drop. Now let's attribute these audios. So for destroyed, I found this audio collapsed, which is really good. I'm gonna just use this audio. You can find it in my folder. Everything is well detailed there. You're gonna see, and you can clearly see how to adjust these things. So for the construct, I'm gonna use the same as hammer, the same sound I use for the hammer in pound. Just change the pitch and reduce the volume. I'm gonna change the pitch to 5. I need it to be a bit faster. Let's keep it to 4. Let's say 3, maybe 2.5. Changing pitch scale, change the speed of the animation. Now for placement, I have this other sound which kind of make a sound of a placement, kind of like a dropping a box on the ground. So for placement, where is it? That one. We're just gonna come and play this one and play it. Don't worry, I'm gonna rename most of this audio for you guys so that I'll make sure this audio are renamed correctly, so you're gonna use them easily for whatever we're gonna do here. Let's go to the tower. We're gonna add it to block building and the building group. Let's now attach a script. So now, here basically what I'm gonna do in my script is to create a system. I'm gonna create a system for my building on. Wait, what happened here? All right. So the script is here. Let's first start with a name. As you recall, Elliot told you that I want my game to have different colors of buildings, and depending on what the actual what the player chooses when the game starts. So you can see from my global autoload script, it doesn't show yet. So from my global autoload script or the main menu, the player can select which color of building or character he wants. Then accordingly, we're gonna get different types of buildings. So if you select red when the game starts, all the buildings and all the characters are gonna be in red. So in my script, basically what I'm gonna do is add a life system, or a placement system, add a construction system built in the tower, a repair system, and the main feature is the tower. On top of the tower, it's gonna be an archer which gonna actually attack all these enemies around, all the enemies that's going to enter the area. That's what exactly I'm gonna do very quickly down here. So let's catch up later. So back to level, click on 2D. We're gonna come to our folders. In unit building, I'm gonna come drag and drop my tower. Now run the game. As you can see, I use an archer, but this archer is the one that I call him the walking archer. So for the tower, we need something different. We need an archer that does not move at all, you see. But as you can see, right now the system is working. So for my tower, I need, let's go to the script. I need a new different type of archer. So you see this archer, this one is for the walking unit. It's more of an attacker instead of a defender. So I need a defensive archer. So what I'm gonna do is come to my tower, add a folder. We're gonna add an archer and call him archer tower. I'm gonna save. Now in archer tower, I'm gonna create a new node. We're gonna go with a character body 2D. Let's rename it archer and save him in archer tower. So you might be wondering why I didn't just copy the walking archer and try to modify them. It's because those two are completely different. For this defensive type of archer, it's really easy to make. You just need an animation, collision shape 2D, an area. But for that one is more complex. Why? It's kind of like a walking AI, but this one is just kind of like a CCTV. It detects and send a signal, basically. Uh, this one is way more easier to make than the walking one. You need an animation, animated sprite 2D, collision shape 2D, an area, a timer, a marker 2D, which can act as the shooting point, and of course, a node for the sound effect parent. So as you can see, I'm gonna go back to Archer. We're gonna come to Archer, open him. We're gonna come copy that delete this one. I'm just gonna use that animated sprite from the walking Archer. He does not need a run animation, so I'm gonna delete the run animation. I'm gonna keep idle and shoot. Let's zoom in. As you see, this is perfect. Now back to black share. We're gonna come and copy this shoot audio. We're gonna pass it as child node of the sound effects node. Now let's rename the collision shape as shape, and the area we're gonna call it attack zone. Now let's go with the shape. We're gonna come to the shape and we're gonna use a simple circle, and I'll make it too big just to fit a little bit this. Let hide this. Now let's go to collision shape. For the area for the detection zone, I'm gonna put to green, something brighter, and let's reduce the alpha value to 100. Let's set something like this. Okay, a little bit bigger. This is perfect. I'm gonna hide it, and let's go to timer and rename it cooldown. Right. So let's disable the grid. Let's zoom in. Now let's go to the node group. We're gonna select in. It can be block building, because if you use that, it's going to block also the tower from being built. All right, now let's attach a script. So here I'm gonna do. I'm basically just gonna make something really easy to make. I just need all the reference nodes. I need to export some variables like the arrow speed, the tracking interval, the firing cooldown, and also a system which is used for targeting. So I need for each, let's say we have 4 towers put in a square formation, then there is only one target. I don't want all the goblin or all the archer to shoot at once on one target. So I need a distributive system on which the target gonna be managed using an autoload. So I'm going to use an autoload called target manager. On inside that target autoload, the target manager, I'm using a system of array in which each archer can pick the target, but that target, if that target is not taken, it's a really basic concept used mostly in Godot. So let's catch up at the end of this, then I'll show you how it works. Once made, back to 2D, let's zoom in. We just gonna keep it like that. So let's go back to tower. Let's reduce this and see the archer. Let's rename it. Not same drill as well. So for each archer, I'm gonna just come here and replace the old script that I made using the working archer. So we're just gonna put the non-working archer. I'm gonna come here and copy this line and replace it everywhere. Place and right. Now back to the black archer. We can go back to level and now let's try it. My Godot is really slow. I think it's my laptop. It's really slow. Let's now you can see the archer is a little bit on the front, so let's move the marker a little bit up here. The marker 2D for the tower is the one I'm using to spawn my archer where after the building is being built. You see. So check. Don't really ask me why I made a building which builds on its own. But for my final game, I'm planning on just place it, and once the pawn build it, it start like you see that effect of growing or being built, because it's kind of awkward to see the building just being spawned there and start growing like a tree. Right, that's a good idea. I'm gonna make that for my final game. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna make a video onto that. So don't worry. So what I'm doing is just changing the size of my archer being made. It's a little bit big, so I'm gonna change its size, change the scale. Right, back to level. Let's run the game. Now is ridiculously tiny. Back to script. Oh man, just gonna delete that line and run the game again, and it's still tiny. So back to tower, and we're gonna go with we're gonna come and change here. We're gonna put it to 0.7. Still small, so let's go with 1 by 1. Too big. It's just adjustment. It's trial and error. Just gonna try until it's perfect. Right, this one seems a little bit more appropriate for the size of the building. Now you see we have the black archer. We need now to create a blue one, red one, and a yellow one. But you see the system of duplicating the characters to make different colors. I don't apply that one to my tower. Let's say my buildings won't be using this system. My buildings, I'm using a system of anim. You see the animated sprite 2D. I use a script. You'll find the script in the folder. I use a script which automatically selects, which directly selects the image according to the saved color. I can apply that system to my characters because of the animations. You see, for most of the characters, the animation are complex. Then they have different sprite frame, which is really different from the buildings, because the buildings have no moving animation. They're just static images that I can really replace in codes. As you see on anim, there is the black one. I'm gonna change it to blue. Come here and replace red and purple, and now yellow. Right, back to game. You see, in my anim, they change automatically like that. Right, let's move the tower down up here. Let's close this. Let's duplicate my tower. I'm gonna call this one Monastery, and duplicate the tower script as well. We're gonna call it Monastery. I don't know how you pronounce it. I pronounce it Monastery. And all you guys, I speak French, so my accent tends to go with the French pronunciation. That's why I really struggle pronouncing words that I haven't heard or haven't read anyway. I'm just going with my first instinct to read them as a French speaker. Just move the script to Monastery, and we're going to come here and duplicate anim as well. So anim 1 and move it to Monastery. And when it comes here, I rename it back to anim. Right on point. Now let's open Monastery and drag and drop there, rename that static body as Monastery. And when it comes to anim, I'm just gonna come drag and drop it on anim node. Right, I need 2 markers, so I'm gonna rename the first one marker 1 and the second one marker 2. Back to anim, let's change these animations. We're gonna come into building, no, not that the old asset, so Monastery, here it is. Oh goodness, so let's reduce one by one and add the frame, destroy and construct. Right, let's change the shape as well. So here I'm gonna go with a rectangular shape. Try to fit it here. Right, either one, and change the name here. We're gonna call it Monastery and reduce that. Just few adjustments for most of these. The explosion detector, the repair detector, fits somewhere, something like this. Close that. And for the placement checker, I need a rectangular shape. Wow, goodness, look what I've done. So just press Ctrl. What a mess. Now for the placement checker, I'm gonna come here and take a rectangular shape and place it at the base of the building, somewhere around there, and close and lock it. Right, now back to anim script. As I told you, I do not duplicate and create different building color. I'm just using this small engineering script where I just use different image to replace the animation in the anim sprite frame. Right, now let's move these markers, enable the grid. We're gonna move down here, marker 2 on the right and marker 1 on the left. Let item and group selected perfectly. So now for the monastery script, I'm gonna go on a really basic thing. Is the monastery is gonna be the spawn point of the lancers. Then I'm using a new system for the lancer and the other building. I need to determine the capacity of the building. It's kind of like level of the building. If the building is on level 1, we're gonna spawn, let's say 2 or 4 lenses, and the more you upgrade it and the more it starts spawning more characters. And another thing I'm gonna add to the script is the ability to move the building around, which I call, which I really think it's very helpful. I call it the placement. That's basically why I made it. I made a placement checker. So this one is a pretty good system, I think. So let's catch up once it's done and I'll show you how it works. Right, click on level, back to 2D. We're gonna come and drop the monastery, launch the game. And here it is. So I can move it around. You just need to double click on the building and move it around. When it's green, it validates, but it doesn't work for the tower, of course. So for the monastery, I can literally double click on it and move it around, like closer. So back to monastery script, I need to change something. Let's say I set the life value to 0, launch a game. Alright, so I want just to show you a repair system that I built, but it's not gonna work like this, is it? Alright, this is the line that's causing trouble. So instead of entering the construct state, we're gonna enter the destroy state. Now the building animations that we will destroy, I'm gonna come with my pound, try to repair it. And of course it's not working. What was I expecting? It's not working. So I think the issue also is because life is maximum when the game starts. So let's enter the destroy state and the life is equal to 0. Right, select my pound tool and I come there, and as you can see, it's built. But it's still flashing. Yep. Small issue, I'll fix it later. You won't find that issue in your script. So let's go back to enter idle state. Basically, wow. So I don't know why it's still flashing, to be honest. But I'll figure it out, then I'll let you know. Right. Now here I'm gonna come enter idle state and reboot the life to max life. And the markers I'm gonna set them a little bit down. I don't want my characters to be spawned. I'm gonna put them on the side here. It's to avoid that the spawn lenses are beneath the building. Right? Now nothing happened. Really. So it's not enter idle state, but enter construction state, construct state. Right, launch the game. We got this. Some of these are really interpolate, which I don't really like. Small matters to fix. Well, I built a monastery, and let's increase the size of it. Now it's a little bit bigger. I can move its characters there and there. As you can see, it's on red when you try to place it on invalid position, but I can still place it on water, which is an error. Shouldn't happen. So to prevent that, I'm using the collider, but since the collider is not on the sea, let's put the collider up to here, then I'll show you something. So if I enlarge the collider up to there, I can come and put C into block building, but you see it won't really work. So now if I come here, try to move it here, it declines, but if I put it on the water, it won't decline. So make sure that the collider that you made cover all the sea region. So it's pointless to put it in the sea. Just make sure that the collider cover all the region to avoid people building onto the sea. Now let's come down here. We're gonna duplicate the monastery building and rename it Barrack. Sorry, the folder. We duplicate the folder, rename it Barrack. Let's come inside here and we're gonna rename everything Barrack. Barrack. Copy that. Come to monastery script and rename it Barrack. Now open Barrack and drag and drop the GD script onto the static body and rename the static body as Barrack. Let's do the same for the small anim and drop it there. Now I'll move to my script. Just gonna come here and change the word monastery with Barracks. Copy that Barracks. And now for each save or choose color at the beginning of the game, I can play different types of animation for my game. Right, let's go with the animations. So this is the Barrack animation. Right, as you see, I'm gonna go to marker 2D and shape. Right. Let's lock the anim and unlock the shape. I kinda like designing these buildings. Give me a lot to think of. So I don't really think of my game, my gameplay, I can say, gameplay, when I'm building my game, or before I build the game, I would say, because most of the time I just end up thinking about what my game's gonna be about when I'm actually building it, not before. I don't plan it before. Just wake up, start building something, and the ideas start flowing in, and I do as I feel it. Don't know for you guys, but for me, I just feel it that way. So the placement checker, same system, you put it at the bottom of the building, and let increase this a little bit up there and there. And up here, let's look at right. So back to Barrack. Let's see the script. So a few things to change, really not really useful to change. So basically you can create a script, different script for Barrack by renaming all was named, let's say Lancer, replace it by Knight, since my Barrack is the spawning point of the Knight. But I think it's pointless. All you need just to change is maybe the is to change what's being instantiated. Let's go back to level. I'm gonna come and drag and drop this Barrack here. Right, now as you can see, I can also move it around You can place it on a character, you can place it on another building. You can drag and drop it there. Boom. Perfect. Place it on the sea. If you place it incorrectly, it's going to return to its original position. Let's run the game again. I can use the selection toolbox and select all of these characters here. And move one by one or send them there. It's so fun to move them around like this. Let's close this. Now back to Barrack. As I was saying, the Barrack is the spawning point of the knight, not the lancer. So all you could do, instead of changing the variable's name, you just come and change the path to the exact spawn scene. So for the Monastery it was spawn lancer, for the Barrack it's spawn knight. You just change the path to each reload. Now you see I got my knight here. I can actually select both of them, even though they are different types of characters. They're still under the same group, which are the selectable. I prefer to call them, for me, click to go, or go move, go points, whatever. We change the Z index to 4, and same for here. I'm gonna change the Z index to 4. Right. Z index to 4. Now, if I move my character up to there, you see he's not underneath the building. Even these ones, the one really seems to be underneath the building, which is awkward. Back to 2D. Let's close this up. We're going to duplicate Barrack, and we're going to create Archery. Now open the Archery. We're going to rename it as Archery. Copy that Archery using Ctrl+C. Rename the script as Archery. Go back to the open Archery scene. Drag and drop the Archery script and rename the static body as Archery. We're going to do the same drill as we did for the 2 previous ones. Just come here and change only the name of the PNG, or the path to the PNG. This case is Archery, so I'm gonna use it Ctrl R and replace all. Right. Now let's change the animation for Archery. We're gonna come here. This is my Archery. Archery. English sucks. So back to Archery, we're gonna go to our old folder and select different types of animation for destroying constructs. Since the Archery is a bit large as compared to the top, you got a Barrack, we're gonna change the same because the Barrack is a little bit large. I'm gonna use the construct from the old building that they destroyed. It's a bit larger. Back to Archery, and Barrack, we're gonna set it to idle. I need it to be in idle. Right, let's go with the shape. So the shape, it's almost something like this. Right, move it there, lock it, hide it. Nothing more to change beside this. Archery, and I'm not gonna change that one. Explode detector, just adjust it in the middle, close it. Repair detector, let's enlarge it and put it a little bit up here. Yeah, let's close that. For the placement checker, I'm gonna go for something in the middle and up above there. Let's close that. Right, go to the script, and I do not really need to change much beside the path. I already told you all you need just to change is the path. No need to change those variables, it's just waste of time. Most of the time it's waste of time. Let's go back to level. Make sure the Barrack is playing the idle animation just for standards beauty. Yeah, right. Let's drag and drop our archery scene from the folder to the level scene. Now run the game. And I got them. As you remember from what we made, our archers are they're stubborn. They move around like cockroaches. I don't like that. I don't know if it's due to collision. Might be due to the predict cast, which is keeping them away. It might be also due to the navigation agent node. As you can see, I can move these buildings and align them like that. Right on point. Let's come here and press Ctrl D to duplicate the archery. So we're gonna create house 1. So in my house 1, I'm gonna rename the archery as house 1. Copy that name, no, not copy the node, and rename its script as well. So open there, drag and drop its script onto the static body. Make sure it's the static body. Right, rename that as house. Rename that one as house as well. We're gonna need only one marker. So let's go with anim. We're gonna go to anim and change it to house 1. The previous one. So we got this. Let's go with the shape. We're gonna go with something small, like that. Drop down a little bit there, and move the marker somewhere here. Gonna move the marker right in front of the house. The close up, and make sure the house collision shape is on top of the house. Close out. Explode detector too big. Let's reduce this to something I got. Same for the repair detector, which is too large. Right. No need to make it a perfect fit. Most of these things, beside the collision, actual collision shape, is really necessary for this. Just make sure it's detectable, since you need to detect. So we got the house. Now in our script, actually before moving house to the house script, we gotta go with house 1, change house 1, not house 1, house, and we're gonna replace all of them, right? Now back to this, I'm gonna remove the marker. I'm gonna replace the path, the preload path to the matching pawn. So my house 1 is used to spawn my pawn. I'm gonna use house 1 and house 3 to spawn my pawn, and for the house 2, I'm gonna use it to spawn the monk. It says the just change it on and remove the line. Right. Let's go back to level. We're gonna come drag and drop the house. There. Run the game. And we got this. House 1 is working, it's proper. Now I'm gonna change the lensor capacity. It should be pound capacity, but I'm too lazy to change every variable name for each new script I'm making. That's insane. It's gonna take a huge amount of time. So for the barrack, the capacity, the radius, I'm changing just the radius to 60. The spawn radius. I'm gonna come here and duplicate the house folder, house 1, house 2, duplicate house 2 by house 3. Now got house, just rename it house 2, rename that one as well, house 2, open it, drag and drop the script there, and make sure put on the right word. So house 2, copy that, and gonna press Ctrl R to replace. Perfect. We can come here and change the anim. We do need a different animation. This is the house 2 PNG. We're gonna move the marker in front of the door. So for my house 2, I'm gonna go with house 3. Let me modify it real quick before moving to house 2 script. So house 3 script is change it, replace it, Control R and replace all. Right. Changes to house 3. Right. Back to level, we're gonna just come here, drag and drop house 3 here, and house 2 here. Right. Run the game. We get something like this. That one gonna take a pickaxe, that one gonna take a knife, and this one gonna use a pickaxe. Right. Close up. So for house 2, I wanted to spawn monk, so I'm just gonna come here and change the path real quick. Copy all this and change. Right. Go back to level and press there. And we get my monk as well. Now I can move him around and use the heal effect. It's not working on the pound though. Right. Perfect. You know, move them around one by one. And it's working. Let's close this. Close that. Perfect. Move it down here. Move the bar on the side. So let's come to Barrack. Press Ctrl D and duplicate. We're gonna rename it as castle. So let's change the castle color to green. Let's rename that as castle. Let's rename it script as castle. And open it. Now for my static body 2D, I'm gonna rename it as castle as well. Come here and just press it there. Let's go with the anim. We're gonna change the animation to the castle. Zoom in and zoom out. So for my castle, I'm gonna put marker 1 and marker 2 here. Duplicate marker. I need to duplicate marker 2 with. I need a third marker for my game. So I'm gonna use marker 1 and marker 2 to spawn 2 archers, and the marker 3 to spawn a pawn for the player. So delete the custom nodes. We don't need the repair detector. We do not need the. We'll keep these ones. We do not need the place and drop audio, so delete them. Make sure the castle is in the group castle. We're just gonna come and drop the script there. And make sure for the anim, let's open the anim script. I'm gonna come here and just change the name to castle. Copy that, and we're gonna press Ctrl R and replace all. Now back to the castle script. Let's wipe it out. So let me explain you basically what my castle script does. My castles spawn 2 archers and a pawn, but I'm using my castle as the checkpoint. If the enemy or the goblins destroy your castle, it's game over for you, which means it's the main central unit you should protect. I'm assuming that in my game history, I'm gonna say the castle, inside the castle, the king is hiding. So if they destroy your castle, you kind of lose your kingdom, you lose your purpose, because it's a strategic defensive game. So if they destroy your castle, you lose the game. So let me code this real quick and we'll catch up at the end of this. Let's go with 2D. We're gonna come and drag and drop our castle there, and let's move this to a little bit back there. Now let's put the castle in the middle. Run the game. My laptop is slow, guys. It really is. It's dragging right now, so I'm kind of having trouble to even record this and make all this tutorial. So okay, now our castle is working. I'll go back to castle script. I need to change something. I'm gonna hashtag the spawn because spawn is like it's tiny. So let's comment the line, and you see now it's a little bit smaller than the other pawns. Compare this one to the others, it's small. So uncomment that line and send it to 0.9. Now it is, yeah, it's kind of better, even though it's a little bit bigger than the others, but it's better. Now you can see I have an issue with my castle is actually moving. If I double click on it, it's really moving. So we're gonna get parent online. Now even if I move my castle is not really impacting my there. Double click if I'm moving here. Right. I can move all of them whatever I want if it's valid. And for the box, the selection box, it can be wide as you want. You don't really need to have something specifically small. Let's go to tower, and what I need here from the tower is I need the Archery tower. I'm gonna come and copy the Archery path and paste it in my castle. Now you see the pawn is huge. It really is. So 0.9 is kind of not a good idea right now. 0.7. Right about the exact good side. Now you see my archery are not moving. See, this is perfect. Like close that. Now in my castle script, we go with the archers. I think they're too small, so I'm gonna say 0.8. Run it. Now they're perfect, but as you can see, the collision shape is messed up. Which kind of collision? Oh, I didn't modify the collision. Forgot to change the collision, and the marker should be a little bit high here. And for the shape, as you can see, I just kept the shape that I copied from the barrack, then enlarged this. Perfect. I think it might be the same for explode. Yeah, exactly. Almost same. Hide that. And for placement checker, small. Right. Now I locked it. Right here. I can move it up, lock it, and hide it. Back to level 2. Run the game. Now you see it's better. My character does not pass through the wall. I can even move it around. Right. This is astonishing. Surprising. Now let's delete all of these. I'm gonna delete even the node found. So add the child node. We're gonna add the child node in the 2D. Let's rename it as building. Sorry. We're gonna come add a child node to the building in the 2D. We're gonna rename it as castle. So now let's go to our castle. We're gonna make the castle child node of that castle node 2D. Right. If we run our game, here it is. The pawn is perfectly working. Yeah, it's perfectly working. I use the knife. Really nice. Voila. Close that. Back to castle script. Let's change the index to 6. Close that, and we just gonna clear this. Right. Now let's minimize this. Add a child node to our level stage. Add a node to the, let's rename that node to the as UI. Add a child node to the UI. We're gonna add a canvas layer. Let's rename the canvas layer as UI. Add a child node to our canvas layer. We're gonna add a panel. Let's fit the panel to my level size. I can try to use this, but not really working. So I'm gonna keep the anchor on. Back to the inspector. And let's add the child node to the panel. We're gonna add a Tilemap layer. Let's rename it as info panel. And add the child node again to the panel. We're gonna add a label. Let's rename it as info label. Add another child node. We're gonna add a node 2D. We're gonna call it set buttons. Add child node to the set. We're gonna add buttons. Add a child node to the button. We're gonna add a let's add a sprite. Rename that sprite as icon, and we're gonna come to the button size. I'm gonna use a 60 by 60. Let's move the button. Let's duplicate the button 4 times. Let's rename the first one as info btn. The second one is mute btn. Third one quit btn. The fourth one is setting btn. I'm just gonna keep the uppercase for the first letter. Not really necessary, but just for the bad good. Now let's minimize that. Add another child node to our panel. We're gonna add another 2D, and we're gonna name it player. Add a child node to that player node 2D. We're gonna add a panel. Inside the panel, we're gonna rename it as unit construction. So now we got our unit construction inside the player. Add a child node. No. So let's go first to unit construction and add I copy the button from the set button. Let's delete that sprite 2D. We're gonna add the button called next. Now add a child node to our unit construction. We're gonna add a label. Let's rename the label as info label as well. I'm gonna copy the info Tilemap layer and rename it unit construction. Add another child node. We're gonna add a button. Let's rename it as let's add a child node first before renaming it. We're gonna add an animated sprite 2D. Add a marker 2D to it. Let's rename it animated sprite as anim, and let's expand this a little bit. So let's rename the button as build house 1 build button. Let's duplicate this at least 7 times. We're gonna reduce one by one, and I'm gonna come here and rename the second one as build house 2 build house 3, rename this one as build tower BTN, build barrack, rename this one as build monastery, build archery, and delete the last one. So now we got all these 7 of them. We're gonna come to process and set it to always. We're gonna come to layout transform. We're gonna resize them to something like 80 by 80. Let's go to unit construction. Auto player, I'm gonna add a child node. In unit player, a new panel. We're gonna rename it as unit resources. Add a child node to our unit resources. We're gonna add a tilemap layer. We're gonna rename it as unit resources. Unit resource. Add a child node to one unit resource. We're gonna add a sprite. Add another child node to that sprite, a label. So we're gonna rename the sprite as G icon for gold icon, gold or label gold. Now duplicate that 3 times. So we got G icon. Now M icon for meat icon, and meat label renamed, and the third one I'm gonna rename it W icon, and let's rename the label as wood label wood. Now let's go to for the main panel. We're gonna add a child node to that. We're gonna add a label and we're gonna rename it as timer label. Add another child node to our panel. We're gonna add a timer player. Let's rename it as main panel. Right? Now let's minimize that. Add another child node to our panel. We're gonna add a panel to our panel. Let's rename it pause and duplicate it and name the second one as game over. Inside the pause, we're gonna add a label, duplicate it. Let's add a button, add a label as child node to that button. And let's rename the first one is supposed to be right. Let's just lock all of these. We'll come back to it very later and I will show you. Add a label to our pause button and rename the first one as pause and the second label as resume. Let's minimize it, unlock it and hide it. Now in game over, let's rename the first one as label game over and the second one as instruction. Let's rename the label for the button as label retry. Now in panel, add a child node to the panel. We're gonna add a node. Let's rename that node as building manager. Let's add a child node to our level and rename it as ghost. You'll see what I'm gonna use that ghost for. So now let's go to the panel. What we're gonna do with the panel is go to the theme override style. We're gonna go with we're gonna select our flat saved preset. So now in the info panel tile set, we're gonna come to tile set, and in info I'm gonna select all these buttons. Let's select these buttons and move them right. I'm gonna select all these buttons and move them using my key arrow up to here. Now let's come and move them here. Right, let's zoom in. Let's go to layout, and in transform I'm gonna resize them to 100 by 60, and in style I'm gonna use my quick load save as activation button. You remember I'll use it later. First of all, let me separate them like this. I just want to make sure that the separation are correct before I make most of this button invisible. Right, I just need them to be perfectly close to each other but without overlapping. Now let's attribute the icons to each of these buttons. So for the info, I'm gonna go to icon and I'm gonna use this info icon and move it here. For the mute, I'm gonna use this icon and move it down here. Try to center it inside this black rectangular shape. For the quit button, I'm gonna use this red cross. Move it in the middle as well. So let's move the setting before the quit button. Right now for the setting, I'm gonna use this icon, move it somewhere here in the middle. Right. Once done, press Ctrl and save, run the game just to check something. I'm pretty sure my laptop is really slow. Now you can see the buttons are really there, but they are really big. So select all of them and move them a little bit inside like this and a little bit down using the arrow. Okay, let's run the game again. Now they are here, but they are too big, so let's select each of these icon and lock them. Let's minimize them. I'm gonna come here, press Ctrl Shift, select all of them. I'm gonna come here and change the process to always, and let's go to theme override and use our saved flat transparent setting for the buttons. I'm gonna select all of these. Right. Now let's go to transform. We're gonna change the scale to 0.5. Now the small issue we got here is we can now see, we can tell if the buttons are overlapping each other or not. Let's select. They do not overlap, as you can see. Hold them somewhere around here. Move one at a time. This is really a pain in the ass now. So right now I save it. Let's just check how it's actually comes out here. It's perfectly in the top right corner, which is perfect for me. Let's minimize this and we're gonna come and go to visibility. We're gonna make it a little bit transparent, so I'm gonna choose 200 alpha value, which is perfect. You see, disable the grid and we're gonna come and press Ctrl L to lock all of them. Lock also the parent nodes. Let's come to unit construction tile map. We're gonna create a tile set. In tile set, I'm gonna use a 64 by 64 tile size. We can come and close this and let's go to the banner. We're gonna choose in pepper, where is it? Alright, peppers. I'm gonna use the regular pepper. In the regular pepper, I'm just gonna come here and use the draw tool, select that one, pick perfectly. I'm gonna show you how it's gonna come out or what's exactly I have in mind after the coding part. Right now, let's just design this. I'm gonna change the Tilemap layer modulation alpha to something semi-transparent like this. Let's see. Yeah, I can see through it, but not quite what I want. So I'm gonna move it and make it a little bit slim. And let's reduce the alpha value to 100 to make it even more visible. It is see-through now. Right now I can see clearly through it. And as you can see, because of the canvas layer node, things are sticking to the screen even though my camera is moving. Now, let's go to unit resource. We're gonna also do the same process as we did for the unit construction. just gonna come add the tile set and set the preset tile size to 64 by 64. Add a regular paper, and we're gonna use the draw tool to add this something like this. Right, and the visibility to 100, right, quite useful. Now let's move it underneath this one or below. What am I saying? Right, now let's close this and click on building button. So let's go with a name first. Let's add an animation to our build house 1 BTN child animated sprite 2D. We're gonna add animation corresponding to each types of color we had. So we have black, blue, red, yellow, and purple. So yellow. It's the same system as I use for most of my buildings, so I'm gonna use a logic in my script for which I'm gonna come here and select all of this and delete them, and delete most. I'm gonna paste the new animated that I made from my first one. So now let's click on anim. As you can see, I'm gonna come here and add the corresponding image to the corresponding color. So for black animation, I'm gonna add it in from the black building house 1. From the blue, purple, and red, I already made them. So as you can see, if you keep that link open, it's going to create an error. So I'm gonna come here and delete all this. So now blue, purple, I'm gonna go to purple and select purple, house 3. Red, I'm gonna select red house. Right, now now that I've made this, so I'm gonna just redo for all of them. So you can see now I made for the archery, I did the same process for all these other buttons. So each anim button has its own sets of animations according to what exactly that button is. Now let's go and select all of these. Come and select from here up to there and move them on the side. Quite a trouble. Let's come and select all of them, and we're gonna just move them using, let's resize them. So we're gonna go with 100 by 100. But before I move to that, let me lock all these once logged. I'm gonna come and select and move them here. So now I need to align them. Right, let's open them. We're gonna resize the anim size. We can come to transform and we're gonna change the scale to 0.5 or even smaller, 0.45, and change the modulation to 100. And the ordering is gonna be something +1. It's too small, so 0. I'm gonna head to 150 the alpha modulation. Let's now align them. So this is what I'm gonna do. So Archery, we put his animation in the middle there, in the middle of the button. The button size is that dark square shape. So make sure even what is opening. So even the marker, yeah. So each anim and its marker should be aligned, and put the marker in the middle. I'm gonna do this for building monastery. I'm gonna move it down here. Unlock all these two and move it down here. So monastery image is a little bit bigger than others, so that's why I reduce its scale more than the others. Make sure the button don't overlap. If they do, it's going to create some trouble for you later. So let me align most of these. All right. Now behind this scene, I already aligned most of these buttons, but they are too large. That's the issue. So I'm gonna come here and reduce all of these. I'm gonna come select them, and I'm gonna come here and in transform, I'm gonna reduce the size of the button too small, so 0.8, 0.6. 0.6 seems to be perfect. Now I'm gonna move one by one and align them. Right. This is time. Alright, so let's first lock all of this because it kind of trouble me a lot when I'm working on this. So let's go to unit construction Tilemap layer, and we have to make it a bit longer. Let's enlarge this at the bottom so that all these building buttons can fit. I'm gonna come and move one by one. Right. This is really quite troublesome in it. Let's put it down here. Right, now they all fit, but I need proper distance between each one of them. So for me, I'm going with row 2 square between each. Now I'm gonna move them down a bit like this and try to align them in the middle. Yeah, let's look there. Run the game. Right, now what I'm gonna do is click on this to create a building. So the script isn't ready yet, so let's lock them. I'm gonna come to theme and make sure that we already set our pre-saved flat tab of button so that we don't have that weird looking black rectangle. Right, we're gonna come here and open one by one, select these animes and change the visibility to something like 200 because it's so transparent. I'm gonna come to Z ordering and add them to 5, and visibility we're gonna go with 110. Right, now in unit resource I'm gonna just come and erase this part to avoid overlap. Right, run the game. Yep, as we can see, this is perfect. Let's close that up and open each of my building buttons and attach a script. We're gonna come and create a new folder. We're gonna call it system script and save it. Let's call it build btn. Right, perfect. Now in my button builds, I'm gonna create script and I'm gonna attach that script to each of the buttons. Now let's go to anim and add a script. We're gonna save it in the system folder as well. Click on create. Now in this anim script, what we're gonna do is create a system of current index. So we play the animation of each anim according to what color was chosen. So now let's come and drag and drop this anim script on each of the anim of each button we've made. Make sure you attribute the actual scripts, because one mistake can really be fatal. It's kind of pissing. It's really pissing me off when I made mistakes while coding. Right, back to 2D. I'm gonna go onto the building and assign the building ID is building 1, building ID 2 is gonna be house 2, and building D3 house 3. So I'm gonna do this according to each building. I'm gonna see what I'm gonna use it for later. Right here. I'm gonna come to building manager and I'm gonna attach a script. Make sure that the script is saved into a new folder that we're gonna call building manager and click on create. Right. Before coding, let's go first to this macros. We're gonna create some essential for my building manager system. So we need to create what I'm gonna call ghost. So let's create a folder in building manager. In that I'm gonna change the color of the, I'm gonna call it ghost and set it to red. So now add that area 2D. So the first one we're gonna call it archery ghost. Right? Add a child node to that archery ghost. We're gonna add an animated sprite 2D. Let's rename that animated sprite 2D as anim, and add a child node again to that. We're gonna call it collision shape 2D. Right. Let's save it into our building manager ghost folder. Right. Let's now add a new sprite frame. We're gonna go to this folder. Let's look for, I need to add the, since it's the archery, I'm gonna add this construct anim looking. As you can see, this is actually a bug. That's why you can see the water in the background. It's kind of like these two merged, my level and the archery ghosts scene are overlapping each other. Even though I'm trying to replay it, so the only way to fix it is to close restart Godot. I actually restarted Godot. Right now, let's focus on this. So now, once you have made the ghost and the collision shape should be actually a little bit smaller than the image, the actual animated sprite to the image. Let's reduce even a bit further. Do something small like this. Let's lock it. Now on to anim, I'm gonna attach a script. Then on ghost, archery, animated sprite 2D. What we're gonna do is on func ready, we're gonna modulate the alpha value. The alpha is equal, the modulate equal to color 11106, which means the white transparent color for 0.6 millisecond. We're gonna come here and we're gonna create ghosts for each of our buildings. So we're gonna start with Barrack, duplicate. We're gonna just come into Barrack and we're gonna duplicate and create for each building. So I've made them behind the scene. Now I got my Barrack. I'm gonna just come here, disable the grid and hide the color here. Right. Add the grid. Made it for the tower and the monastery as well, and hide it. Right, let's close these ghost scenes, save, hide, and let's move the system somewhere inside the building manager, right up. Now let's drag down here. We're gonna go to unit resource. I'm gonna come and delete this. Right, in unit construction, run the game just to check. Yeah, it's actually gone. Yeah, it's actually gone. Now back to 2D. We're gonna come to Building manager script. Let's go back to 2D. Let's disable the grid. So in unit construction, let's attach a script to unit construction panel. We're gonna save its script into building manager here and create. And close it. So let's drag first down here. So unit construction, I'm gonna add a child node before scripting. Add a sprite 2D to my unit construction panel node. I'm gonna rename it as selector. I actually need a kind of selector to show on what button on which building I'm actually building. So I have this small selector built by Pixel Frog. It's included actually in the asset. So I'm gonna come and resize it to fit my Tilemap size. It's perfect. I'm gonna come to the script, and in the script I'm gonna come and drag and drop that selector down here. So what I'm gonna do is on ready buttons, guys, as I'm gonna speed this up, I do not really need to explain to you all the details. So what I'm gonna tell you is in this script I'm just gonna create a system by which when I click on one of my building, it's color change to green and its size goes a little bit wide. You see those kind of effects, and the selector is going to be positioned on depending on which button I'm clicking. So let me speed this up. Once my unit construction script is done, I'm gonna click Ctrl S to save, go back to 2D, disable the grid. Now let's go and launch the game. Now you see when I click on one of my building, it actually kind of do that effect of zoom or scale. It's kind of zooming. It's perfect. So let's let's size it up a little bit. So I'm gonna go with something like right. Perfect. You see. Now let's reduce these buttons. I'm gonna come to the selector and change this module alpha value to 200, which is the 2. So I'm gonna go with 180. And I think the selector is a little bit big. So I'm gonna rescale it to something like this. This makes perfect sense and more beautiful. Now launch game. When I click on one of my building, you can see it creates this beautiful effect. Right. Let's close this. And we can come to the building manager now. So now in my building manager, I'm going to create a system for which when I click on one of my buttons, a building is going to be instantiated. It's going to be instantiated at my mouse position. Then once I place the building, it starts to be built. It's kind of easy when I say it like that, but you just kind of see what I meant by click and construct. It's very useful for my gameplay, since I want a gameplay where I click on those icons that are already made from the unit construction building node. Once I click on one of those, the building is going to be instantiated at my mouse position. So let me really quickly make this, and I will show you the result at the end. Now that the building manager script is done, let's come to my buttons, and I'm gonna show you how to assign it. So click on assign, and we're gonna assign the building manager. It don't really make much sense to you, but once you try to work on my step, you're gonna see that you need to assign the building manager to each of the button. I'm just gonna come here and do it pretty quickly. For each button you have to do it manually. It's really annoying, I know, but it's essential. Make sure also the tower ID are the same. Barracks, assign the building, some building manager. Archer tower. No, manager, building manager. Right, save it. Back to 2D, disable the grid. Let's go back to the script first. So in global, I'm gonna change my variables to 50. Run the game. Put it on full screen. Now, in fact, there is a small issue here. Non-existence in get cells in invalid non-existent function get in call the source. So the issue is coming from ID. Instead of saying ID source, I wrote ID source. Right, now if I click on this, as you can see, the building is appearing, but note my mouse position really off. This is really off. It might be due to the offset, something else, but this is pretty annoying. Because if I can't place it in my mouse position, it's gonna be difficult for me. Right. Let's close this and I'm gonna fix it real quick. Might be due to the offset with the mouse offset, but I don't think the offset was that big. So let's go found placement, the building. Right. All this is correct. The building and overlapping. So what exactly is creating what issue? So I think it's right. Yep. Confirm building. So let's go to place building. Now, what exactly is creating that global position is perfectly written. Let ghosts. Maybe it's due to the ghosts, but I don't think so. So ghost parent, I'm gonna remove ghost parent. So let's try this first. Yep. It's still lagging actually. It's not perfectly following my mouse position. So it's not the issue. Then the building is oversized as compared to what I want. So I don't think the issue comes from there. The issue might also come from the ghost scale. So I'm gonna come here and modify each of the ghosts size manually. Can do also by script, but I prefer to do it manually because I can modify the parent nodes in the child node script. Then I don't want to create a script for each of these areas, so I'm just gonna manually modify them. Once they are manually modified, it might help the issue with the mouse dragging offset positioning. Let's save for this. Right, let's run the game. Now if I drag and drop, The size is okay, but there is always a dragging. It's kind of dragging and lagging. So run the game again. Yep, I think I kind of fixed it. I did it behind the scene, but don't worry, you'll get the full script there. So the issue was due to the mouse lagging, and it's due to parenting a parenting issue. So it might sound awkward to say parenting issue, but it's just the fact that we instantiating. Oh my goodness, Lord, instantiating these ghosts uh, under the parent node uh, building. See, now the ghost appear here, but the building appears. Then when I move my mouse or I move my character, it's following. So it's a parenting issue due to instantiation. So what is actually happening is due to this parenting issue. Since the building manager is the child of the UI, which means is once it instantiates, it's going to follow. It's going to follow the canvas layer following the camera. So as you see, I added the parent. You see, I still have the same lagging issue. So if I move my character, the house is also moving. This is atrocious. It's awful to look at. So as I was saying, it's because this building is not supposed to be a child of the canvas layer, but only the child of the UI. Now, if I come to this and click there, you see I click there and this is perfect. You see, now it's properly working. You see, my system is pretty awesome. That when I click on one of the buildings and I come and drag and drop it at the mouse position, this is due to what is opening here? Why isn't Monastery working? Monastery is not working. All these buildings are working. Right. I will. I don't think. It's pretty slow. My laptop is really slow. It's kind of slowing me down working on this project. So I forgot to assign for the monastery the building manager that's right now working. If you're wondering in case why the monastery wasn't being built, now if I come to monastery and press on monastery, I can actually come here and build it right here. Right. Perfect. So I can build all these buildings. I want to draw the system by which we could limit I can limit the maximum amount of building that can be built into a region, but I think that's kind of restraining the beauty of building whatever you want. So now we're gonna come to panel and press pass through. I can move this building. But the issue you're seeing right now is I'm trying to click on the palm to activate its toolbox, but it's not working. Right. Place it there. I'm gonna move around. As you can see, I don't know what exactly happened. Why is it built on the sea like that? So come to, and we're gonna select pass through, mouse filter. We're gonna select pass through. Let's go to script. I'm gonna put it to +5 and -5. The offsets drag mouse position, so I need a little bit of offset between the mouse position and where exactly the building is being built. Right. I cannot actually click on my characters to activate them. I have to click manually on T on the keyboard to activate them, and I can select the tools. I'm gonna also do pass through, and for this one does not have mouse filter. Right. Pretty awesome now. Unit resource. So I need to create a small unit resource right here. I'm gonna come here and I'm gonna make a small rectangle right here. Come use the select tool, copy and paste. Now it's too big, so I'm gonna come to Tilemap layer, go to transform and change its scale to 0.5. Come drag and drop here. Now let enlarge a little bit. Just gonna use the copy tool. Right? Simple as that. Not be off the game though. Right, now let's use the grid. So let's work on G icon. We need to find the icons that I want to use for G icon. So go to UI and icons. You can see this is the meat icon. I'm just gonna drag and drop it on the sprite icon. So G icon is for gold, M icon is for the meat, and wood icon is for the wood. Now selecting all of them, I'm gonna drag and drop them down here. Right, mouse really select them and lock them so that we avoid that. Now once all the stress selected, we're gonna change the transform to 0.5. Let's zoom in and try to set them up. Perfect. This is perfect. Just gonna come here and unlock all of them. So now select the labels. We're gonna go to font size and change the font size to 20. So I have downloaded this texture text. I have this font called Splurge. I'm gonna come and drag and drop it in fonts. So what is this? I'm just gonna come to load, text flag and select Splurge. So I'm gonna change the font color to white and the outline color stays dark. Now in constant, I'm gonna go to outline and set them to 5, maybe too small, so 10, maybe 20, and change the font size to 120. Let's reduce this, go to layout, in transform, I'm gonna change the size of the text to a scale of 0.3. Right, let's drag these and drop them there. So I'm gonna extend the length to almost the size of the Tilemap layer that I built. So let's add 0, something like 0 like this, and there 0 as well, and here 0. Beauty. This is beautiful. Alright, now let's select these 3 and lock them. I'm gonna reduce the size of this or run the game. Now the display is pretty awesome. So I'm gonna use these ones to display the amount of resources used when you're building a building. So let's say I built a character and I built a house, the characters come out, so it's gonna reduce the meat, the gold, and the amount of food collected. So before doing that, I'm gonna go first to this panel. I'm gonna come and move it down here. What next? Say unit resource. We're just gonna go to theme override and check and activate our flex button and lock it. Right? Now let's go to info label. The next button, I'm gonna come and move it down here. And for now, I'm gonna lock it. Same for info label. I'm just gonna move it on the side. Extend its size a little bit to something like this. Lock it and leave it there. So for the unit construction, I'm gonna use the same style, activation, press button. So now I don't have any weird black rectangles in the background. Right, let's reduce that. And now in unit resource, I'm gonna go to timer table, timer label, and this is so confusing. Let's first let's just run the game to see what needs improvement. I got my character, I can move, I can build buildings. But the issue right now is I cannot directly click on one of these buttons. I don't know what happened, but I cannot activate the button directly on my own. I'll fix it, but not now yet. So let's go to UI and try to figure out what is blocking the mouse. What exactly is blocking the mouse right now? Let's open this and try to see. Nothing related to the mouse. Same in selection box. And the camera, I'm gonna reduce it a little bit to 0.5. Right, now I have a better view. I can add in my final game a system of zooming in and zooming out with the camera instead of just keeping a fixed camera. I'll try to make up something also related to a map. Right. So let's go to the Archery and the target manager. Right. I have made this target manager, but I didn't make an autoload, so I'm gonna come to global and create a target manager autoload. So let's add, and we're gonna save it into unit, not in unit building. We're gonna call it into our shape and create. Let's open it up, and we're gonna add some code here. Down with the target manager, I go back to 2D. On level stage, I don't know why it's keep on renaming itself, to be honest. This is really awkward. So open the level, let's close these things. Pretty annoying. Once I close, run the game. So now I got my pawn. I'm still not able to actually click through the screen. What I mean is I'm trying to select the tools using my mouse instead of the keyboard. Still struggling with that thing. Now let's click on the small cross. We're gonna add a static body 2D. Let's rename it as 3. So let me create for you a system of 3. So we're gonna add a child node to that static body 2D, an animated sprite 2D. Let's add in a collision shape 2D. Add a child node to that. We're gonna add another collision shape 2D. Add another child node. We're gonna add an area 2D. And to that area 2D, we're gonna add a collision shape. Let's add another child node to the node. We're gonna add audio stream there. Let's now rename this. So we're gonna rename that node sound FX, and the audio stream is car audio. Rename the area as 3 trunk, and let's go to anim. We're gonna rename it as anim, and the collision shape, let's rename it as shape. And for the second collision shape, I'm gonna call it chopped. So let's save this in a new folder called material, and then in a new folder material, we're gonna create a new folder called trees, and we're gonna save. Let's go on anim, click on new sprite frame. Let's add an animation to this. So in my new folder of, just we're gonna go to wood tree. We got 4 different types of trees. So let's start with number 1, auto slice, and select. As you can see, it has this smooth animation, so let's call the animation idle and press auto start and set it to 10. Add a new animation, we're gonna call it chop. We're gonna select the same, but what we're gonna do is increase the speeds to create that sensation like it's being cut down or being hit with an axe. Right? So, right. Add another animation. We're gonna add an animation called chopped. So in the chopped, we're gonna add the stump. Let's select the first 3 stump. Right. Here we're gonna come here and try to I don't know, change the offset maybe. Not necessary. Right. We're just gonna keep it this way. Now let's add a collision to this. So in shape, I'm gonna add this capsule looking shape from the base up to the bottom. No need to fill the full tree, so we need to pass through the tree behind it, so no need to create a base link. Now for the chopped tree, just make sure the collision only covers the tree stump. Alright, like this. And for the tree collision, for the tree trunk collision shape, we're gonna add a circle and set it to red and make it a bit smaller than all of them. Let's add this. Right. We're gonna come to unit in material folder. We can come to the tree and rename the tree as tree 1. Let's add another child node. So let's create this new. We're gonna add a type of area 2D. Let's rename it as wood. Add a child node to the wood. We're gonna add a collision shape 2D. Add a child node to the area 2D, and we're gonna add an animated sprite 2D. Add a child node to the wood again. We're gonna add we need a collision shape 2D also. We have made the collision shape 2D, so anim, we'll move it on top. Let's add an animation first. So I'm gonna come in, rename it idle, right, spawn, and wood. Right, let's select this, and in wood, I'm gonna pick the wood resource. And in the old set of spec, we got this types of wood. You see, I'm gonna use auto slice and select all. To be very honest with you, I prefer the old set of spec because it has smaller animation, especially when it comes to these resources. It's way better. So I'm gonna keep this old type of animation for my wood. Right? Smooth. Let's add a collision shape to this. Right? A circular shape isn't what's appropriate. To be very honest with you, you can choose any animation you want. I'm just thinking this is pointless. Alright, just can come to transform and rotate this area to kind of fit the angle of the wood. Right, filling now the shape. Let's add a wood folder and save the wood inside that new folder. Let's log this and add an animation. Let's call it collect audio. Now onto wood, go back to tree and wood. Add a script to wood. So in my wood script, I'm gonna create a way. So I'm gonna get the resource type. Basically what my wood is gonna do is detect if it's being collected and send a notification or kind of a signal to the global autoload script, which I already made, which is the global script. Once the wood is collected, it's going to send the signal so that my global script or the global script manager is going to add the amount to my saved script. You'll see at the end of this, you just get it. Once the wood script's done, we go back to 2D and we're gonna add the collect audio. So for collect, I'm gonna just add a random sound. I'm gonna pick items, item swing or item equip. So I'm gonna go with item equip, right? And increase the volume to plus 5 dB and increase the pitch scale to 2, right? We're gonna come and copy. And now in my tree, I'm gonna select tree impact sound, which is pretty good, and set it up, plus 5 dB, and the pitch scale to 1.5, right? So that now in anim, I got this chopped animation. So I'm gonna make sure that I'm gonna attach first a script. I'm gonna call this real quick. Now that the script is done, I'm gonna go to my folder, my trees folder, and I'm gonna come here and press duplicate, rename first the tree script, and make sure that tree number 1 is renamed tree number 1, and I'm gonna come to tree number 1 and duplicate it by pressing Ctrl D. I'm gonna duplicate it 4 times because I need 4 types of tree. Open these scenes. So tree number 1 is perfectly made. Let's move there. So number 2, all you need to change is just the animations. I'm gonna come with number 2, auto select. This is pretty easy to make. So in case you're wondering why I'm making all these trees, so the basic logic behind this is I'm gonna use my pound when I'm using my my X selected. I'm gonna chop the tree down, and once the tree is chopped down, it's going to spawn wood, and after a few milliseconds or few seconds, it's going to regrow. So you might make it more realistic for you. You can make like for a tree to regrow, let's say 15 minutes. Then after it regrows, you can again chop it down. You see, it's kind of just like a realistic system that you can set up. For me and for the tutorial, I'm just gonna make the tree regrow a little bit slow, a little bit faster, sorry. So it's gonna regrow, let's say in 10 seconds. Then in my final game, it's gonna be way more than that. So if you chop a tree down, it's gonna take way longer to regrow, right? So now there's different types of tree, but what I realized for tree number 3, the PNG number 3 and number 4 are different from number 1 and from number 1 to number 2, because there is this tree stump. When you use that animation, the tree stump seems to be separated or kind of like offset from where it's supposed to be. I'll show you in the game. Once the game is built, you're gonna see what I'm talking about, because right now I'm pretty sure I'm just confusing you. But when I was building this, I just realized the tree stump for number 3 and number 4 is way offset from the animation, especially when you transition from animation idle to chopped, so it creates that weird looking thing, right? This setup is quite fun. Right, let's zoom in and we go modify one by one, which takes a lot of time, to be honest with you. So let me just speed this up. So now bed, let's move to this animations and try to change the same. For this one is perfect. So let's save this. As you can see, all of them are made. Perfect. Now back to level. What we're gonna do is come and drag and drop each of these type of trees. Tree number 2, tree number 3, and tree number 4 right there. Alright. Let's first delete them. What I forgot to do is to set them to block building. If you forget to set them in the blocks, it's gonna create confusion when you're building one of your building and you put it on top of a tree. Then it allows you to do that, which is really awkward, isn't it? Make sure they're in block building and 3 group for each of them. And I'm gonna change the scale to 0.5 because these two are a little bit small, and same for this one, 0.5. Right. Run the script. In the script now, I need to change their scale as well. So everywhere I've set up the scale, I'm gonna come and change it. And here we go, little by little. Right. Just set up there, yeah, one here, and the last one there. Now run the game. As you can see, I am unable to access these tools by the mouse. I don't know what exactly is blocking the mouse. So the only solution I can right now use is to create a way to select my tools in maybe in the script. I think so. So global bound tool is equal to what? X. Let's try this method first. This is just rubbish. So back to 2D. Let's set the ordering to 6. All right. Let's close this and save. So what I'm gonna do is just create a way to select my tools using my keyboard. So I'll go to project settings in input map. I'm gonna add these actions: tool, hammer, tool, knife, tool, hands, tool, axe, and finally tool, pickaxe. And to each of these actions, I'm going to attribute input keys from the keyboard. So for tool hammer, I'm gonna select one on my numerical pad side of the keyboard. So you can select whatever you want. Just make sure that you're not selecting same buttons for different types of action. It's gonna be very, very confusing, right? I'm gonna come to tool hand and attribute also key input. Once it's done, let's close this up. I'm gonna go to script and into my pound script. Let me add that logic. Let me add that logic of selecting the tools directly from the keyboard. So let me speed this up, then I'll show you the results so that we can see how it works on the tree. Right, now it's done. Let's go back to 2D. And I'm just gonna check my camera and change it to 0.7. I need to be zoom in. Right, now once my pawn is selected, from my keyboard I'm gonna select my tool. So I'm gonna pick the axe. As you can see, I can change directly. I'm pressing my keyboard right now. Now go to tree and press space. Make sure you are near the tree trunk. As you can see, I can collect my wood. This is perfect to see how the tree stump stays. Right? Now let's come to tree number 1, number 3, and number 4. Let's open the scenes. The audio is quite not perfect. The pitch scale that I made is actually awful. You can't hear it, but it's pretty awful. I recommend you to adjust to what you like, but the pitch scale for me was awful. Right, number 3, number 4. I think all of them are now well set. Right, let's reduce this and maybe something like 0.0. Let's see how the wood are being distinguished. The wood dot scale gonna be do something like 0.6 by 0.6. Run the game. Now once you're selected, I'm gonna select my axe, come to the tree trunk and try to chop the tree. Now I have collected the wood. Right, now you remember when I told you about the tree stump? You see how the tree stump goes from behind down here to something up there. You see, now when the tree regrow, the tree stump moved down here. So I don't know if it's due to the animation or me making mistakes, but you can see I don't really like that effect. So for this tutorial, I'm gonna keep these number 3 and number 4 differently. So to avoid these kind of situations, I'm just gonna come to tree number 1 and make sure that the Y offset is reset to -70 to 0.5, 105. I am pretty worn out right now. I'm practically feeling my jaw dropping. Been talking for hours recording this. It's quite understandable. Right. Goodness Lord. Let's run this. Select the right. I still can do the click through. I don't know why. I can't actually use my mouse to select tools through my inventory. Now you see I have wood being spawned at random position. To be very truthful with you, I don't like this effect where the stump kinda move. It's kinda like the stump teleport itself from its initial tree position to a higher position, and I don't like this effect as well where the character is on top of the tree. So I'll make sure that my tree export is to 5 and the z index is equal to 7. Alright, something like this. Now let's reduce the zoom. Perfect. Select the X. Yep, I still have that issue when I'm passing. It's kind of like I'm walking on top of the tree. I'm gonna correct it. So let's see what the tree is. Wood I'm collecting perfectly. Yep, I hate this effect. And just make sure to not put the tree near the border of the ground level, because it's going to spawn it on the water, then you can access it from there. Let's add a new node. We're gonna add it, call it the course, and in the course add a new child node. We're gonna rename it as tree. We're gonna come drag and drop these and reparent them there, and change their order to something higher, like 7. And for these two, just gonna come here and disconnect their script, so they won't be able to spawn or being cut down anymore. They're just gonna be there for decoration until I figure out how to fix that stamp issue. I'm still working on the tree. I don't like that, to be very honest with you. So it might be due to the character or the pawn itself, maybe. Z index might be a little bit high, so I'm gonna set it to 4. And the castle Z index at which is spawning the characters might be also high. Run the game. Right, you see the effect I want? I want the character to be passing behind the tree, because the camera is closer. The tree is higher than the pawn and all the other characters. So I can actually and literally hide something behind the tree. And for these ones I've disconnected their script, so they won't change their ordering unless if I change it manually. I'm gonna come change it manually here in ordering. Yeah, Z index to 7. That run pretty slow. It's working. See? Perfect. Right? Close that. I'm gonna come to switch up and remove that. Maybe try something different. I'm gonna go with my old system of 3. Let's delete that, and I selected the wrong one. Maybe if I use this one, it's gonna work. Still not working. It's chopped. They just give up, because those animations are kinda just messed up for me. The click audio, yep. I'm gonna reduce the volume to something like 1. And compare these two. This one sound better is the one that I selected. So I'm gonna keep it. Let's come here, and I'm gonna just gonna go back to level and run the game. Select my tree, and I can chop the wood. Right? This is beautiful. Right? Let's go close this and close that audio. Now we're gonna come to material. Let's add a new folder. Let's rename that folder as ship. And in shape, now I'm gonna go on this macros, add another type of character. I'm gonna add a character, body, 2D, and rename it shape. Right? click Ctrl S to save it. We're going to save it in the ship folder we have created previously. Add a child node to that character. We're going to add an animated sprite 2D. Add another child node. We're going to add the collision shape 2D. Add another child node. We're going to add an area 2D. And to that area 2D, add a child node. We're going to add a collision shape 2D. Add another child node. We're going to add a marker 2D. Add another child node. We're going to add a navigation agent 2D. Add another child node. A tap node 2D and rename it sound effects. Now inside the sound effects, add child node. We're going to add the audio stream player. Duplicate it. And we're going to rename animated sprite 2D as anim. The collision shape as shape. The area, we're going to rename it as zone. Audio stream player 1, we're going to rename it as the shape audio. And the second one, we're going to rename it as 8 audio. Right, now on anim, I'm going to add my animation. So let's go to my folders. Then we're going to select the ship resource. So as we did for the tree spawns wood, and the meat, when you kill a sheep, you collect meat after it dies. Right, so that principle I will go with. So I need my ship to be a boat, kind of like a boat, which will be just moving around instead of staying idle there. That's why I'm using a navigation agent 2D to help me with the navigation or the randomness of the navigation of my ship. Let's add a shape to this ship. I'm gonna add something small like this. Right, this seems to be perfect. Let's add a collision to that area. I need a zone to detect whatever enters, arrow, explosions. So let's reduce it to something like this. Right, let's close that. Let's try to center this. I'm gonna just try to make them on the same shape. Right, now for the ship audio, I have this ship audio somewhere here. All right, I have actually two, but I think I'm gonna use this one. This sound, yeah, this sound perfect to me. So I'm gonna use that ship audio. And for the 8, I have the second one, which called ship 2. This one is more of a cry when you got 8. So I'm gonna put it to 1.5 and reduce the volume to -5 and increase the pitch to 2. And now let's go to node. I'm gonna add it to the group. Let's go with the script. Let's close this, and now back to 2D first. Let's go to zone. Let's add another zone. We're gonna call it danger zone. I need a zone, or I need an area which can detect the danger from a little bit far, because the other zone that I made, they're a little bit big. So the danger zone is right here, and the zone which detects something should be bigger. Let's close this. So now you have zone, danger zone, area. All right, now time to put some coding to it. So basically for my ship, I will add some variables like genes. I need my ship to be of different size, of different speed. They can even give birth, they can have a growth, and they have a pack mentality as well. Then they can run from danger actually as a pack. When one of them get attacked, and all of them will just shift to a different location. They have different states. They have idle state, grace state, move state, and die state. So let me code this real quick, then I'll show you the final result. Now I'm done with my script. As you can see on the inspector, I have these things that I can modify. Let me show you directly from my level. So I'm gonna come to my decor, add a child node. We're gonna add a node to the for grouping. So let's rename it shape. Now let's put the shape scene here and rename it. We're gonna duplicate it to 2. Let's move one here and the other one there. As you can see, I can come in my inspector and modify the variables like growth, body size, agility, courage, fertility, growth rate, and all those things. And also you can see I have a baby sheep scene there, which means one of my sheep can give birth to another sheep. The system is good when it comes to generating a system of unlimited sheep, because if you kill all the sheep to collect meat, they're not just gonna spawn out of nowhere. So I'm creating a system of growth and birth, even though you're not farming them, but they kind of like multiply on their own. This is right. Now let's launch the game. As I told you, it's pretty slow. The more I add in my game, the more it takes time to actually run the game. Now, as you can see, I got my ship moving around. This is awesome. Now you see when I attack it, it flashes, then it spawns wood instead of meats, because I haven't made a meat scene. So as you can see, they actually even run. They are pretty aware of the danger, right? I kill all of these. So for now, their growth rate and birth rates are a little bit slow, but I will correct it and make sure that they kind of give birth a little bit quickly. Otherwise, you're gonna end up with 0 sheep in your game after killing all of them. You won't be able to collect meat anymore. Now we have made the sheep. Let's create a new folder. We're gonna call it meat. Since we need the meat resource, we're just gonna come to wood, duplicate the wood and rename it meat, and move it to meat there. And we're gonna duplicate the wood script and rename it meat and move it to the meat script. Now inside our meat script, we're just gonna come and drag and drop there. Let's rename this as meat, and we're going to change the animation. Let's go to my resources, and here it is. So we got the meat and the meat idle. I'm gonna use this one. I'm gonna use this one. Perfect. Now for the spawn animation, let's remove this first, and we're gonna come and auto slice here and select all of them. Right. So no much change to do here. We're gonna go to the script of the meat. We're gonna change the type of resource is change the name is meat, and I think from here there's really pretty not much to change. All these lines are correct. Maybe add wood from the global is add meat, then in meat I'm adding +1, and make sure the global is only called once and once. Right. I'm gonna just add +3. Yeah, add 3. Right. And make sure that the meat is in the group resources. Same for wood. Wood should be in resource group. Now go back to the sheep. We're gonna come and remove this and put the meat scene instead of the wood scene here. Right, so back to level. We're gonna go to 3. Come and close these two. Run the game now. What is this? Okay, make sure the idle 3 is playing in 3 number 3. Confusing 3 and 3. Right. It's kind of dragging right now because my laptop doesn't follow up anymore with the speed. As you can see, I have selected my knife. Now if I kill it, it's spawn meat, then I can collect it. Right, then it's pretty running away.
Right, now if I kill this one, I get the meat. Pretty nice. Let's close this. We're gonna come and close this, even the shape. Let's close that. Now let's add a new folder to the unit. We're gonna call it effects. In effects, we're gonna add a folder, and we're gonna rename the folder as fire. Add a new folder, we're gonna rename it as TNT. Duplicate that TNT folder and rename it. Now let's go on the small cross. We're gonna add a new scene. Let's rename it as TNT. Is a type of node 2D. Add a child node to that TNT node 2D. Animated sprite 2D. Let's rename it as a name. Go back to inspector. Press Ctrl S. We're gonna save it into our FX into TNT folder. Let's add an animation to this TNT. So we're gonna name it as SP, speed to 10. Now we need our explosion. We're gonna find them in new units, not in unit, in faction. When I need my TNT in the old asset pack, so I'm gonna select it and play it. Now let me zoom in. Here is my TNT. Let's attach a script. So let me code this real quick, then we'll catch up at the end of this code. Once my script is done, I'm gonna go to this small cross. I'm going to click on add a node and create a new node called animated sprite 2D and rename it as explosion. And let's press Ctrl S to save it in our explosion scene we have made. Explosion. Now to the explosion, let's add a child node. We're gonna add an area 2D, and that area 2D need a collision shape 2D. Add another child node to explosion. We're gonna add a audio stream player, and the name is Explo Audio. Back to 2D. Let's center this, and in audio, I'm gonna add animation of an explosion. Let's set it to 10 milliseconds. Now let's look for explosion animation. So I'm gonna go in explosion, and I need to perfectly align these so they are 9 horizontal splits. So here they are explosion. Better. Now let's rename that area as explode and make sure that explode area is in the group explosion. Make really sure that explode area is in the group explosion, which really crucial for the rest of the game. Let's rename the collision. Let's change the collision shape color to something red and increase the size. Now I'm gonna add an explosion audio to this audio stream player audio explosion. I have couples of explosion audio here. I can pick whatever I want, but you're gonna have at least 3 or 4 choices. You can pick whatever pleases you, right? So I'm gonna pick this one and add directly to my game, and I can change the pitch scale and the volume. Right. Once it pleases you, you can save it, and we're gonna come and close this from here. Back to the explosion. I'm gonna attach a script to that explosion. Create a script. Let's do this. So let me code this real quick. Once done, go back to TNT. I'm gonna come to explode and drag and drop the explosion scene into my script. Now there is no error. That creates a new folder. we're gonna name it as flames. Let's go back to explosion first. As you can see, I'm gonna click on this small cross and click on add a node, add an animated sprite 2D and rename it as fire. Add a child node to that fire. We're gonna add an area, and to that area we need a collision shape 2D. Add a child node, we need an audio stream player. Let's rename that audio stream player as I'm gonna rename it as fire audio. Right, back to 2D. Let's place Ctrl S, save into the files folder we have made. Back to the inspector, I'm gonna click here so I can add an animation. I have this fire animation from Pixel Frog. Let's look for it. So we have different types of fire as well. Here you can see in the new asset pack there are different types of fire, but I'm gonna combine all. I'm gonna use first this old fires animation. Let's rename it SP and set the animation to not loop. Back to area, I'm gonna rename that area as fire. Let's zoom in so we can see better. And let's add a collision shape to that. We're gonna add a circle collision shape to it. I'm gonna pick just the whitish color and make sure it's semi-transparent. Now it's covering the whole fire region. Right. Now let's add a fire audio to it. Have this fire crackling sound, which is really pretty good. Sound like flames blazing on wood, but it's pretty good even for this animation. Let's attach a script to this. Once the file script is done, I'm gonna save and run the game. You can see I run the current scene. Then the flame is just not quite disappearing. Let's go back to the fire animation and I'm gonna set it to 12 and run the game. Now my flame animation is playing and disappeared. This is perfect. So let's go back to our explosion script. I'm gonna come to the fire folder, drag and drop the fire inside this reload variable. Right, let's duplicate that fire scene and rename it as flame, and we're gonna name it as flame. Back to 2D, I'm gonna change this animation. Let's remove this, rename and go to the new folder. In new we have particle effects, so I'm gonna go with this type of fire 1. So I'm gonna select this. They are 8 by 8. So right now that I got this explosion, it's kind of like an explosion more than it's kind of like a flame explosion. Let's rename this first one flame 1. Then I'm gonna come here and duplicate it to flame 2 and flame 3. Open flame 2. We're gonna come to the flame 2 and change the animation as well. So pick on this small icon and select flame 2. Here it's a 11, it's 10. Basically it's 11 because we come from 0 to 11, 0 to 10, which is basically 11 images. Right, let's go for fire 3 and we're gonna also go for the same principle. So here it's 12, it's 13 images. Right, let's zoom in and now we can see it's more of an explosion than flame, so I don't really understand that. Yeah, same for this one and for the third one. Right, back to our fire as well. We're gonna play that one and keep it like this. Now for explosion, I'm gonna go to the script. I need to add this flame, so I'm gonna pick flame 1 and set it there. Right, let's close these go back to TNT. It's perfectly made as well. Let's reduce these things. Now in explosion, I'm gonna come and duplicate it and rename it as mini explode. Let's open mini explosion. Then in mini explosion, all I'm gonna come and do is just change the animation. I'm gonna pick explosion number 1 from the new type of asset. So it's 8 images. Select. Now I gotta change the explosion speed and pitch. Duplicate that explosion to explode 2, duplicate it again, explode 3. So let's open explode 2 and explode 3 and change the animations. So explode 2, I'm gonna come and delete all the animations and add this one. It's a 10 by 1, so select all, right? Now I've made this one. You can see this explosion is pretty nice. Back to explosion 3, let's also change the animation. Pick this one and we're gonna go with, there is no actual explosion 3, so what I'm gonna do is just come in and delete it. I'm gonna keep those two. Let's close it and don't save it. Right, let's now close these things. Even this one, I'm gonna come and close all of these. Right, let's open explosion 1 and explosion 2. I'm gonna just change the sound effects audio. I'm gonna put this one, and it can be different type because these are small explosions, so this sound for the other one is a little bit big and very loud. Right, close this, delete this flame thing. Right, we're gonna come to fire, then I'm gonna duplicate the fire folder and rename it as fire bomb. I'm gonna come and delete these flames, rename the fire one as fire bomb, and rename this one script as well as fire bomb. Let's open my fire bomb scene, come in, and I'm gonna keep that. So this is drag and drop the fire here. So let's open the script, and for the fire bomb, as you can see, I do not need this. I kind of made a mistake. So fire bomb design is a little bit different, so I'm gonna create a new node. For the fire bomb, I'm gonna have a parent node of type node 2D and a child node of animated sprite 2D, another child node of audio stream player. So basically my firebomb and my TNT gotta have the same type of design. I'm using my TNT for the goblin who's throwing TNT, and the firebomb for my goblin who's going to throw flames at people. Right, now pick the same flame animation. Don't really have much choice. I prefer this animation. I'm gonna reduce just the scale to 0.5 and save it in the firebomb folder. Rename this animation as fire. We're gonna pick the same audio for the fire, so it's a fire crackling, volume to -5, and the pitch to 2. Right, let's go to the script now. So for the script, basically the script should be the same as for the for my TNT. So I will just come here and copy all of this, go back to my fire and plus it here. What I could do is also just duplicate the TNT explosion, the TNT folder or the TNT scenes in his script, and just change the animation, but I was too lame to do that, or too knocked or tired to do that, so I just kind of forgot. So things I can actually change is things like explosion, which type of explosion I want there. Perfect in it. Right, now let's close that. let's connect the signal on animation finished. So when my fire animation finish, fire audio should stop. Let drag and drop it. Before drop you press control. We're gonna come here, fire audio dot stop, right? And in the ready index, what we can do is come and copy this down here. We're gonna pass them right. I think this is right. Yeah, we're gonna reduce to 1 second, or maybe just anim.animation finished. No, basically what I can do right here is just remove this and say await.animation finished. But since we already have that one, I do not really need to do all this troublesome thing. So let's run the current scene. As you can see, nothing really happened. Right. Go back to anim. We're gonna disconnect this, and what we're gonna do is come here and remove this last signal that we connected previously, right? And remove this as well. Now, if I run my game, it's kind of not playing, right? Run the game. I'm gonna place my firebomb somewhere here. Move down. As you can see, I can walk on it, but nothing is happening. No explosions found. All right. So right, I'm gonna delete that, and I'm gonna come here and close this, reduce this. So let's go to this. We're gonna create a new tab. We're gonna create an animated sprite 2D, and we're gonna name it as dust in. Create a new folder and save it as dust particles. Save. Right. Now on my dust, I'm gonna add an animation. Let's name it as SP, same speed to 10, disable looping. Now let's go to my particle FX. We're gonna go with dust. The dust in, we're gonna make sure is, let's center this and zoom in. Right. Attach a script to that dust in. So real quick scripting is just connect the signal and the animation that finished. What we do is Q3, not much to code there. So now I'll go to units in my material, not material actually. In my effect FX, I'm just gonna come to dust in and rename it as dust. Come and duplicate my dust in and rename it as dust out. Let's put dust out. Open that dust out, and first I need to go to dust and make sure the script is connected. I'm gonna add an animation to that dust out. Somehow the animation was removed. Disable loop and dust out animation. Right. So this one is a 11 horizontally and right. Dust out. Now in the script, we can come here and let's check for this one. Somehow the signal is not attached, so let's make sure the signal is attached. Right. Save. Now we got these two sharing the same script. Let's close this. We're gonna come here and add another animation, same pattern. We're gonna go with an animated sprite 2D and rename it as water. We're gonna come here and add an animation. Let's rename it as SP, then and remove that. So I can actually use this water splash animation when something is thrown into the water. I will show you in my final game, not in my tutorial is gonna take a lot of time. This is already so long. Right, let's create a scene to that. All we need to do is just connect the signal and once and Q3. Right, now let's Control S to save in a new folder, water splash, water particle, whatever you want to name that new folder. Let's close that, back to 2D. We're gonna add a new folder to the material and let's name it as mine. Add another folder, we're gonna name it as Goldstone. Now click on the small cross, we're gonna add a new tab, area 2D. Let's name it as gold. Add a child node to that gold. We're gonna add a collision shape 2D, an animated sprite 2D, an audio stream player. Now let's rename this anim as anim and the collect audio as the stream player. I'm gonna keep the shape as it is. Press Ctrl S to save. We're gonna save it into the Goldstone. Right, let's add an animation to this. So let's come to animation. We're gonna name it as level 1 and make sure you duplicate it up to 5, level 1 to 5. Right, this is kind of tricky. Let's rename this one level 4 and level 5. Now back to level 1, we're gonna add a, so we need to go to new resources and in gold resources, goldstone, we're gonna go with goldstone highlights 1. Since I need an animation, I'll go with that one. So goldstone highlight number 1, auto slice and select all. Now that I zoom in, I got this up to 10. Right, so let's say 7. I'll do the same for goldstone number 2, select all and make them to 7 and loop. Goldstone 3, select all, goldstone 5 and make sure you have goldstone 6 as well. So loop 7 speed and animation is goldstone here.
Right, let's rename this last one as level 6. Now in level 6 we're gonna change the speed to 7 and we're gonna come here and select these animations. Right, this is perfect. So now I can do different animations. I got all these animations. Now let's go to the collision shape. For collision shape, I'm gonna use this circle. So guys, let me speed up this design, then we'll catch up for the code and I will explain you basically how I'm gonna make these things. Let's catch up at the end of this. Now that the design is done, I'm gonna come to the script and attach a script to the goldstone mine. Right, let me design this real quick. So as I design the tree, when you chop the tree, you have once the tree's life is at 0, what it does is it spawns wood. So I'm gonna use the same principle when it comes to the goldstone mine. So for the goldstone mine, it's the same principle. When I come with my pound, when I selected my pound and what am I doing here? Let's add a mine first. I'm gonna add a mine zone because I need my goldstone to detect the attack effects. The attack effects which I'm gonna use to subtract life from my goldstone mine. So now I have my mine zone, which can detect the attack effect. I'm gonna add a child again. I'm gonna add a marker to the spawning point. So let's come here in pound black. I'm gonna close this. I do not need a pound black. So I need is the length purple. So I'm gonna come and copy this. I need a visual of the length of my mine progress bar. I'm just gonna call it half bar, right? So now let's go to the script. I'm gonna erase this. I'm gonna come and drag and drop all of these here. Right, so basically it should be designed as I designed my tree. Once an attack effect is detected by the mine zone, it's going to subtract life from the mine stone. Once the life is equal to 0, it's gonna spawn gold resources, which my pawn can hence collect. So let me design this real quick and we'll catch up at the end of this code. Now I've made my goldstone. Let's add a new type of node. So let me now create the gold resource. So I'm gonna call it gold. I'll come to D, and in that gold, let's add a child node. We're gonna add a collision shape and an animated sprite to the right. Let's add another child node. I need the audio. I'm gonna call it collect audio and rename this one as anim. For the collision shape, I'm gonna rename it as shape. Let's go to gold first. I'm gonna add it to group resource, and I'm gonna save it in my script called gold. Right. So let's go to anim and add an animation. We're gonna add the gold animation. So I'm gonna increase up to 10, maybe 10, autoplay, and I disable the loop animation. I'm gonna put it level 1. I'm gonna pick gold resource. I'm gonna come here and pick this one for idle, and let's just pick this one. So I'm gonna pick this one, which is animated. First, because I imported the PNG instead of the grid one, so let's remove this. We're gonna go for this one and select this frame. Now I got this one. You can't really see it because I don't know what happened to my Godot 4.6. Some of the time scenes overlap, so we kind of see the previous scene open in another scene, which is really awkward. Now I'm gonna add a shape. I'm gonna take a red shape to it, close it, and let's attach a collect audio to this. So I'm gonna go with let's say, let me just pick something like item string or item equip. So let me just pick this random quickly. I'm gonna change the pitch to 2 and the volume to -5, and sounds perfect to me. So let's go now to goldstone. We're gonna change the type. So for the goldstone, the mindstone, it's a static body, not an area body. And the collect audio is not collect audio, is rock audio. Since I need my pickaxe to collide with it, it's gonna be goldstone collide, right? Come and drag and drop it here, and there is no issue with my variable here. So once it's copied, I'm gonna just come and change the variable's name, and I can go on modifying this as well. So it's saying it's regenerating right? So it should be regenerating, regenerating, right? Regenerating, and the audio is not rock audio. Change it to rock audio. Regenerating, and this one as well. Let's just come here and change. So now the function is found gold, right? Let's close this up and change this to it's a static body script, not a area, right? Now on top of it, I'm going to add an export. I'm going to call it mine level. So let me just explain to you what exactly I want to do. So I want to create a system of level for the mine. It's kind of like upgrading the mine when it's on level 1, which means it's the minimum we can get to be spawning less gold. And the more you increase or the more you upgrade your mine stone, it's going to spawn more and more gold, right? So I'm gonna come here and change minimum gold to min gold and max gold there, right? Back to gold, let that actually script. No. Let's first add it to the group block building and into the group mines as well for the gold stone, which is the spawning point of the gold stone. Very confusing. Gold stone is basically my mine, and it's in mine as well. So my gold stone is the mine or the block from which I extract the gold. I'm pretty confusing all of you right now, but just try to understand it. Goldstone is the point from which I extract my gold, basically. So now, back to the signals, I'm going to attach a couple of signals that I didn't attach, like area entered. Now it's connected. Let's save. So now I can go back to my gold and attach a script. So for my gold script, I'm gonna save this. I'm just gonna come drag and drop all of these. So I just realized for golds and golden woods and meats are the same type of resources. So all I just need to do is come and copy here and make sure that the animations names are changed as the resource type as well. All right. Back to a name. Let me just change it to SP and create idle animation as well. And set it to 10. Right. Let's add that idle animation PNG and set it to 10. All right. Now back to the script. I think it's okay right now. So just let's connect this body entered signal on body entered. Well, it's connected and the collect audio is it's matching as well. So back to the level, I'm gonna come drag and drop my goldstone here and open the inspector. Let me just show you how this should be right now. It's slow. My Godot is really slow. Right now, nothing is happening right now. I don't know why, but nothing is happening. It's not even showing anything yet. Right, let's close this up. I'm gonna go back to D. Let's go to Goldstone. Let's first move this health bar a little bit down here. Now, on area Android signal is connected. Let's go first to the script and check something. So we are checking if my pawn is using the tool pickaxe when excavating the gold. Right? So here in here I'm gonna look for where is it? Here it is. So in pound, I just have to make sure that the tool that I'm using is actually the pickaxe when I'm extracting the gold. Where is it? Right, it's here. When the button is pressed, it's pickaxe, which is correct. So make sure the pickaxe is well written. So I'm checking if the array is in the group attack effect, and the tool that I'm using is pickaxe. So now let's see, take damage. Now back to the goldstone. Let's check the script as well. So I'm gonna set the Z index to 6. And what do I need to change here? Yeah, the golds to 6 as well. Now at that here, I'm gonna come here and say marker 2D dot marker 2D the global position, right? So now down here, we're gonna go back to 2D. You're gonna see something. So I'm gonna enlarge the mining zone detection, run the game. Right, select the tool using my keyboard, and it's still not working. Let's close this. What I can do is go to pound. In pound, let's reduce this. So in pound, where I'm selecting manually from the keyboard my tools, I'm gonna go to pickaxe and make sure that the global tool is changed actually to pickaxe. So it's accurate, it's pickaxe for pickaxe. Make sure that this pickaxe is pickaxe. I'm just gonna set this comment this line, try something. Now let's see if I'm just checking if the pound, whatever tool is using, if the mine detects the attack zone. So now the attack effect is being spawned, I'm pretty sure of that. I'm pretty sure the attack effect is being spawned. So you see it's working on this ship. It's working on them, but I don't know why it's not working on the milestone. So the milestone might actually be the problem right now. So let's first add to the core a child node. We're gonna add a node to the lecture name is mine, and we're gonna move it here. Now on this, we're gonna go to the script. In the script, let's see what's popping here. I'm just gonna reduce this first. Don't really see what's troubling right now. Now I'm gonna quickly make a function by which, according to the upgrade of the level of the mine stone, it's going to show a different image for whatever I'm making right now. So let me just code this real quick, then I'll show you what exactly it does at the end of this. I'm going to be, I'm gonna run my game. It's slow, really. Now you see, I can click directly from my phone, even build this building. I can select with a single mouse click on my mouse. So I'm gonna come to panel, go to mouse, the filter I'm gonna change it to ignore instead of property. Right? Let's save that and run it again. It's slow. Now if I click directly on my phone using a single mouse, see it's now working. I can select my tools. I can even build this. Click again on my character and select pickaxe and mine the dog. Now left from here I can single select one of the knives. So which means it's working. Now let's work on the UI. Now let's enter this. Let's zoom in a little bit. We're gonna come in my unit resource We're gonna attach a script. Let's come to, we're gonna save it into building manager right here. Open and create. Right. Now let's copy these labels. I'm gonna come and drag and drop them here. So basically what I want to do is using this unit resource script to visually show the amount of resources that I got. The amount of gold, the amount of wood, the amount of meat when they are being used or they're being processed, and other things like info label, the timer, and all this instruction that the game can give to the player. So let me speed this up a little bit and I will show you the final result. Right, done with the unit resource script. Go back to 2D, run the game. Now you can see they are actually showing. So if I use my character, I select the pickaxe tool, I come here and excavate the stones, I collect them. There is a small issue. Instead of increasing the gold, it's increasing the wood. And for the meat and gold, nothing has changed so far. So what we're gonna do is come to material. I'm gonna open gold. Let's open the meat scene and the wood scene. So now let's check their script. So for the wood, add wood, the script is correct. For the meat, it's correct as well. I'm gonna add +5 meat, right? And for the wood, I'm gonna say +1. And now for the gold, instead of add gold, it's written out wood, so I'm gonna change it to add gold, and the amount of gold I'm gonna add is +2. Right, let's go back to level. Let's close this first. Back to level, back to 2D as well. Let's run this game. Now, if I click on one of my characters, you see it reduces the wood and all the other resources. See, so according to the type of building, it's using different type of resources. I can come here and kill this. You see the meters increased. Now if I collect it, I go from 56 to 66, right? I'm gonna come and excavate some gold stones. You can see I went from 50 to 62. Same for the wood. If I chop down a tree, make sure you're under the trunk here, right? I come here and collect the wood. I'm on 42 now. Let's chop this one as well. I can come here and collect the wood, and it has increased. Perfect, let's close this. We're gonna come to theme override, and I'm gonna change the outline to something like 30 for the labels. It's too big, so I'm gonna do 50. Run the game. Now it's well defined, you can clearly see it, but I think it's a little bit too much, so I'm gonna go with 40. I wanted to change maybe some of these, but I know it's pointless right now. So let's try to write like 10. I just realized this font is not really clear to see, so I'm gonna change my type of font. I'm gonna go with something like ring M. So for the font, I'm gonna come and drag and drop the ring M here. You see, this one is a little bit clear to see because some of those letters are kind of distorted, so it's difficult to see if it's a 10 or a 70. But this one it's clear. Right back to 10. Now we're on 50, 49. You see, this is clear, but it's a bit small. Now, if I keep on moving and moving, now you see I cannot build anymore. No matter how many times I try to build another building, it's showing me that I have 0 wood, so I can't actually expend my resources anymore. Let's come and select these 3. we're going to change something here. We're going to change the transform. Let's make it a little bit big, so it's going to be 0.4, and let's move them a little bit close to something like this. So in theme override, I'm going to change the outline to 20, which creates this perfect looking to my game. Yeah. Now build the monastery, build the archery. Right. Yep, they keep on moving in the same awkward way once selected. Let's add some towers for defense here and there. Now I'm out of resources. I cannot build anymore. Let's close this. Right, well selected. I'm gonna lock them. Let's close all of this. So you see I have a pause and game over system. Let's start with pause system. So I'm gonna show you how to make this. Zoom out a little bit. I'm gonna come here and enable the grid. So let's create a pause system. Right. Let's scale it to cover the whole level, especially the screen. So first one, I'm gonna just come and rename the label as paused and change the font to ring M. So the font size is gonna be 150, maybe even more, maybe 200. Right, set it in the middle of the screen, right there. Let's reduce this, and now let's go for the fonts. Outline it dark and select them. Now the font outline, I'm gonna go with something like 10. Let's add a child node to that pose. We're gonna add a Tilemap layer. I need some designing, it's not just a text, so I'm gonna call it pose. Let's rename this, it's kind of lame. So pose with an underscore. Let's add a Tilemap, let's add a tile size 64 by 64. The default made by Pixel Frog. Right. Now let's come to my resources. I need to add, I'm looking for this sword looking tile set thing. So in UI, I'm gonna go with ribbon, maybe ribbon first, small and big. Let's go up, and I'm gonna add also sword. So now all you need just to do is to design all of these things. You can make it as you want. For me, I'm just gonna speed up this and try to find what fits me. Once I'm done, I'll show you how I code these things. You can change also the scale of whatever you're doing right now. So for me, what I'm gonna do first is try to find what fits perfectly for my game, and let's catch up at the end of this. So after 30 hours maybe of trying to actually design this, I'm gonna add a child node to my resume label, and we're gonna resize it to try to fit this. So I won't really pressure you to use the same design for the pause menu as I did, but I find this one a little bit good. But I might change it later to make it more interesting, because this one is kind of the basic thing that I can do for now. Let's rename that button as resume BTN. Let's close that thing, and we're gonna come here and close unit resource. So now instead of button, I'm gonna come and copy this quit button and paste it here. I'm still in kind of designing, so let me speed this up a little bit again. So after hours of deciding where should I put my quit button, I finally just find where to save it. So make sure that the label button is on top of the Tilemap. I mean, the visibility and ordering should be different. Let's quickly come here and set the button to those preset button module I made, and I want to change the color of this text, so I'm just gonna use the color picker and come here and change it. So same for pose, I'm gonna come and change the color picker and change it to this orange. It's kind of red or orange, I don't know, just gonna call it orange. It's kind of like maroon, whatever. Right, once set, I'm just gonna come here and reduce a bit this to fit the text size, and also change the side of this small ribbon and try to fit the text instead of just making a useless big or nothing. So for the button, I can try to add this and move it at top here, right there. Kinda cool. Run the game. Not really what I intend, since you can't see it. So this is beautiful. So I'm just gonna delete this quit button. I don't really need a quit button on my pause menu, so I'm just gonna keep it like that. Let's now delete the game over panel as well. So what I'm gonna do is actually come here and we're gonna change the panel to something a little bit darker. Right now it's too transparent, so I'm gonna come and create a new start box flat and change the color to dark, but with an alpha value of let's say 205. Right, now you see it's transparent but not too transparent. So I'm gonna come here on the post panel and duplicate it. So I'm gonna rename this as, why am I remaining resume sorry, not as resume. Let's rename this one as first, this one is not resume, is game over panel, and this one is game over label, and this one will be the retry. So this one changed from resume button to retry button. Right, now let's change the text. So the text is no more pause but game over, and for the pause I'm gonna change this to game over underscore. Right, I'm gonna use the same design using the sword. So let's just come here using my drop picker. I'm gonna extend this one and let's flip here. I'm gonna flip the dark. Right, let's move it a little bit on the left, right in the center of the screen. Let's move this one also a little bit there. I'm just gonna leave it there. So once it's done, I can extend it a little bit on the side and add a little bit more. Now let's move the game over label in the center of those crosswords. I'm gonna change the retry label name as retry. Right, let's set it to center there. There. Right, now I get a game over and a pause menu. Simple, this simple you can get. For my final game, I'm gonna make it a little bit fancier. Now see, these buttons are on top of the game layer, so I have to make sure that these two have a ordering area. So I'm gonna set them to 10 of Z index. Now if I run it, everything else should be underneath it. Now everything is underneath. Right, let's close this. and let's hide them. Disable the grid and press Ctrl S. We're gonna save. Let's go for the code now. I'm gonna attach a script and let's look for the location. I'm gonna save them into building manager into the system. Right, now click on create. So for the pausing system, it's really simple. I'm gonna create in the project setting, I'm gonna go to project setting, add an input key. I'm gonna set an input key for pause and the resume function, or I can directly use buttons made with nodes or using the keyboard, depending on you. You can even do a combination of both. So let me speed up this and code this real quick and we'll catch up at the end of this. For game over, let's go with func ready, and inside the ready function, we're gonna add the function hide. Back to 2D. We're gonna come down here and let's reduce these things. Now add a child node to the level and we're gonna name it as node 2D and rename the node 2D as Goblin units. After that, let's come to the folders, and inside the building manager, what I'm gonna do is let's close this up. So for game over, I just need to organize this, so I'm gonna move this game over script into the system file. Right now it's set into the system folder. Let's reduce this and let's run the game. Right, I can build this and add many of these. Now let's come down here as well. Right, I can move my monk. I can use my heal ability with the monk right up to here. I can even use my pawn and move him around, select different kind of tools. So far this is what I've made and it's working properly and according to what I've done. So I can chop the tree down and I get this error. So saying as in base area to the invalid connection function as property. So what I can do right now is just as property, which means the array we're detecting would doesn't have the property because we have resource type, but we don't have the function that we're trying to call here. So I'm just gonna rerun this and see what happened. So if I come here, use my 12x and chop it down, and I still got the same error. So what exactly is happening here? So they got resource type, but this one is saying there's no property of that. What I can just do is make it as comment and just gonna skip that line of the condition. Now if I move up here and select my pickaxe, chop the tree down, I can select my wood. There is no error after that, right? So basically that error is coming because I use two functions. I use the function pick and auto pick. So auto pick was in conflict with a pick function. That's why it's checking for the property as resource type method, right? Now let's come to our resource and add a folder. We're gonna name it as units goblins. Click on OK. Let's change that color to purple. Now inside that, let's go to the unit resource, unit goblin, and add the child node. We're gonna name it as goblin barrel. Right. Click on this small cross, click on add the nodes, and we're gonna add a character body 2D. Let's come to this character body 2D and we're gonna rename it as goblin. barrel. Let's save it. So we're gonna look for the path where we saved. We already created that folder, so back again in unit goblin, in goblin barrel, and save it. So let me first restart this. I restarted Godot, so let's add a child node to our goblin barrel. We're gonna add an animated sprite to the, we need a collision shape to the, we need an area 2D most probably, yeah, area 2D, that area need a collision to detect things, so collision shape. Let's come to that area, then we're gonna duplicate it, add another child node, we're gonna add a navigation agent 2D. Add another child node, we're gonna add a timer, duplicate the timer and add another child node to the goblin barrel. We're gonna add another area and add a child node to that area, a collision shape 2D. Add another child node, we're gonna add a shape cast 2D. Add another child node, we're gonna add a node 2D, and in that node 2D we're gonna rename it as sound FX. Add child node to sound effect. We're gonna add audio stream player and we can duplicate it. Let's rename the first audio stream as throw audio, and the second one we're gonna rename it as hit audio or hit attack audio. Now let's rename the shape cast 2D as predict cast. That collision shape is shape. This area we're gonna rename it as target area, which will be used to target the areas. Let's rename this timer as flash and the other one as hurt. Right? So far so good. So now let's move to this area. We're gonna rename it as detector area or detect area. And to this one, we're gonna rename it as hurt box to take the damages. And for this one, we're gonna rename it as anim. So back to this goblin, make sure it's in the group. Goblin should be in group. Goblin, block building, and that's all. Now back to anim, let's add some animation to this goblin. So from the old asset pack made by Pixel Frog, that's why you find these goblins. Don't worry, I've combined these two assets in one. So we're gonna come to barrel and we're gonna select the red one. I'm only gonna use the red types of goblins. Unless if you want to purchase my full last file project where I use different type of goblins and different types of colors as well to make them more smart and more accurate. Right, let's just pick these animations randomly. I'm not gonna rename them right now because I clearly don't already know what each animation is doing right now. So all I'm just doing is just copy and select these frames, add frame and try it. So this one is whatever it is. The only thing I can actually recognize from this animation is the last one, which is the when it ignites and explodes most probably. So here you see it's kind of like flashing, right? Cannot really rename them, so the best I can do right now is just change the animation speed, trying to find what will match perfectly. Right, some of these animations are just pointless. Okay, this one looks like an idle animation, huh? Yeah, it looks like an idle animation. All right, back to idle. We're gonna add a collision shape to this. So in shape, we're gonna go with a circular shape, not something too big, just to cover enough the anim node. Let's add that, and let's move to
Now, what am I gonna make? So we made so far the collision shape and all this. Now let's move down here to our box. What we're gonna do is come to collision shape and add a collision type. So for the earth box is the area which take the damages. So I'm just first gonna pick a color to it. Let's go with a red color, red, and zoom out. So my earth box is gonna take is gonna detect things like it's going to detect things like arrows and attack effects so that the goblin barrel can take damages, and the detect area detects the target or yeah, basically the targets. In most of the case, target inside my group, target inside the group player. Right. Let's add a collision shape. So I have a detect zone, I have a detect area and a target area. So targeting and detecting are different. So for targeting, I'm gonna use it to target multiple targets, and the detect area detects which target is the closest so that it can explode, because this goblin is basically just exploding. So let's set up also the predict cast. So I'm gonna make this all these three goblins types I'm gonna make them as I made most of my characters, those characters controlled by the navigation agent 2D, as you recall. So for this goblin barrel, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make him automatically look for a set of targets when once it's spawned by the goblin house. What he's gonna do is look for the closest target and attack. So it's basically an automated bot. It's kind of like an AI enemy. Once it's spawned, it scans for target, and once found the target, it goes to it. When the target disappears, it just explodes on its own. Only for this goblin barrel. Right, now that I'm setting up the sound, I know you can't actually hear it. I forgot to set up the microphone on when I was recording for the audio setting app, so you won't hear it, but doesn't really matter for now. Doesn't matter for now. Right, now these audios are set up. I'm just playing with this and I feel like a DJ. Right, just playing with this sound and trying to find the perfect rhythm and speed to it. Right, let's attach the script. Now from here, I'm gonna make something really similar to how I made most of my other characters, especially the Archery. If you remember, the Archery used a system of detecting enemies and targeting system where it keeps all its target inside what I called an array. So it's going to keep thousands of targets, and each goblin once spawned selects its own targets, and they can't target one target all of them. Right, so let's catch up once I'm done coding this and I'll show you how it actually works. Now that the coding part is done, let's go with the animations. So this one is basically explode, and I don't need it to loop. Well, okay, I can just keep it looping. And for the idle, it's not really the real idle animation, since this one is the real idle animation. So let's delete this fake idle animation and rename this one idle. Right, it's 5, let's say 10, and this one is empty, so let's delete it. This one it's more of hide. I don't even know if I'm gonna use it anytime soon. And this one is basically run. It's basically kind of jumping on simplest, but I'm gonna keep it like that. So let's implement this real quick. Right,
back into the script. So let's catch up when I finally finish properly coding this spawn, because these codes are really long and really complex. Once done coding this goblin barrel is done. So let's go back to level. Let's close this audio file folder and let's drag our goblin barrel here. I'm gonna like drop at least 4 of them. Run the game. Let's set it full screen so you can see better. It's pretty slow, very slow. It's lame. Right? Yeah, they instinctively explode. So basically what happened is when the game starts, they scan for an enemy in group player. Since there are no enemies in group player, what they do is just explode because they didn't find any target. So let me add a goblin, a pound right before that. Now you see they are targeting for my target, but they can't find it. They say invalid operations. Yeah. Where is my? I'm making, there is a line mistake here somewhere. So return targets dot global position. So this is the mistake. Instead of plus, I set an operation sign there. Double operation sign, right? You see that thing? You see that back knockback effect there? It's chasing after me and goes there and explode. Right. So let's first try to fix this archer, because those archer on top of buildings, they're not really shooting. None of them are actually shooting. So I don't know what is happening, but none of them are shooting. So let's go to is it explosion? So instead of using mini explode first, I'm gonna instead of using those small explosion, because the small explosion looks like someone threw a TNT or a small bomb instead of something looking like an explosion or something better, right? So also their scale are too small. They are being spawned really small. So I'm gonna change their scale to 2. I'm gonna come and copy this line and close this and that one as well. Let's close all of them. So now back into fire as well. In fire, I will make sure that in flame 1, flame 2, and flame 3, their scale are properly opened. Right, you see Z index is correct for all of them. Now back into explosion. I'm gonna detach add child node, directly add child node. I'm gonna remove get parent. Just few modification to change. Some of these things might or might not align. So here I need to modify something into let's close this, go back to level, and let's run the game and see what's popping here. Now you see they come and it explodes. Right. You see now when they touch the building catch fires like for a few seconds. We can modify that fire animation for a longer duration because it's awkward just for the flame to disappear that quickly. Right. So I will also change the pound later because the pound is kinda not showing his life value or the progress bar. There is most probably something wrong with the function show UI combat. And the Goblin Baron is a little bit big as well, so I'm gonna change its scale to 0.8 by 0.8, which will make him a little bit small. What I wanted to change, what did I want to change? Is it in tower? Exactly. So this archer is perfectly in the group. It should be. Where is the other one? I'm looking for. We got this. This one is the non-walking archer that I open. Now I need to check why it's not shooting at the target when they approach. So see, this is the non-walking archer, the one on top of each building, on top of the tower and on top of the tower and the castle. They are not shooting at the goblin barrel because they should actually, you see. They play the animation shoot, but the arrows are not coming out. You see? They are not shooting toward, even the goblin on top of the tower is not shooting. So let's try this walking archer. These ones are really pretty difficult to control. Even them, they do not really shoot. I'm gonna select all of them and trying to see. You see, he's close to the target, but he doesn't even care about it. Let's run this again. As you can see, the bar is showing them, but it still doesn't care. Whatever I do, it doesn't really move what I want. And so basically what is happening here, I think it's due to the shapecast 2D node. Maybe the detection collision is too big, so every time the shapecast 2D detects something, it's kind of like collide to that. So to avoid the archer not shooting arrows, I'm gonna remove it from the group. I have to remove it from the group on the group player first and try to see what's going on right now. Maybe the attack zone maybe it's too small, but I think it's quite large enough to detect anything this size. The arrow as well, so the arrow is in group arrow and everything is perfect in this arrow script. See? Goblin is detecting for within group goblin and everything, even the signals are connected. Right, so you see the issue comes from this perfectly line here. So I've created a stick group which pushes the arrow to stick to something and disappear. So when I added building in that group, which means when I'm shooting, the arrow disappear before even moving away. You see now my building archer, they can shoot. You see they are shooting arrows, but I think, why isn't this one shooting? Even my pound life is now showing. Right, let's move it down here. They are shooting, but their accuracy is right. You see, both of them are shooting, but I don't know why it's not dying. Why is he not dying? Goblin Barracks should be dead by now. So let's check the life system. Health, it's framed healthy. Once health is equal to 0, we do death. But this function is not being called, so I'm gonna call this function into the physics process. Yeah, so every time the system runs, it's going to check if life is less or equal than 0 and we're gonna explode. Right. This is a perfect way to do it, you see. Now when they die, they explode. Perfect. Now what I can do here is, instead of having 3, I'm gonna put 6. Now with 6 lives, right, dead, there and there. It explodes and it dies. But I can also just come, instead of also calling this, where is it? Instead of calling elf every time in the physics process frame, I can remove it from the physics process frame. Then I'm gonna call it into each state. So here I'm gonna do this. If life is equal to, so for each state, when it enters idle state, it check if life is equal to 1, and once. Okay, so this will create a conflict. It will only check if life is less or equal than 0 when it stops chasing. Then if your target locked down, it will never stop until it kills it. So you see, like that, it's on chase state, so it will never actually die, no matter how many times I try to kill it. And these archers are still stubborn as ever. So instead of only checking in idle state, we're gonna check also when it's in chase state, when he's chasing, when he's attacking, and when he's being hit. So in every state is entering, we're gonna check that. And the targeting area is too small, so sorry, I'm gonna lock that. The targeting area is too small. I needed to detect more targets, so I'm gonna enlarge that a little bit and close this. And also what I can do is, just for this purpose, I'm gonna reduce their speed to 80 from the inspector, just for checking and working on some. Now you see it's a little bit small, it's slower. So these Archery, they're not really working. They are pretty useless. So let's come close this. So in Archery Black, Archery Black is working. So let me close first this and that one. And for Goblin is also working. So my walking Archery, this one that I control using the navigation agent, is the one causing trouble. So the issue is coming maybe from the predict cast, as I said before. The targeting is yes, target position, let's say 10. All right. He is quite troublesome. Is it due to stop distance as well? So let me check first for the stop distance. We can increase the scale. No, I'm just gonna leave it there. Let's go first to Archery, and in Archery what I'm gonna do is come down here and look for get parent. Alright, I'm gonna come here and remove that. Move again down here. Back to level, back to 2D, run the game. So now, if I instantiate that one, they are tiny, and I don't think they attack actually. I can't even see because they're too small, and it's difficult to click on them, and they are still not working. This is so lame. Right, back to the script. Let's change their scale to 1 by 1. And 7.5, 7.5, huh? And the stop distance, let's look for the stop distance. What the stop distance? The stop distance is 10. So let's reduce this to 5. and try to see what's going on. Let's move them down here. Let's make sure they come, all of them, from down here. And I'm gonna reduce again their speed to something like 40. Now I'm gonna select this archery, wait for them to come. As you can see, they do not move as I want. It's really pissing me off right now. So let's set the stop distance to 10. It might be due maybe to the navigation agent. Maybe not. I don't think so though. So if the stop distance is not the issue, maybe the navigation radius, maybe if I reduce to 6.5 and this one so to something. This is okay, I think. Still got trouble trying to figure out what exactly is going wrong with this archer thing. So I'm just gonna remove the scale here. Go back to level. Now let's try them again. So if I come here with my archer, they're still small. And they don't shoot. Okay, they're playing the shoot animation as you saw, but no arrow is coming out of it. Let's go to archery. I'm going to change the scale to 0.2 by 0. Okay, let's say 0.5, 0.5. Let's copy it. We're gonna find so if those guys are coming small as they are coming very small, it's because they're being instantiated by their parent node, which is archery. So if archery is coming out small, it means even the child nodes that they're being instantiated, those archers, they're gonna come out small as well. So new land say is 0.7 by 0.7. Now let's spawn this and look how ridiculous that is. So the issue came from somewhere where 0.7 by 0.7 final scale. All right, I said 1.2 by 1.2, but I wrote 1.0.2. Instantiate that thing. Right, big and good. All right, I think they're shooting, but I can't seem to see the arrow. So let's reduce them first to big. I'm gonna open them and check their detection area because I don't see them shooting from what I really desire. So I'm gonna come here and increase the area size, right, to something quite bigger. Right, once done, let's try this again. I'm gonna come here and drag my archery. You see now they're shooting, right? They're shooting, but their cooldown is just lame, very, very lame. Their shooting cooldown it's slow. And now they are properly moving to where I want them to move as well. Let's run the game again. I'm gonna try if my knights attacking the goblins. Yes, they do. This knight is, yeah, it's working for the knight. They're properly attacking. Let's run the game again. we're going to check if the lenses attack properly. So I'm going to use only one of them. Yeah, the lens is properly attacking, as you can see. Let's select these two and send them down here. Yes, they do attack. Let's run again. Now let's check the tower. Yeah, they do attack. They are, yeah, they're shooting them. Perfect. Right, let's reduce this. We're gonna go come here and close this castle thing, and gotta keep the goblin barrel open. So let's come to our folder and duplicate the goblin barrel folder and rename it goblin torch. Duplicate the goblin torch folder and rename it goblin TNT. So now I'm gonna design two type of other goblins. So we have the goblin torch, which spawns or throw fire at his target, in this case our player. Let's rename the script to match up their names. Let's open that. We're going to go Goblin TNT, the one throwing dynamite, but the dynamite here, I'm just naming it TNT, right? You're just throwing dynamite, TNT. For me, it's the same thing. Let's open the Goblin TNT. We're gonna go drag and drop the script there. Now you see for these two, they have different types of animations, but it doesn't really change much from the principle. So let's come first here. We're gonna rename Goblin Torch as Goblin Torch, and I'm gonna speed this up. I just need to adjust few types of animations. They're not really different from the same design that I made from others. Let me speed this up and I will show you what exactly they look like once done and once designed, right? Once done with that design, let's go back to 2D. As you can see, I made my TNT, Goblin Torch, a Goblin Tower as well. So let's disconnect the script for this one first and create a new script. Goblin Tower gonna be saved in Goblin Towers folder, and I'm gonna design this real quick. So let me also speed this up real quick. Once the coding is done, I'm gonna save this, and you can see I created a Goblin Tower and a Goblin and a TNT. Right, now back to level. I'm gonna come here and delete this. Let me show you how the Goblin Tower works. So I got this Goblin Tower that I made. I'm gonna move him here. Let's run the game. What basically this Goblin Tower does is when it detects enemies into his area, it throws TNTs at them, as you can see here. I don't know why it changes. Why aren't they exploding? Kind of like just disappearing. Awkward. Right. But at least he has a good detection and predicting my next move very quickly and very perfectly. So what you do here is in the TNT, I need to know why isn't it on. Alright, gonna come here and gonna see spawn explosion. So we need to spawn an explosion. I will get 3 that creates timer in 0.8 timeouts. We're gonna add a variable called explosion. Just come here in the folder directly. I'm gonna just come here and pick up the explosion directly from here and add them here. Right, now instantiate, we're gonna come down here, add child explode, and that explosion position is gonna be global position of my current TNT, and explode dot z index. Its z index is equal to 6. and after that Q3. So inside the fade and die, we're gonna add that explosion. That's why it wasn't exploding, because I didn't have an explosion function inside the TNT. Now if I run my game, if I move my player here, still, why is it fading but not exploding first? It's fading perfectly, but it's not calling. It's kind of like the function explode is not working. So what is it? Is it? Right, this is pretty confusing. So is it due to this function? No, I don't think so. So let's add get parent here. Yeah, maybe it's just might be this. And save and run. Now let's move it down here. Yeah, basically it was that. As you can see now, when my pawn comes near that thing, it explodes and send him backward. Let's use my monk to try to. So the healing system is not working for the pawn, which is really sad. They are not attacking him because I didn't add that goblin inside the group. Goblin, you see, he can't die. He doesn't have a life system. He just there to attack. Then you can't basically kill that. Right? I got killed. So far so good. I can really tell you, so far so good. I'm satisfied with the results of my goblin tower. So let's close this, that one as well. Now when it comes to this one, to goblin torch, goblin torch script, I just need to change few things inside the goblin torch and the goblin TNT for them to actually perform as intended. So let me quickly make those adjustments, then I'll show you the full result. So let's go to 2D. I'm gonna remove. Let's add this goblin torch and let's got the goblin torch. Let's add him on the screen. Now let's see how this goblin torch is going to be here. Because it's a little bit slow. I think I'm repeating myself, but it's true. It's really slow. So you see, he's kinda attacking, but he's not spawning any fire. It's not spawning anything. Then yeah, you see, he's smart. it's a smart bot actually. So, but there is a little bit. You see, it's throwing. You see how it spawned those TNT too quickly, unexpectedly. Then it keeps on targeting the same target even when it's destroyed, which is really awkward. So I'm just gonna come to my Goblin's torch script and modify a few things. Let me modify these few things, then I'll show you the final result when it's properly working. After a few minutes of trying to figure out what wrong, let's run the game and see how it behaves now. So it goes and attack, but spawn TNT, and the animation and the attack momentum are not synced at all. The attack distance is not perfect. And let's see what's more about it. Yeah, it's that thing of ignoring other targets when they move a little bit closer to it. At least the back knock system is working. So let's add another tower here. See, knockback system is working. It's just the anim sync and all this are not really properly working. So right. Let's modify some of these things. So audio streamer, we're gonna add an audio streamer. We're gonna rename it as death audio. Right. Let's add an audio death to that. So audio death, I'm gonna go with it for it flesh. Right. Now for death audio, I need something main death scream. Then I'm gonna change the volume to -5 and the pitch scale to 4. Right. Or you can also use this new I have this Goblin Death audio here that I added recently, so the death audio will be more accurate because these are the Goblin sound in the new folder. Right. Goblin cackle also, I'm gonna change it to that. It's funny to hear it cackling. You can't actually hear it, but me, I'm hearing it. It's a funny sound to add to a Goblin. Right, now, instead of explosion, we're gonna change it by skull and change some of these functions. So most of the time when my scripts kinda give me headache, I just pause the recording and whatever I'm doing right now to try to fix it behind the scene. Although it's not easy because most of the time it takes me hours to figure out what's wrong with the script as well. Maybe some of the time just one capital letter where it shouldn't be, or a word written in proper manner. As you can see now, it's awkwardly just standing there and playing that stupid animation. But it dies actually, but it dies in one shot, which is not what I intend to do. So modification needed. This is really a pretty good way to give me headache. Right, so as you can see, these things are missing. They're saying that these signals are not connected properly. It might be also due to that the goblin is not attacking. So let me modify this real quick, and once I'm done, I'll show you the final result. Once done, let's go to back to 2D level and run the game. Now here it is. This is not what I still intend to achieve. It's not attacking. The Goblin Torch is not attacking at all. So what exactly is going on with it? Let's go with the material first in effect. So it's supposed to spawn a fire bomb, Okay, so Goblin Dodge spawns Firebomb. Let's go back and run the game again. Now it's still not attacking. Okay, it's attacking but not playing the attack animation. So let's go see what the attack. It might be due to these areas. You might think the code might be the issue, but some of the time it's just these areas are not really big enough to detect the enemy. So for the Goblin TNT, we're gonna use the same technique. Goblin Dodge and Goblin TNT, same technique. So what you just need to change is what they are spawning. One is spawning a Goblin, is spawning a Firebomb, then the other one is spawning a TNT. Simple as that. And yeah, that's all. That's all to change. Press Ctrl S to save. I think there is not really much to change about this. So let's clear this. And let me come here and add also a Goblin TNT on screen. So my Goblin TNT and Goblin Torch are almost similar, but they just miss these animations which are not similar. I'm just gonna come here up to here, delete this, and paste those I copy from Goblin Torch. Right, after that, I think everything will be alright. Let's just change the detect zone to something larger for the Goblin TNT, since is a Goblin TNT is a larger attack region than the Goblin Torch. Run the game. Now you can see they actually attack. You can see, yeah, actually attack, and they do die normally. Right, now what I intended to do almost achieved, but of course for my final game I'm gonna make it more smarter, or try to make it more accurate in terms of attacking and strategy. You see, we gotta play with these variables most of the time. Stop distance, attack distance, the cooldown period, and these things. So you can see now, yeah, they attack pretty well. It's just the animations are not synced yet, but so far so good. Right, once we're done with that, I'm just gonna reduce all these things.
Right, right click, add a folder. Let's rename the folder as Goblin buildings. Right, now we have our unit Goblin buildings. We're gonna change its color to purple. Let's change the color to purple. Right, now let's first delete all of these, and let mainly do I need to change anything from the script besides their size maybe? So let's remove the scale part. Just ensure that everything is closed. Right, back to 2D mode. We're gonna add on this cross, we're gonna click on add a node. In add a node, we're gonna add a static body 2D, and let's rename it as Goblin House. Add a child node to that Goblin House, we're gonna add an animated sprite 2D. Add another child node, we need a collision shape 2D. Add another child node, we're gonna add a area 2D for detection, and then to that area 2D, let's add a collision shape 2D. Right, let's rename and duplicate those areas. First area will be hitbox, second one will be detection, and the third one I'm gonna delete it. I don't think I'll need it, so add another child node. We're gonna add a marker 2D. Let's rename the marker to the marker 1 and duplicate it 3 times. Add another child node. We're gonna add a audio stream player. Let's reparent that audio stream player to a node 2D type. Let's rename that node 2D type to sound effects. Now duplicate the sound audio stream player. We're gonna rename the first one as 8 audio. Second one is it. Let's first rename the first one as hit audio, hit with sword audio, and this one gonna be hit with hero audio, right? Now the last one is gonna be destroyed underscore audio, right? Back to anim, we're gonna rename it as anim, like most of my animated sprite 2D. Let's go to node and we're gonna add it to group Goblin buildings and block building, right? Back to anim, we're gonna go to an inspector and add an animation in sprite frame. So first animation is idle animation. Let's go to texture in faction Goblin building. In the old Telpack set, we have 2 animations with idle and destroyed. So for the destroyed animation, I'm gonna pick this one and go back to idle. Now let's add a shape to this house. So I'm gonna go with a circle type. Let's enlarge it a little bit, and we're gonna hide it. Let's go for the hitbox. Hitbox gonna take the damages, whether it's arrow or attack effects coming from the sword, the spear, or whatsoever. Let's move it in the middle there, and we're gonna hide it. So the detection, it's used to detect which kind of target is coming toward the building, whether it's whether it's pawn, a warrior, or whatsoever. Now let's go with the markers. First marker, I'm gonna put it on the bottom. Let's enable the grid. It's gonna go on the bottom. Marker 2 and 2. I'm gonna go with it on the right hand side and the left hand side. Perfect. Now let's come and disable the grid. We're gonna go into my audio system file. We're gonna add some audio to this building. So I have these 2 audio which I can use to simulate the fact that the building is colliding with a sword, right? This seems perfect, so let's reduce the volume to -5 for now. Now for the shield impact, I'm gonna use for the arrow. It's creating that effect of colliding with a shield, right? Let's play that. Perfect. Now let's save this into a new folder. We're gonna call it barrel in Goblin House script, of course. So the Goblin House is saved in the Goblin unit Goblin House. This first one, we're gonna create a script here. So let me speed up a little quick. So how does this Goblin House works? It's connected to my global autoload script. Every time the timer will reach 0, it's going to give a signal to this house to spawn a certain amount of goblins. So I'm gonna have 3 types of houses: house to spawn barrels, house to spawn goblin torch, and house to spawn goblin TNT. So the autoload global is going to control most of how this goblin house is going to spawn its goblins, right? Let me speed up these things and let's catch up at the end of this scripting code. Once done with this Goblin House script, I'm gonna go back to 2D. All I need to do is now just, let's first go back to script, and in global, as you've seen, I did not implement my wave system, so I need to do that global goblin wave system which control the house spawning and whatsoever. So let me first finish this, then I'll show you how the system of spawning is working.
I'm done with the global adjustments. So let's go back to Goblin House. I'm gonna go back to 2D. Let me show you now how this goblin can actually work. So I'm gonna come to Unique Goblin folder. I'm gonna come and drag and drop this Goblin House around the game. Now, according to my script, after 10 seconds, this Goblin House should spawn at least 10 barrels by now. As you can see, the first one is coming, and right. You see? This is perfect. This is what I intended actually. As you can see, this is beautiful to see. Right. This is actually very good. Now I'm gonna create 2 more houses by duplicating this house, and instead of spawning only Goblin Barrel, the other ones are going to spawn respectively Goblin Dodge and Goblin TNT. So now if I create a system of defense here, and you can see when they come to attack me, they're gonna get killed, right? So I guess these guys. And as you can see, also this Goblin House has a life system by which it can be destroyed and spawn flames, which is pretty nice, I guess. Right? This was good. Let's close this. So now we're gonna go and duplicate that barrel and rename it Torch, duplicate the Torch and rename it TNT. Now let's work on Goblin House barrel. We're gonna rename it Goblin House 1, and in TNT we're gonna rename it as Goblin House 2, and for the third one we're gonna rename it as Goblin House 3. Right? Right. Now let's take care of these two. We're gonna open them. There is this script that you should align properly, because if you share the same scripts, what you're going to modify right now is going to impact Goblin Barrel House 1. So make sure they have different scripts. You can even rename them if you want, but for me, I do not really need to rename everything. It's going to take me too much time. I'll come back to House 2 and make sure that it actually top written here, Goblin TNT spawn house, right? Just for reference, I don't really need to write all this down like this. It's just to keep me not confused. Now, when it comes to Goblin House 2, we're gonna change the Goblin scene with the Goblin TNT. And in the third script, Goblin House 3, we're gonna replace this path with the Goblin Torch script. You just drag and drop it inside the brackets. Let's close this up. Then we're gonna come here and put this as child node of the Goblin unit type. Let's come here down here. We're gonna add this script. Let's add this to my level. Right. Let's first add them here, and the Goblin Torch House 3 also here. Now, in the inspector, you can adjust things like spawn radius. I can reduce this to 10. I can change many things from here. From the inspector, I can change also things. So let's run first here and see what's actually working. So now you see I'm gonna create a very quick small system for defense. As you can see, these guys are coming, then they will bring down all my buildings. They're pretty strong as well, right? As you can see, these guys are coming here to destroy the buildings, but they're gonna get defeated. I can also use my repair tool, so make sure you're always close to that. Now I have repaired it. Right? This is perfect. But you can see my building is still flashing green. I don't know why. To be honest, I don't know why. But I'll correct it. Don't have just time to correct it right now. let's move forward. In Goblin Dodge house, I need to change a small thing. Press Ctrl F. So what I'm checking right now is the size of the goblin that are being spawned. They are too large, so what I'm gonna do is change their scale to 0.7 by 0.7. I'm gonna come here and add goblin scale and copy this line, and in other building, goblin house for the TNT also, goblin TNT house. Now the first one also I need to change down, it's somewhere down here, right, and perfect, it's on point actually. Now let's run the game. Let's see what size they are spawning with. You see, this is the right side by which it starts spawning. Now they will decimate most of my characters, right? I don't like the effect that they are underneath the building. You see, it was awful to look at. So let's close this. I'm gonna go to unit in castle. The castle it's a little bit awkward to look at them moving like that. So let's modify the collision shape. I'm gonna go with something like a capsule and try to round up those corners. So let's rotate it. It's 90 degrees. Now let's resize it. So using a rectangular shape is good, but using a capsule shape it's quite better. Why? Because it has those round corners, which make it easy for those AI goblins to just slide around the corner, around those rounded corners instead of a sharp corner. Let's come and delete this, which it's working, so we'll add it later on. For now, I think this is okay. Let's go. Let's zoom out. We're gonna hide this. Hide that one. Hide this layer as well. So let's just hide most of these things. We're gonna keep things like this. So what I'm gonna do right now is just a quick redesign of my level. So I'm gonna unlock most of these things. Let's go read the collider, zoom out. We're gonna come here and erase all of these. Right on point. What I'm gonna do right now is just quick redesign. Voila, this is what I've redesigned. Now I can launch my game. And as you can see, I can move my player around. It's not a quite awesome, vibrant level I was expecting, but you can see this is far better than what I actually made in few minutes only. It took me like 15 minutes. Right.
Let's rename the duplicate as main menu. Right. Now, on our root nodes folder, we're gonna name it as menus. Come and drag and drop that menu into the new folder that we just made. Open the main menu. I'm gonna come here and rename the root node as menu. We're gonna delete a couple of these things that we don't really need. We don't need the selection box. We don't need this castle thing. We don't need this. Right, so let's delete what we do not need for our main menu. So UI and all these things are going as well. No buttons needed, no unit construction needed, no unit resource needed, no timer needed, main panel no needed, even the pause not needed, even the game over is also not needed. The building manager as well is not needed. Let's just clean up all these things. I'm gonna keep 3, and the ships are going. Same for the mine, same for the ship node, same for the goblin unit. Let me try to keep something clear like this. So basically here guys, what you need is just a pretty design. Set the camera in the center of the screen, and what I'm gonna do is speed up these things because there isn't really nothing hard here to do. All you need to do is add couples of buttons and a design with the name of your game for main menu. I'm gonna create also couples of menu in my I'm gonna do it behind the scene, then I'll show you what the full result of all of this. But first let me make the first main menu, then I'll show you other menus that are made behind the scene. So if you need to learn more in details about this menu, goblins, or whatsoever, I'll be very glad to make short tutorials for you, describing one by one in detail what you need to do and learn. Right? So let me speed this up very quickly. You see this beautiful menu that I made. I'm gonna save it in new folder and create a new script. So let me script this really quickly. This script is basic. It's really easy. Then once done designing, after this 45 or 30 minutes of designing these things, now I can come in and add these buildings, goblin buildings for the spawning point. If I run my game right now, and as you can see, my timer there is indicating once the timer reaches 0 is indicating, yep, the goblin is dead. This is my first line of defense. As you can see, it's properly working. You can also add in this goblin barrel script buildings as targets, because right now they're not attacking the buildings because they are not among the list of their targets. You can just add it directly to your script as much as you want. For me, I'm gonna keep it right now. I'm gonna just keep it like it is right now. It's perfect for me. Right now it's dead. I can just come and spawn a new one. Right now there is a small issue is because these two are showing, but it shouldn't be like this. So there is few things to modify, like this one. I'm gonna just set it down here and scale it a little bit up right there. So for this one, I'm gonna change something. Let's just go to layout, and the scale is gonna be to 0.30, 0.2. 0.2 is almost perfect for what I need it for. Right now, let's save this and close most of these things, so I can come out another goblin barrel. I'm gonna add this building here. The goblin house for the TNT, I add it down there, and for the torch, I'm gonna add it a little bit up there. Right now, I'm gonna run my game. yeah, this is pretty good. Let's add all my defense unit like this. Now you see there is kind of like this dragging effect. You can see how slow it becomes for me now to kind of build other buildings. So it's not related to my CPU or my laptop being slow. It's due to the amount of goblin being spawned. So the system or the game engine isn't fast enough to operate all of these actions happening. You see those kind of explosion and all those things happening in the same short span. It's creating these awful things to see. Especially if I move down here, you see my game is really dragging right now. You can see it, but it's pretty slow. You can feel it by the mouse click, the movement of the building, and whatever I'm moving right now. It's just awfully slow. You see how the character is moving slowly is due to this happening down here. You see these goblins spawning thousands and thousands of flames and explosions. All of that is making my game drag very slowly. Right? So right now this is just awful to look at. It's pretty awful to look at. You can fix it by reducing the amount of goblins spawned by each building per second. So for me, I have an interval of 2.5 seconds between each spawning, and there is a lot to work on and modify right now. So what I wanted just to show you is how advanced using what Pixel Frog has provided us, the free asset pack. I can actually build an advanced RTS game in Godot. So you see, I have been working on this game since 2023, but in 2023 I just started using Godot, so I didn't really have experience in coding and anything that I was doing. That's why I never really make something big out of these assets. Then right now I just think it was a good idea to finally make a full game about this game. So once I complete the full game, you will already be watching this video on YouTube, and the link will be down in the description to go and buy that game to support my channel if you want to, of course. So right now this is, I love the camera shake effect. You will find it in the script. The camera shake effect is coming from the global player auto load. See, this is amazing. I love this effect. I love the archers. These archers are on the ground. This one that can move around, and the one on top of the towers. They're also pretty awesome to look at. So something I would change about my game is the camera orientation, because the camera only follows the pound, which really awful. So I don't know. I should maybe create a dynamic way or manual way using one of the nodes to change the camera position according to where I want to attack. Because right now the battle is on the other side, then my character has dragged away the camera with him, which means whatever is happening to my castle right now, I can't see anything. So there are two options about it. When I'm under attack, the camera is logged only on the castle, and when the attacks are finished, I can now manually move the camera with the pound. So there are multiples where you can go with this. There is actually infinite possibilities you can go with this. It's just to your imagination or however you want to make your game design. Let's close this and let's go to the script. In my script, I'm gonna come to the Archery. You can see that my Archery has an attack timer. Now the attack cooldown is a little bit attack. Let's see. This is pretty awful, so let's just leave this. I will correct it later, then I will upload this script. We'll see. So now let's open these archers. As you can see, they have a quite large attack zone, but not big enough. So I'm just gonna increase the size of it.
the greater the larger the greater the circle, the greater the range of attack. You can also make it upgrade using the system of upgrading the archer by the speed of attack, the range of attack, and how smart and how fast it becomes. So I can actually make that in my game, but right now I'm just gonna stick to the basics. I can manually come here and modify the size of this attack region, attack circle. Pretty awesome to me. I'm gonna save this. Right, now let's try this out. Let's see by increasing the range of attack by how much it's improved the accuracy of the archers on foot. So the foot archer, I'm gonna set them here and there. You see now they have a better range. They behave like archers because it was pretty awful to look at them to only shoot arrows when the enemy is like very close to them. Now this is a bit awful because it's trying to move to a certain direction which is not intended to. Right now we can hear the sound of the game, but my music for the game is playing as well. I might make a tutorial if people ask about it, how to actually create a system of audio management for a game in Godot. I can also show you how to add mobile buttons for these kind of games. So guys, this is what I've made so far. As you can see, you can even hear the sound now, my music and everything. You find them in the folders. As you can see, I add a AI voice over. I will leave the link in the description for the website I used to create this AI voice for my game. You can hear the sound effect and all those other things I've been working on. I will also show you the menu and everything I've made. I'm sorry for the quality of the recording of this audio. Some of these things are a little bit speed up and down. This must be really awful to listen. So I have this select menu and I've also made a kind of tutorial level thing. So here you listen to the instruction and you learn how to play the game. I add pretty much a lot of things that a game should have, like menus and most of these things. But I still have work to do. I still have many things to modify. As you can also see, I have modified my mouse cursor. As you can see now, it's using a different type of cursor, which is pretty awesome actually. So I'm just gonna shut up and let you enjoy this small recording. Again, sorry for the quality of the audio recording.